session, Madam, Former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, onto the dais. Welcome, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome ma'am with huge round of applause. Also, Dr. B.S. Dhillon, former Vice Chancellor, Punjab Agriculture University. Welcome, sir. I invite convener of the session, Dr. Sunil Alchuk, ICR National Fellow, and BPGS. I also welcome speakers of the session, Dr. Rajiv Varshney, Director, Center for Crop and Food Innovation and State Agricultural Biotechnology Center, Mojak University. He will be joining online with us. Mr. Ram Kondania, Director General, Federation of Seed Industry of India. Dr. Emil Jad, Global Research Program Director, Resilient Farms and Food Systems Program, ICRISET. Please, sir, please come onto the stage, sir. And Dr. A.K. Singh, BDD Extension, ICAR. Thank you, dignitaries, for gracing this occasion. Now I hand over the sessions to convener to carry it forward. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Those who are present in the hall and those who are joined virtually. We are starting the proceedings of the second day of this particular symposium with an excellent, very interesting technical session, harnessing innovation to address sustainable development goals. And we have none other than Dr. Swaroop, the former secretary of the DVP. In fact, she has led the Department of Biotechnology a number of programs that addressed working towards sustainable development goals, working towards harnessing innovations, and one of which we all know is BIRAC. So we are all very proud of the achievements of the BIRAC program, madam. And that's one of the excellent examples of harnessing innovations. And we look forward to your stewarding this particular session. Also welcome Dr. B.S. Dhillon, former director MPGR, fondly Paris, and also former Vice Chancellor of Punjab Agriculture University. He has also been leading how innovations in plant building work towards achieving SDGs in one or the other form. Thank you very much, sir. I'm here as filling the shoes of Dr. Karihalu, who had some indisposition because of health issues at his family. Thank you very much. We all have excellent bouquet of speakers today. First, we will be joined by Dr. Rajiv Varshney from Australia. Everybody knows his contributions in biotechnological interventions in the form of innovations. After that, we have a slight change in the program. We will be having Dr. A.K. Singh, the Director General Extension, speaking on innovations in agricultural extension, taking the innovations to actual farm. Then we will have how innovations will be protected by intellectual properties or other forms so that we actually address SDGs. Then we will have a talk from Dr. Mujat on regenerative agriculture. So we have very, very interesting talks. So I'm sure we will all be having a joyous and learning session. Thank you very much. May I now request the co-chairs to take the session forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and a very good morning to all of you. First of all, my greetings to Dr. Faroda, since I was not here yesterday. Dr. R.B. Singh, all the international delegates here, those who have joined online, compliments to all the organizers for organizing such an important symposium on how we would try to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And this particular session that begins day 2 of the symposium is very appropriately positioned in terms of harnessing innovations for achieving the SDGs. We've all heard yesterday from the eminent speakers what the new policies are, what our new imperatives are in terms of driving new research for being able to meet these new goals. Today, as has been very correctly said, we have some of the best speakers here who are going to explain to us what is the rationale for not just developing new innovations, but harnessing the potential of these innovations. If you look at the potential of innovations, which is not just in terms of developing new research or developing new tools or developing new platforms, I think the potential of innovation is how we connect the entire value chain, right from an idea to being able to be taken to a product, which finally reaches the end user, be it the market, be it the field, be it our consumers in the national and the global market. So it's important for us to exploit each aspect of it, from developing tools and platforms to developing or looking at new technologies which will make an impact, to looking at the large amount of data, and most importantly, looking at the extension and the delivery. So we need not only new innovations in terms of our research, our delivery, also a very robust innovation ecosystem. And I think today, all the stakeholders who are here are those who are going to explain to us how important this innovation ecosystem is. India has seen a revolution in this innovation ecosystem in the last couple of years, starting from research in our laboratories, whether it's the ICR system, whether it's the international agency system, DBT, DST, CSIR, or any of the state agriculture universities, connecting it to the startup ecosystem, and which then becomes the connecting bridge with the industry. So I'm hopeful that today, with all the speakers, we will get very good recommendations in terms of how, which is the purpose of this meeting, what is the way forward. How do we take these important innovations forward in terms of delivery, and then, yes, being able to make India the innovative nation that we are, to be able to, what is the concept for today's meeting, accelerating growth in a manner in which we could exploit the potential to its fullest. Without taking too much of time, because we are already about 30 minutes behind our schedule of the session, I will request Dr. Dhillon, who himself has been one of the pioneers in this and also led a very, very innovative university, to share some thoughts before we move into our speakers. So over to you, Dr. Dhillon.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. Respected Chair, Dr. Srupji, eminent speakers, respected Dr. Prodha, Dr. R.B. Singh ji, Dr. Vasil Saab, Dr. Gupta ji, Mahabali ji, our eminent colleagues. I see many friends. First of all, I will thank Dr. Prodha for this symposium meeting. All old friends, Professor Oda is there, meeting after a long time. And before proceeding further, first of all, I will again congratulate Dr. Prodha on his 80th birthday. And I will not go in details. His contribution, his ability to dream, his ability to arrange resources, his ability to build up teams. But that's a one word which nobody used yesterday. You are also a hard taskmaster. You pursue the things, your mind, and get the things done. I will say a complete personality to dream and then fulfill the dream. Yeah, I was just going to the program. Yeah, very well planned. We all work on sustainable development goals, but the researcher doesn't know much. So we have to map those. And when I see the four persons, eminent colleagues, the regime is waiting very impatiently. I could see him. Yeah, starting from the latest gene editing. I come from plant genetics, so then first step, then to how to regenerative agriculture and continuance up from seed federation and ultimately extension. Everything comes together. We have to have innovation. We have to prove them. Innovation in all fields, not only crop genetics, its production also, crop management also, First Amendment also, and then extension going to the farmers. Unless until we do those, go to the stakeholders. Innovation just they are not of much use. Yeah, publications are important. Publications are there, and those who know me personally, I wrote in current science that publication and citations are not that much important in agriculture as the product and technologies. So I will stop here. Just I will say wonderful gene editing, then protecting innovations and regenerative agriculture, and then agriculture extension. We are very eminent speakers. I will not take much time. So you will call, or I should call? You may please call. No, I should. Yeah, otherwise, please, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, co-chairs, for these very important opening remarks. The first speaker has already joined online, Dr. Rajiv Varshni. All of us know about Dr. Rajiv's immense contributions and very well decorated achievements. He is currently Director CCFI and SABC Nodok University. He will be speaking on harnessing gene editing and gene pyramiding. Dr. Rajiv, if you are ready, maybe have your presentation, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunil Achrak. Good morning, everyone. And I hope you can hear me. Yes. Thank you. Let me extend my greetings to all seniors and important researchers, policymakers in the hall, and would like to thank Professor R.S. Paroda, President of TAS, for giving me this opportunity. Before I start, let me also wish you a very, very happy birthday, sir. It would have been good if I would have been there, but I would like to avail this opportunity to thank you for your all contribution to not only Indian agriculture, but international agriculture, and also supporting the next generation scientists. And I am one of those privileged ones. Thank you very much for all your support. And I'm very happy to listen all these presentations yesterday. I can imagine we are having Dr. R.V. Singh sir there, Dr. Mohapatra sir there, and many other stalwarts. I feel very privileged to speak in this session where we have Dr. Renu Sharoop madam and Dr. Dhillon as a co-chairs, and also other fellow eminent speakers. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. And I was listening all the presentation yesterday. I think this session is really great, and thanks to TAS and other co-organizers for organizing this meeting. So now today, in my talk, I will be discussing some innovations in the new research area, genomics, gene editing, etc., and then how we can contribute from this perspective to the food, nutrition, and environmental sustainability. So we know that basically there are, if you would like to say that there are 5 major challenges which global agriculture is having, or in the world we have increasing the world population. Now we are having these issues again with the climate change, how we can provide food, nutrition, manage greenhouse gases, preserve natural ecosystem, and maintain the global security. And in this regard, I think agriculture can contribute to several of these areas. And we heard yesterday from many stalwarts, including Dr. R.V. Singh, Dr. Mohapatra, and others, that agriculture is a success story in India. I will not go in the details. So we are all doing great. But now, if you would like to see from the perspective of the continuous population growth, and today I was seeing that this is already 1.4 billion population, and this is still continuously growing. And earlier the projections were there that by 2050, India will overtake China. But I think that recent projections are that this is going to happen much more earlier. So in context of all the global challenges, I think this is a big challenge for all of us to feed the Indian population, not only to India, but I think India plays important role to feed other countries. And if you see from the crop perspective, and I think that being the agriculture oriented country, but we are having the smallholder agriculture, so our realized yield is very less as compared to potential farm yield and experimental station yield and theoretical potential yield. So we need to fill up these different gaps. And I think that biotech folks, they can do some work in this direction, and there is the work for the other people, as we are already having some other speakers in this meeting. So I think that we all are having a big challenge, and big challenge is that how to feed, how to produce more with the less resources. And I think all of us know about this crop improvement, that what we have been doing, that we are using the traditional breeding approaches, but now we need to integrate these traditional breeding approaches with the novel breeding approaches together with the biotechnology approaches. And we all have been working in this direction, that to developing that new varieties with environmental stress tolerance, pest resistance, disease resistance, providing the higher nutrition, productivity, and sustainability. And in my opinion, when we are talking about the SDGs, these areas, they will contribute towards fulfilling the SDGs for 2, zero hunger, 3, good health and well-being, and also addressing the climate action. So in this direction, when we are talking about the new approaches, then I would like to take you very briefly way back in 2005, when the rice genome was sequenced. And at that time point, people were talking about the marker assisted breeding. This was the time I used to work in Germany at that time point. So together with my German professor and another Cornell University professor, we devised an approach that now in the coming years, when we will have the boom of the genomics, how they are going to help the breeding program. And this was published way back in 2005 in the 10th anniversary issue of the Trends in Plant Sciences. But after that, genomics assisted breeding has become the routine. And last year, again, when this journal was publishing 25th anniversary issue, so after the 10 years or 15 years rather, that well, where we have reached, and then we gave this idea that well, where we are, and we provided that approaches, that what we achieved and what are the new approaches, including the gene editing, genomic prediction, etc. So we will discuss some of these work in this presentation. And the next thing is that when we are talking about the modern approach, either this is gene editing or gene pyramiding or any kind of marker assisted breeding, the first thing is that we need to have the genes. And to achieve these genes, we need to have the genome sequence. So nowadays, this is very clear that when we would like to work in this direction, you need to have high quality reference genome. Then you can use the plant genetic resources like we are having in NBPGR and other international gene banks. We can use the breeding germ plant collection. We need to do the phenotyping. We can go to that pangenomics and haplotype analysis, etc. In the end, we will like to identify the gene which is having the causal effect on the trait, so that we can use this thing in the gene editing. So I think this is the traditional approach. And in this direction, when I was working at ICRISAT together with colleagues at ICRISAT and with many other international partners around the world, including many institutes in India, NIPV, NIPGR, and State Agriculture University in India, and many other DVT, CSR Institute, what we did, we contributed, we led the genome sequencing efforts for several crops, including pigeon pea, chickpea, pulse millet, groundnut, etc. And not only that, we worked with several other partners around the world, and we contributed to sequence several other genomes, including sesame, mungbean, etc. So I think this was good work. But as Dr. Dhillon mentioned, that publication is fine, but that most important thing is that how you will be able to translate these information in the crop improvement to develop the better varieties. From this perspective, we also undertook a large, ambitious project where we sequenced more than 3,000 chickpeas. I'm not going the details, but then this paper provides the information that how you should be able to identify the genes related to the climate change related traits like drought, heat, etc., and also for the nutrition. And then I will also be showing that how we use this information in the crop improvement program. So I think that we did a lot of work. And now coming back, and I will discuss both gene editing as well as that molecular breeding. If you would like to talk the genomics assisted breeding, there are several approaches: marker assisted selection, marker assisted backcrossing, marker assisted recurrent selection. And we used to call that this was the genomics assisted breeding traditional approaches. Now we have come up with this idea, genomics assisted breeding 2.0, in the Trends in Plant Science paper. And we believe that now these are the new approaches in the context of genome sequencing, that you can have the haplotypes, you can move towards haplotype based breeding, genomic prediction, and also you can use those genes in that gene editing. If you are promoting some good genes, you can call promotion of alleles through gene editing. If you are removing some of that bad allele, you can also do this thing, and we call this approach range. And we believe that these approaches can be combined with the speed breeding, so that you can generate more, you can advance more generations, and then you can develop these varieties in much more faster manner. I will not discuss about the past, but I will go for the future, but very briefly would like to highlight some examples. So for instance, for the genomics assisted breeding in India, we are having great work from many institutes, including IRI and Rice Research Institute, PAU, and many other organizations in India, that they have led these efforts in the marker assisted selection, wheat, maize, rice, etc. But even in the crops like chickpea, where it used to be called orphan crops, where we did not have the resources, but now this paper, you can see large number of breeders from Indian Agriculture Research Institute, Indian Institute of Pulses Research Institute, PAU Ludhiana, and many other state agriculture universities in South. They have developed these approaches and that introgress the QTL hotspot in the elite varieties in chickpeas, so for drought, for figuram wilt, ascochyta blight, etc. And when I was coming, I mean, that during last 3 years, we have been successful to harness the genome information, that genetic maps, that all these genes, etc., to develop the better varieties, including for drought tolerance. This was variety released in Ethiopia, in India, through the efforts of IRI. You are having drought tolerance, figuram wilt resistance, including University of Agricultural Sciences, Raichur. So not only that premier institute, but even State Agriculture University. And that's the way that we work, that not only that published the paper or generated the information, but most important challenge which we took, how to integrate these advanced genome discoveries in the crop improvement program. And not only that, we got another set of these 4 varieties this year, and now several other advanced breeding lines, they're already in that pipeline, where we are having this drought tolerance, etc. And many of these lines, they are having more than 18% yield advantage, more disease resistance, etc. So I think these are the success stories, even in so-called orphan crops. I don't want to call that orphan crop, because you can do everything now in the crop like chickpea, pigeon pea, groundnut. But having said that, and you all know these success stories from the group of Dr. A.K. Singh, Dr. Mohapatra, and many others, colleague in rice, where they develop a lot of varieties. The same thing again from Dr. Sundaram and so there are large number of success stories are already there. The same thing in the wheat from the Directorate of Wheat Research and the PAU Ludhiana, etc., many other institutes. And we know that all these stories about the maize, that how genomics was helpful to develop the better hybrids, and even having these high protein or low phytate maize, etc. So OPM quality or so. So I think the QPM. So I think this is really success stories from this genomics assisted breeding. So I think if we still have some skeptics that these technology will not deliver, then I think this is not good, because we already got a lot of success story. Only thing is that we need to have the leadership, we need to have the proactive role, and we can do anything in this direction. So that was about that non-controversial approaches. But now let's come to the genetic engineering. And here also this is coming from ISAAA. You can see that how the crop production has been increasing. And yesterday, Dr. Sasne also mentioned very nicely in his presentation that now the world, and this is few year data, old year data, but 190 million hectares area is under the GM crops. And now the good thing is India has utilized this technology, especially the BT cotton, and we are number 5. Somehow we missed the train. We could not do some other crops, which we could have done, but anyway, doesn't matter. But the good thing is that now that we are having this new innovations in the gene editing. We all know from this from the landmark work of with Jennifer Dodona and Emmanuel Charpentier. And these people, they came up with this technology about the genome editing. All of us know that genome editing comes in the 3 different flavors, where you can delete some of the nucleotides, you can correct some of them, or you can insert. And I think based on these things, you can decide that, well, which approaches should be used traditionally. In my opinion, as a scientist, GM is not bad, but then somehow this is the perception around the world. But in SDN1, SDN2, they do not result in the novel combinations of genetic elements. I have been discussing with this Professor K.C. Vansal at NAS. So I think, and then some of these stories, the gene editing was successfully used to develop several varieties. And some years back, when in rice, they have come up with these new varieties, bacterial blight resistance, that how they develop these varieties through the gene editing from the efforts of universities in Germany, United States, and IRRI. At that time point, we were also asked to write a commentary, and I did this work with Dr. Mohapatra and other people, that how not only this gene editing technology can be useful in the rice, but how this can open the avenues for the other crops, etc. And at my place, because I am working right now here at the State Agriculture Biotechnology Center, even in my lab, where we are already have taken over some previous wheat work. In our own lab, we are having right now the CRISPR-Cas based gene editing for this gene called TACOMT. And there are some exciting results where we are reducing the stem diameter, etc. And the other thing is that from our center also in the barley, they have developed the gene editing products from the nitrogen use efficiency. And you can see these success stories that how things are moving ahead. And Now in the gene editing again comes in the different flavors, and now people are going towards the precise based gene editing. And then I was talking on the other day with Kutubuddin Mola from NRI, and he's right now working in this aspect, that in the disease resistance, that by using the precise based editing, how you can improve the disease resistance in the case of rice. Coming from India, there are several success stories already there, like for instance from Siddharth Tiwari from Navi, where they already are having the banana, and this banana is showing the 6-fold increase beta carotene, etc. Other story is coming from Dr. Vishwanathan Swami from ICR IRI, and where they already have shown that this DST mutants, they have conferring salt and drought tolerance. They're also having the higher yield. And I was so happy to read this newspaper few weeks back, where even the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, he mentioned about this innovation, that how this will be delivered to the farmers in 2026. So I think all things are going in the right direction. The similar kind of things, some efforts are under ICGB. I have picked up a few efforts. This does not mean this is the exhaustive list from the innovations coming from India, but these are some of these things where even we had some collaboration with, or we are having, when I was at ICRISAT together with Tanushri Kaul, where she is developing those herbicide tolerance, pigeon pea lines, etc. So I think these things are happening, and the good news is that in the coming, as we are talking, that what we need to do in future. So if you see the evolving landscape of the gene editing, there are many countries you see in the green color. Somehow in Europe there is still issue, but good thing is in India, and under the leadership of Dr. Renu Sharoop Madam and also the new secretary now, that they have come up with these new guidelines. And here also, thanks to the efforts of the Indian science leadership, Dr. Mohapatra especially, Dr. Bansal, Dr. Paroda, and many other colleagues, again, Dr. N.K. Singh or so, that they played very important role to write the letters, to have influenced this policy decision, that we should not be missing that bus, what we missed earlier. And then when these guidelines came, and these are very clear, that now when we are having these products coming from the SDN1 and SDN2 technology, they will be not considered, not treated as per that, they will not come under that GM gambot or so. And there were a lot of discussions, lot of different kind of aspects. And even when I was here in Australia, some people contacted me. Even at that time point, I mentioned that, well, this is a landmark decision of the government of India, and exemption of the genome editing plants falling under categories of SDN1 and SDN2 from the provisions of the rules. So I think these are the very good ecosystem in the country now for this gene editing technology. So this is good. So now, next thing is that if we would like to see from the perspective of the innovations, definitely these molecular breeding, gene editing are being used, but now what are the other areas where we can harness those innovations to contribute towards these different SDGs? Some areas, because I'm coming from the genomics perspective, it is possible now to sequence large number of individuals at the whole genome level. But the new area is coming now, single cell genomics. So not only at the whole genome level, you can isolate the single cell, you can sequence that one at RNA level, and then based on these things, we will be able to understand the mechanism of tolerance or resistance to different environmental stresses. And based on these things, we can go in the area of the systems biology as well. Together with some colleagues, we also worked on the single cell RNA-seq in allotetraploid peanut thing, that how even, I mean, this was the one of few studies where we have tried to use the single cell RNA-seq in the crop plant. So I think this is possible. And the other thing is that now this, as we know, the genes do not work in silo, and they are always having this metabolic gene networks, etc. So I think we need to understand the metabolic pathways. And for that, we need to use the systems biology approaches, where you are not talking about just one genomics of one approach or RNA-seq, etc. You are taking all these things together. You are working with that network biology kind of approaches. So if you move one from here, then how this will be affecting the other one. So I think this is the other area where people are moving an international level. And I think this is that other approach where our country can move in this direction, if you would like to say, from the modern biotechnology approaches or so. The other thing is that, as I was talking earlier, that based on the sequencing of large number of individuals, when you got the genes, you can sequence large number of individuals. We did in the case of chickpea for 3,000 exons. You can align all those gene sequence across all the individuals. You can identify the haplotypes. And then we can analyze those haplotypes in the elite varieties. And we have done this kind of work in the case of chickpea when I was at ICRISAT. I'm doing similar kind of thing now here in Australia. And then we have realized that several of the elite varieties, they're still missing some better haplotypes. So now this is the possibility that we can introgress the superior haplotypes in these elite varieties. So now we can move from the gene pyramiding or marker assisted breeding towards the haplotype based breeding, so that you will not have the issue of the linkage drag, and you will be having very precisely introgressing the superior alleles through the traditional marker assisted backcrossing approaches. The other approach, and now people are already going again, when I was there, we have taken up this big project at that time point. Now, based on this huge genome information, this is possible to predict the phenotype, not at 1 or 2 loci, but the whole genome. And this is approach called genomic prediction. And based on the genomic prediction, you can do a lot of work that you can reduce your workload. You do not need to take all the lines in that yield plot, etc. And you can always take these good lines. At the same time, you can also use the genomic prediction approaches to select the better parents. And I think that for doing these things, you need to have the genomic resources, databases, capacity building, and other phenotypic platform. And in India, all these things are in place. Now we need to work these things together. And I think that different crops network, they are in the or they are in the better position to take these things. And since some crops, all things have already started. So I know that Dr. G.P. Dikshit, and we worked in the case of chickpea at that time point. So similar kind of efforts now, Dr. Bhardwaj from IRI is moving ahead in this direction. The other area, even that this gene editing, the new technologies are coming, and some of these leaders like Yiping Chi from University of Maryland, he has come up with the new approach called CRISPR combo. And then this is the approach where you can use the base editing and gene activation together. And that group has shown these kind of very nice results in the case of rice, tomato, etc. So I think these are some new areas. We already got some good success stories, but now we do not need to sit there. We need to adopt the new technology so that we can do much more better work. The other thing, and I think this is that in terms of the innovations, so microbiome is playing very important role. We all know these things, but somehow this is other area, overlooked area. And now there are already several interesting studies at the international level which show that we need to optimize, we need to have the optimum microbiome. And if we can work in this direction, and if we can define the good microbiome means not only the different microbes, but even the different proportions. And if we can develop that kind of microbiome, and even if we can do this kind of coating on the seeds, and when you go these seeds to the farmers, I think this will be really very good to achieve the optimum yield. And we can all discuss all these different things. So I think this precision microbiome management will also be another important thing. And some other areas which may take some time, but I think we should keep our eyes and ears open. And I think this is synthetic biology, where it is now possible, and some people already have done at the smaller level, that even that you can synthesize the new genome. And they have done this thing at Denford Center, basically in the E. coli or so. The question is whether those kind of things will be happening in real. In the plant science, we need to see these things later. And also the same thing. So now not just editing, but again, you can do the writing of the genomes with the desired combination of the alleles, etc. So these are some other areas. Again, we need to start thinking from this thing. And in this article, they already demonstrated that even you can plant these kind of things in these plants, in the livestock, etc. So I think these are some other areas where we can focus, we can do that one. So I will not take much time, but I would like to summarize that now, and because as this present is the session topic is about harnessing innovations, and that symposium title is the Achieving SDGs. And you use the GM here. This is the example from ISAAA, but then this is especially for GM, but either this is for the GM or genomics assisted breeding or gene editing. This is clear that by using these approaches, you can contribute towards the food security, sustainability, and climate change. How? First, you can enhance the crop productivity. You can deliver the billions of the dollars in the farmer's hand. You are talking about conserving the biodiversity. You are talking about the better environment when you are developing the varieties which are need less insecticide, pesticide, etc. We are talking about the reduced carbon dioxide emissions, and we are talking about helping alleviating poverty and hunger. And I think that this is the way that these kind of technology can contribute in all these 3 different SDGs, which I mentioned earlier. Now, the last thing, and I think that this issue will be discussed by other fellow speakers, Dr. ML Jha, Dr. Ram Kondonia, and Dr. A.K. Singh. But this is another area I think if we would like to see from the agriculture perspective, the holistic view. Doesn't matter that how these elite varieties are coming from the traditional variety, genome editing, genomics assisted breeding, etc. But the thing is that we need to have the stronger seed system. And in some countries, when seed system is not present, because I was working earlier in African countries as well, then we need to strengthen the seed system so that the seeds, they are reaching to the farmers in the real time. Second is that if you are having this access to the high quality seeds of the elite varieties, but if you are not having the good agronomy, then also the genetics present inside the seed will not be able to deliver the full potential. So better agronomy is also very, very important, and we can use the digital decision support tools. And we all are aware about these post-harvest losses, especially when we are working in those smallholder farmers. So we need to address this issue, and here probably government policies can play a very important role. And even when we are having the higher produce, and if they're not well connected, farmers are not well connected to markets, then also they will not be generating more revenues. And when we say that doubling farmers' income, so I think this is also important. The last thing is the value addition, that how we can contribute in this direction, so we can have this value addition and we can have this processing, etc., so that benefits are not just delivered to the farmers back, but also the consumer. So I think these are also very important thing, and we discuss some of these things, that how not only the fast forward breeding system, but how we can have even the delivery system as rapid for ensuring the food security and nutrition security. So this is my last slide. And here, because Dr. Paroda, Dr. Bhagwal sir, they asked me to give some recommendations. And I think based on my interaction with large number of colleagues in India and here, we believe that enhanced investment in plant science, especially in genomics and system biology, is very much required. This is very important, that we need to identify the causal genes. And this is not that, well, you just start to do gene editing for any trait, any gene, etc. We need to understand that, well, what kind of genes we have, what kind of nucleotide we have identified, and superior haplotypes. Other thing is that, so we need to continue working in this direction. Also, let's work on the designer soil microbiome for harvesting optimum yield and nutrition. Other area is that I think that in India, and based on my interaction or so, some people, they are really doing great work, and they are basically the source of inspiration, including for me. I had many role models in India. But I think next question is that how we can take these things at the large scale, seeing that our country is very big country, how we can be proactive in large scale analysis, either this is germ plan, genomics, or genome sequencing, genomic prediction. So somehow large scale thing is missing. And I think this is that one area where many other countries like China, for instance, they have taken the lead. And in India, we have all the potential. We need to think that how we can go at large scale. Gene editing, we need to fix some key issues as well. For instance, in some crops, if you would like to see, we need to see if we have genetically, we need to enhance somatic embryo development, plant regeneration, increase gene delivery titer and efficiency, develop transgene landing site technology, and improve homologous recombination efficiency. These are some basic areas. But now, as we are having conducive policy environment in the country, this is very much required that we work in this area as well, so that gene editing can be successful to different crops for the different traits, so that our approach should be that how we can harness the full potential of the gene editing, not only one crops, two crops, few traits. We need to use this thing. Need to prioritize the crops, trait, and approach combination. Again, not that everything and everything, right? So in some cases, we don't need to have even genomics assisted breeding. Why we are talking about gene editing, we can fix those things through the traditional breeding. Let's continue to work this thing. We need to bring the good agronomy. So I think we need to think these kind of things, prioritization of crops, trait, and approach combination. I already mentioned about the rapid delivery system, which will be dealt with other fellow speakers, and also the farmers access, etc. Lastly, I think, and many of us, when I was in India also, that many of us done, but somehow we need to come up with this shy feeling or some skepticism that we should not go to the international partnership. I think India has done a lot of great work in many international partnerships. So I think we need to continue to do these things. And these partnerships can help us to get the priority access on many technology. Otherwise, this will be always time lag. So I think these are some of my suggestions or recommendations with these words. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I will be very happy to take any further question. Thank you very much, and back to you, madam and sirs.
Thank you, Rajiv. This was a very comprehensive presentation in which you have given a complete landscape of technologies, a plethora of these, which will then have to be looked at in terms of how do we harness the potential. We request you to stay on, Rajiv, because
Yes, madam. Yes.
have Dr. Singh's talk first, and then maybe we could do the discussion for both the presentations together. So, Dr. Kissin, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Raji, for that exciting technologies, exciting presentation. Very important word using democratization with respect to gene editing. Yes, indeed. Not just the centers of excellence. Very, there's a research and education. We appreciate Raji receiving your recommendations. Thank you very much. Now that we have so many exciting technologies, new products, new processes, so that means that we cannot continue the extension process, which is let's say around millennium. That means a number of challenges in taking this to others. So we have none other than Dr. Singh, who is at the helm of extension in ICAI, who tell us more about the patent processes that are being followed. So,
Chairpersons, distinguished panelists, and respected Dr. Paradaji, Dr. Rajvi Singh ji, Dr. H.S. Gupta ji, Dr. Nawaz Ali ji, Dr. Vasu, and many more seniors who are here, and all the delegates who are in this session. We have been talking about innovations in basically on the research side. But some innovations Dr. Paradaji has always been mentioning, the kind of innovations that they are happening in the field of extension. And often we also mention so that the clinic itself is an innovation, a kind of innovation. And that was able to transform the whole extension system in the country, and also worldwide people are able to have this kind of system. So largely my experience in the clinical systems, that the kind of things which we have been doing, the kind of successes we have been able to achieve. And that I will try to summarize in brief. Now, if you look into the today's, you can say, scenario, there are many things which are happening. Last year, there was wheat reduction because of terminal heat. And there was a lot of inquiry that why did it happen? And this year, when the planning is being made, I have got additional charge of agriculture commissioner also going in the field. So government is very cautious that how this will not happen this year. Area under pricing this year has reduced, and that is also a challenge for us. And basically, the rice will be very high, will be reduced. So that is also kind of charge for which is going to happen. Recently, there are certain, you can say, challenges which are one started by we surveyed on large scale, we find that all 1 to 2% fields are affected, and maybe 5 to 10%. This one, of course, identified of the stunted disease. Now, that we have been the virus. But some of the fields are affected up to 50%. Which will get them out of the hybrids, but in other varieties also. Similarly, these things are from before first to see all on warm last 2 years it has been. This year somehow we are moving to control. And in the forums, people ask basically where the policy is. There is already demand for diversification. Nature agriculture, precision agriculture, and at the same time, indigenous technology practices and the nature level agriculture practices what is in the demand. Mustard area last 2 or 3 years has been tremendously increased, and there has been one policy intervention that they want to bring mustard. Mustard will be sold, and that caused huge change in the entire district. And it's the open market more prices than the high street farmers are able to get. We enhance production and productivity of oilseeds and pulses we are going to replace last 5 years continuously and continue production in significant gains. These are the basic premises concerning what are the successes and where we are working and where we need to focus a little bit more. And extension has to have all kinds of information about this because this becomes a premise for longer innovation. Now, once you look into the pulses unit itself, we find that the area of production and needs, all three have increased on the base year 2015 and 16. And more importantly, almost 9 million tons including pulses production over the base year 2015 and 16 has happened. And also in the productivity front, 655 kg per hectare to almost 853 kg per hectare. So these changes have been quite significant. And we found that there is a amount of technology, which like the rational and practices. And so of course, one, but technology is also contributing very significantly in terms of production gains. Now, coming again to the pulses scenario, and we initially demand production and growth. We look at the mirror to the requirements of now, almost compared to the requirements from the chart at this level. But at the same time, we also look into the dependency and growth, it has gone drastically down from 5,000 crores to almost 11,000 crores now have so benefit to the government into the itself. Rivals, once we got the negotiation extension, how should have happened? Large scale cluster from the negotiations happened. Districts were identified, clusters were identified, technology were identified, it happened. So the first priority is to be the cluster from the negotiations which happened across the country. Seed of 150 seed were created in the country. And quality seeds started producing, and there was a massive increase in the seed replacement rate in pulses. So that has benefited enormously. And policy of course, procurement and other supports which have come up. So these three drivers have actually brought the change in the pulses. And I'm saying because these are the kinds of efforts and innovations which need to be carried forward once we need to fulfill the requirements at the basic level. Secondly, once I see another area where the city there in terms of reduce requirement, almost 60% we have imported from other countries, it will have. So in this aspect also, once you look into the 15-16 days here, there will be no increase in production from 25 million tons to almost 37 tons. So there the tremendous growth in the recent past in case of agriculture pulses. And similarly in case of wheels also 968 per hectare to 1292 kg per hectare. So all there are and once we remove the find 60% of average, you can see there to go in those alliances. So this would be also the guide that pushing this one. So everything that we have even by 20% in the next 5 years, it will move to 30-40 million tons of additional production of edible oils and almost 3 to 4 million tons of edible oil. So there can be no use where the present technology that we have, if you focus on the gas, it can happen. Now, coming to the oil seeds and oil palm, government of India has made a lot of initiatives in terms of cultural device products and also taking to the high potential districts, almost 20 hectares, and also intercropping with other crop varieties, 2 million hectares. So these are the, you can say, the promotional activities of the government of India, which have been taken up. It's also on large quantity level, it has been at a scale. And 15 states have signed MOUs into government for oil palm development. So that is another place the government has come up for oil palm. And oil production from 10.53 million tons to 80 tons by 25 from all sources including oil palm in the target of the government of India. And then it can reduce imports from 60% to 40% by 2025 to 26. So this is another one. The furthest area of the government is working, the company itself is working edible oils, and the economic focus areas and targeting. Climate change, we are embarking everybody talks about the climate. That again has become a priority for extinction. And improving climate change and other requirements which are there for agriculture. Number of integrated farming system others have come up for the small farmers. And these are being actually taken away to the state governments. They are coming forward and they are trying to catch up with all these, you can see IFS models. Micro model of villages from 151 and climate villages, now it is 146 villages, close to 5 villages. And many state governments like Bihar, even Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, and even Maharashtra, they have done the video to have this kind of model that you can say extinction innovations available to ground level. The machines become very, very important once you talk about the promotion of agriculture in small farm members and conditions. So many machines have been developed by ICR itself also. But some of the experimentations which happen in terms of paddy regimen last 3-4 years. And we reduced that the value of paddy residues was reduced by 52%. 60 kVK in a cluster work on it rather than on it. And the reduction in the and those are in the witness of the whole story that how it has come down. Not especially in Punjab, it could not happen with other states also. But in Haryana, you can all of those states, it was quite huge advantage. And this is another model. All of the model, yesterday also discussion was happening. But not only in paddy, but other crops also that will be happening. So this has to be extended to other parts of the country also. Similarly, once the drought came this year, we started talking about the dependency. So suddenly once we asked from the farmers who are dealing with this crop and that crop, they are not in a position to sit, and they do not have that much. But some experience which come from the trees also this year, cotton was tested with strengthening because of the low swing. So more farmers is very smart and innovative, so they had some private savings during earlier, so they uprooted the cotton crop and replaced it by paddy. But I think part of the farmers, they could not be able to share routinely. And that's why contingency plans, which we are developing, they are developing for 600 plus districts. But again, it has to be done in a pre-preparation kind of limitations which is required. And forecasting on a longer term basis, that is not somehow happening. Even IMD evaluation also come 1 year earlier. So it's not a kind of forecast right up now, we have to make it on the research side also at the same time extension side. Climate change villages, I have just talked about that how it has been able to innovate and how it is trying to affect state governments and the model of taking technologies which are suitable for the local conditions. And many of the institutions are used, many of you are I am not going to those are the one. But definitely there are many state governments like Kerala, they are using the IFS models in Tamil Nadu government, farmer fields, they are using the IFS models of ICR. And micro village itself, government of Maharashtra, Bihar, those are coming up. The custom housing center had become another model of success, and then it was taken up through micro project itself. But now these state governments are also coming up, but they also come up with a policy to support the farmers and once we learn that what is the requirement of farmers of the regions and different machines that required to them. And they do have the ranking. So these rankings are very essential for farmers because they do the units and accordingly to have three ranks of private machines and they are just now regarding our resources which are not needed for the farmers. Now, coming to the SDGs and national priorities, the Prime Minister has shown vision times on many of the aspects like in the farmers moving to urban farm, lot of land he has done. And also in one of the speeches, he said that KBP are the lighthouse for the rural area. That is what the word you mentioned while speaking in one of the pages. So there are many things on which we have been speaking. And once you look into this SDG and also the government missions and programs which are listed here, most of the SDG and also the programs are captured. The point is that how efficiently the systems which are there, systems are not only in one department, but there are many departments which are working together. How it can integrate and converge so that things happen faster. Now, coming again, you can say risk minimization and all the aspects. We already started working with chemical system, CCAF, and what we did there in 11 Atari, we wanted to have 11 districts where we could pilot risk recognition of districts, technology identification and prioritization, CSA monitoring, evidence providal, and scaling of CSA at district level. We can happy at the village level, but this effort of having been added and district also is a need for because of full companies are ready and we are working together on this one. The other two things which we are doing with the CSA private and the first chemicals to go to and one of the extension which is monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Somehow this was really focused on dissemination. But continuously monitoring, evaluating, and then learning the really working not working. So these are the evidence, and I show that how the data captured on the open data keeps. At one location, all getting evaluated. And support from ISRI and such institutions, getting artificial intelligence in all those which are required in the extension system. And we want to make a kind of decision support for this annual system that associated everyone. So this has actually revolutionized the whole thing about this. Actually, the system, when they were working on it, that how it can actually capture the findings. So more than 50,000 pounds of data captured, and based on that, the organization has generated that what variety of technology and what are the regions which are working in the field. And that is why we came with the decision that based on the evidences and also the farmers' conditions. Just by advancing the same time between the states, long-term productivity for a state can be raised. The technologies and varieties which we have, and the clusters of districts, we have identified where this kind of approach can go forward. Now, coming to again to malnutrition, there are, you can say, many variants. We talk about the malnutrition, we talk about the undernutrition, children below 5 years. At the same time, obesity we are talking about. So all these three are very, very important. Dr. Anderson was also considering that how these malnutrition aspects can be addressed. Now, looking into ICR, we started a project integrating gender and nutrition together. We call it nutrition strategy and resources and innovation. And we try to focus on three things. One was the production of derived varieties. Then nutrition map of the district itself. That what is being running there, which is nutrition rich at the local level. So that map, nutrition map, And then creating a kind of multi-color support of the home sciences which we have in our chemical system. And then promoting multi-gardens in large scale. So and companies in this project are together and large successes are happening. We are also tied up with the strong conclusion. We are working on this aspect. And several collaborations one of the discussion, and we have this one as a routine regarding the agenda for promotion for unnecessary RF. And this is how we started. We wanted that we should create some model villages and model farms at the farmers level. And we should have information on the start within the country, different to different stakeholders, and how we can address women and children and health issues. Now, women have been again talked about quite results in the last 2 years. 2018 was celebrated as the capacity of the period. Women that we have proposed nations to have a diversity of models as 2023. And once we look into the scenario, we have almost 80% of Asia's total models and 20% of the global production, but somehow market we are not able to catch. Somehow, so encouraging thing is that on production fronts also we are not lesser than like global average is 12.29 kg and our is 12.39 kg per hectare. So almost equally we are standing on the productivity levels, which have been held quite often in the past. I mean, it many organizations government of India has brought, even 400-500 startups having sanctioned the government of India, and many of them are coming with various products. So this is again going to be a big subject of extension in the near future. Now, crop diversification I mentioned earlier also that rice and wheat, you find that almost it has replaced other cropping systems in this in the Velvetic plains. So how it can be commercialized? Government of Haryana has come up with the various kinds of approaches to address the seafood. And once we look at the annual groundwater we have in Haryana, it is here 7% of its acceptable groundwater resources. So this is how things have been happening in the past. Now we can check. Then we have come up with the various schemes to incentivize farmers for diversification, maize, cotton, bajra, pulses, fruits, and vegetables. These are being promoted in the 7,000 crore that Haryana is giving to the farmers those who are doing for these crops. So there are many, you can say, state governments like Madhya Pradesh has come up with a market-driven crop diversification scheme. And they are also trying to support our vegetables and the seed plants. So there is an intention. Mustard, last time I had a discussion with the state governments, Haryana and Punjab, and there is a consensus that maize, mustard, and these three crops can benefit farmers as much. I don't know the rice and wheat. And if it is actually taken up on a large scale, it can keep it surely unavailable. Now, finally, to the digitization, MP Kisan Portal government of India has created. More than 5 million farmers are registered, and all the farmers are connected to the KVKs. So, digitization is happening in the way. Similarly, there are more than 2 labs on different campuses, and they are also being implemented for sharing knowledge and information. Digitalization is playing a big role in reaching to the farmers. Similarly, there are 3.5 lakhs common service centers. And we are also trying to map these common service centers with the KVKs, and farmers who are trying to visit common service centers for different services. From there also they can make a video call to the farmers. So a lot more innovations and linkages being created in this aspect. Similarly, government advisory services, those 200 KVKs is already placed, and advisory services are being given to the farmers based on the IMD forecast. Kisan Saathi, again, the recent platform created by ICR towards digital agriculture. on the one side, on the Prime Minister, in the direction of the Prime Minister. But it's not a lot messages from one side by LCR and say 10 crore, 20 crore messages. May not be eventually way out to the farmers. If we estimate the farmers can ask whether they need, and then accordingly the responses should go to the farmers. So we are trying to map out the village of the country. And from each village, 15 to 20 farmers. So this is under design a kind of policy we are trying to bring. Already particular farmers from different villages have captured on this program. And once we create those villages and we capture them into the system also, having all the information about the systems and the systems happening there, and then based on that, you can say customized advisory to the villages can go. FPO, it's a kind of aggregation model, government of India is pushing 10,000 FPOs, and it's you can see the smaller version of the self-help groups, now bigger version is the FPO community groups which are coming, and it's a welcome sign. More farmers can come together. 10,000 farmers can come. 300 is you can see minimum number of farmers in the plain area, 100 in the hill regions to come into our FPO. And this can create a change. People are seeing that FPOs can make a change in the whole damage of extinction. It's a kind of regulation model for knowledge sharing, for input management, and also marketing and organization. Everything can happen around the farm. Kenya also have started opening FPOs, and they are looking for the model FPO for other FPOs which are moving by the organizations. So coming to the way forward, there are 3 points I will just mention earlier also. In gas and monitoring relation work with this, how can one prioritize the extension system? There are different departments who are engaged, so how they can be brought together. So the director is not the subject of one department. And we still are in the so how they can be brought on one platform. Research and scaling are happening at the same time. And different model is shown this to us. And they have designed in the villages with the farmers' participation and we were able to establish it. And then farmers' participatory approach for renewable development to technologies into the extension that our many programs with FPO are in farmers' first project of ICR, even Maria project of ICR, all these are meaning towards farmers' participatory approach. Food system and ecosystem approach to renewable and sustainable agriculture has been part of extinction. Not only you can say the production productivity covering area, but sustainable aspects, ecosystem aspects which are very, very important. Actually go in the advice also to the farmers. That will not be the past. Then climate agriculture, digitalization is long time forecasting, very, very important. Maybe efficient agriculture technology for the small farmers. And one of the things I would like to focus on, we are trying to build a system, mechanism in the support of swimming. And we come together again, we have identified their villages. How we can create a convergence program at the state level and district level, having different partners together. And we can pursue the things together. In large scale awareness and master technology, simulation available advanced, but it should not happen in one village forward, but how it can be scaled up. On some models, what I discussed earlier, it is on a large scale, so things happen. Technology centric extension happening, and it is not achieved. So that is last you can say economy and how we have been moved, right? Thank you very much for giving time to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Please have seats. Thank you. Thanks to Dr. Singh for a very comprehensive presentation. In light of various aspects on which ICR and universities are working together. And summarize the things way forward very well, that first there should be need assessment. And he discussed about, he started discussion with the pulses. Wonderful progress. But again, there are inventions, and inventions were properly proved by the extension system. And weakness was notified, seed production, and then there was process plant. So what we have need to do in case of oil seeds, etc. Nikra, climate resilient agriculture. Very wonderful. What is going on? Successful. It's been demonstrated to the farmer, and it is coming out that integrated farming system is very, very important when we talk of climate resilience. The reality warming solution. Yeah, also 50%. This came into. So we should not see one thing in isolation. That is what we responded to whenever government asked directly to be. She does not. I said, okay, I join, but I will not do that. So there are, so this is one point which can probably go into recommendation that rather than incidence, we should go for air quality index. And Dr. Egerson also mentioned about MBL project. I will not go into detail. And crowd diversification also. FPO, very, very important. Some states will make good progress, others could not. Similar diversification, Haryana, the other wish they could do better than Punjab. Punjab situation entirely different because we need diversification in Kharif season. Wheat is not a big problem. We don't have any option there. I have no options. For example, agriculture is more important in Haryana. So it has to be region specific approach. And that is what we are doing. We have to lay more emphasis. So with that, let us have some discussion. Dr. Vashin is also waiting, and that's how has to go. So we have separated the discussion part in discussion in two parts. So let us have only 10 minutes because we are running late. Because I expect there will be many questions. On one side is gene editing, the latest science, and other side is extension going to the farmer, understanding farmers, how to approach them. Yes, please.
Thank you, sir. So my question is for Dr. A.K. Singh. So what is, in your opinion, the role of agricultural education in changing the extension system in the country as it exists today? Should the education be modified to make it more demand-driven? And secondly, do you see the role of privatization in the agricultural extension in India, similar to, say, the Dutch system, where privatization occurred in the 1990s, and today they have a very robust agricultural industry? So these are my two questions.
Thank you very much. Education has role everywhere. And ICR extension is actually extension education. So we can't deny that education is very crucial, and right from the graduation level, we have got a RAWE program. We might be doing it better being in education division. And purpose is that how students right from their student age, they can be linked with the farmers. They can understand the farmers' conditions. And similarly, course curriculum, of late, we have been talking about that there has to be practical orientation more on what we are teaching. So all are going to be very, very crucial. Actually, I perceive working in the, you can say, the extension system and also a long time with the university and ICR institutions. I find that once we are graduating somebody, post-graduating, maybe at the PhD level, somebody is getting degree, he may be more oriented towards research. But there are many who are not going towards research side. And their number is a little bit more than what they are going towards research side. So those who are having graduation and post-graduation degrees, there has to be practical orientation more. And accordingly, we have to have, and probably education, new education policy has come up with different kinds of options. People can choose the orientations and options, that what skills they need actually as a graduate and also postgraduate, which they can practice once they go out from here. So that is one part. The second part of the question, you mentioned that the private and others have to come. Many of the countries, they have privatized their extension. Many countries, they have got a multiple extension system. Multi players are there like India, and this kind of model in many countries. So both have got its advantages and disadvantages. And Netherlands is one country which has completely privatized, but last year I went there and their ministry was saying that once we are trying to focus on the natural aspects, environmental aspects, private is not that much concerned about the, you can say, the ecosystems and others. So profit orientation is more. And they do not care other aspects which are very, very important of the countries. Similarly, those who are farmers who are bigger in nature, you can say they have got large land holdings, economically rich. So they are paying for the extension services. Private means you have to pay for the services. And farmers, our farmers are, you can say, very poor, mostly 80% below 1 hectare. They don't have capacity to pay for the extension services, advisory and others. But in our country also, those who are specialized farmers, they are going for consultants. They are even going to the other countries to bring new technologies. So a kind of mixed system is there. Of course, there has to be more private intervention in our country. Seed sectors they have come, but not as such in the extension system. Private is not that much. They are in the fertilizer, they are in the pesticides and others input management aspects, but not much in the advisory role. Their advisory is limited only to their own products for a marketing orientation. So there has to be a blend, and that will be better for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta.
I have a question for Dr. A.K. Singh, followed by Dr. Rajiv Varshney. Dr. Singh, it is very impressive to see the presentation and the role of extension in ensuring food nutrition and nutritional security, especially with pulses and ILC part you showed. The data is very impressive, and the country has got benefit of that. In your opinion, have we been able to harness full potential of KVKs in the country? KVKs are wonderful innovation and really they have helped us a lot. But have we reached, are we having the efficiency or still will there is scope to harness more?
Yes, the possibility to enhance the scope. KVK have come a long way. Previously, KVK were not much open to the, you can say, other departments and other systems, but now they are open to all. Basically, they were restricted to, you can say, the ICR setup and on a few limited scale, but since they have got the exposure, all policy makers know that there is one entity. So many ministries which are there, they are preparing plans. They also look into the possibility of linking KVK with these programs. So many places we find fundings are also coming, programs are also coming to the KVK. But of course, I will say, and I will agree with you, the question which you have made, that efficiency has to be utilized further. As such, ICR funding is very limited. So from that, we can't expect even a smaller project, we fund crores of rupees towards contingency. But here, contingency is very limited in the KVK system. So harness the scope, we have to have the equipment. We have to create an innovative technology platform, innovative practical training centers. They have to be. And if they have to be innovative practical training centers, they have to have all kinds of equipments and facilities. Somebody has to come to practice there. So on which he has to practice. So that kind of platform has to be created at the KVK. Basically, KVK is an innovation platform. They innovate working with the farmers and different kinds of systems, different kinds of practices. And many of the recommendations which are coming, once they go to the field, they get tailored as per the farmer's needs. What the breeder recommends, what the university recommends, many times all those are not followed as such. And farmers with their own wisdom and working with the KVK, they innovate a little bit. So it has to be, you can say, there has to be a lot of scope to further increase the efficiency of KVKs. I agree with that.
Last one, please.
Fast one.
Very much, sir. Good morning, sir.
I think, yeah,
That I said fast one, and that we thought that no more question, doctor. Please.
Thank you, sir. This is Anupama Singh from IRI. Good morning, sir. So, sir, this question is a little bit related to the last question asked on the privatization. My question is related to that only because when we are talking about the input cost, input industry versus, our hand-in-hand relationship, that is what we called as the PPP model. So, sir, my question is for AK Singh, sir. Sir, how are we, is there some proposal or a system wherein, a single window system regarding the extension education to the farmers, wherein industry and our, the ICAR and ministry, they are working together so that there is a harmonized flow of information of a single kind to the farmers. Because when I interact with industry has its own extension programs and so, sir, is there that kind of plan to do that?
Well, the single window system you are talking about, that how private and public can come together. Platform can be created. Basically, knowledge system is generated by the public system, and of course, for many of the communities. And based on that, input and other industries are being run by them. So both are, in one way, they are dependent on each other. Technology generated by you, basically upscaled by them in terms of producing more and more quantity of seeds and other aspects. It can be blended, it can be even made better. And I will advise more towards research side, they should come and invest more in research side. And how private and public can do research together, which is happening in other countries, which is not happening in our country. The sponsored projects come to us, but it's not a joint, you can say, venture for research in India, which that will revolutionize the whole scenario.
thank you, Dr. Singh. And yes, we are running half an hour behind schedule. Dr. Gupta had a question for Rajiv, but we'll take it offline. Dr. Gupta, Rajiv will connect with you offline and get the questions done later. So thank you very much to Dr. Rajiv Vashni and Dr. AK Singh. And I know Dr. AK Singh has to leave, so thank you very much, Dr. Singh. We move on to our next two speakers. We are 30 minutes behind schedule. A request if you can try to bring down your presentation by as much time as you can to make it more focused and slides. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Madam. Honorable chairs, co-chairs, my peers, mentors, teachers, colleagues. First of all, my gratitude to the organizers, especially Dr. Deva sir, for this opportunity. Share some of thoughts on how we scale regional agriculture to achieve one challenges what we towards food nutrition and environmental security and ultimately contributing to the sustainable development goals. And when we talk about those, I think we have challenges. And when we talk about challenges especially in the small order systems, and we have really unparalleled challenges. Because the region where we are sitting is a global hotspot for contemporary as well as the future climatic variability. Our natural resources are highly stressed, we all know about it. And at the same time, everybody is talking, we need more food, rather more nutritious food from less of the inputs. And also the degraded natural resources. On top of that, we are facing a lot of variability of the climate, what Dr. Singh have highlighted about the thermal heat and other challenges. And if you look at the global map on the small order dominance, I think all the red areas in the map are very small order farmers. And those small order farmers are either in Asia, especially South Asia, or Africa, And these smallholder farmers are very important for us because 75% of the food that we consume in Asia and Africa comes from the smallholder farmers. So the smallholder farmers are not important from the perspective of their own sustenance, but also from the perspective of our food security for the future. Also, when we talk about the smallholder farmer dominance, the water scarcity areas and the malnourishment, I think they are together. So wherever you see the dominance of the smallholder farmers, the dominance of the water scarcity areas, that's the effort spot for the malnourishment. So they are closely linked. So there is a strong relationship. I think we need to see things from a totality perspective. We've been talking about climate change, but what cost we have paid already because of the climate change and our, the greenhouse gas emissions coming out of our interference has contributed significantly in terms of the growth of our effective productivity. And effective productivity growth in agriculture has slowed down over the past 2 decades by 21%, which is equivalent to a slowdown of last 7 years of the productivity growth, which is significant. And when we talk about India, we are sitting at the global average. That means we have lost 21% of the total effective productivity over the past 2 decades because of the climate change, and climate change because of the human interference. Also, when we talk about the food systems, there are a whole lot of environmental footprints of the food systems. And the food systems globally are contributing to something 18 gigatons of the carbon dioxide equivalent, and 34% of that is so because of the agriculture. But when we talk about food systems, I think it's not the production, but it's whole value chain. The production per se is contributing to 71% of the total environmental of our food systems, and the rest are coming from the value chain activities, processing, marketing, and the consumption. So I think we have to set our production systems right to reduce the environmental footprints of our food systems. We all know about the water scarcity. We are in a scarce region, water scarce region, and that is set to go to 550 cubic meter per year by 2050. We cannot survive with that. I think we need to do a lot. And whereas the precipitation scenarios are really unreliable, and we can see this season even what we are facing, somewhere the continuous rain and go to the east, it's already drought. So I think that's a really unreliable, which is a huge challenge. At the same time, the biodiversity. I think that's the foundation the mention was made yesterday by several speakers, that we need to conserve our biodiversity. But at the same time, when we talk about the climate scenario, the temperature scenarios, we will go for the extinction of 20-30% of the biodiversity because of the temperature changes, even if it is 1.5 to 2.5 degree centigrade rise. If it goes further, 40 to 70% species go at extinction of the biodiversity. We cannot survive with that. And I think when we talk about the drylands, the pollinators are very, very important. And there's a lot of pollinators in the dryland. I think climate change is posing a serious risk on the pollinators. And I think that's what we need to do and work on how to conserve our biodiversity. Facing this year, the fertilizer crisis, the energy crisis, and I was reading the news this morning in the Times where they said in Europe, the fertilizer crisis is intensifying and there's a threat on the food security. That's the news this morning came. So in terms of the energy crisis, if you look at this 1974, there was a fertilizer crisis, energy crisis, and there was a food crisis. So that's closely linked. Again, in 2008, there was an energy crisis, fertilizer crisis, and food crisis. And now, in 2021-22, we are facing the same crisis. And you can see, because of this, in 1974, the fertilizer prices plunged to 4x. In 2008, 2x. And now in 21-22, again 3x. So, the one ton of the fertilizer was $445 to $1,200. I think there is significant increase, and which is further creating a problem. We have to solve that. Pest and diseases, I think we are emerging, and then we see this stunted rice in Punjab and Haryana. There's another, so we have several diseases, and they are coming, there are effect of the climatic variability or the climate change. At the same time, if you look at the global cropland extent and the change over past 2 decades, I think where we are sitting, there is no scope for the expansion. We are already stable in terms of the expansion. That means if we have to produce the food for the future, we have only way is sustainable intensification. There is no way to expand the land under cultivation. And at the same time, we are talking about sustainable development goals. We left only with 8 annual harvests to go to achieve our sustainable development goals. That means we need to move and move faster. Not only to stop the degenerating of our natural resources, but rather regenerating them. And for that, we need to have regenerative agriculture. So when we talk about regenerative agriculture, I think we talk about soil conservation as an entry point. To regenerate and contribute to the multiple provisioning, regulating and supporting the ecosystem services. And also that helps in enhancing the environmental, social, and economic dimensions of our sustainable food systems. And for that, there are several practices and principles for regenerative agriculture, and they are listed here. And more of those options and practices are related to conservation agriculture, soil carbon sequestration, agroforestry, some of the livestock, so strategy for transforming our food systems. And when we talk about the strategy of transforming our food systems, I think we need to have a holistic approach. Starting from the quality science. The science for food systems transformation to sustainable development goals. We need strategic and complementary partnership. All actors come together, work together. There is a for the quantity of foundations of the civil society, but we need to have the research and development. So, some curriculum, that means our focus should be one health, towards the food systems approach. And also, something very important what Dr. A.K. Singh indicated, the science of the scaling, extension is not simple. There is a whole lot of science in extension. So we need to have science in scaling. And that's the systemic transformation through regenerative agriculture. Now, when you talk about scaling regenerative agriculture, there are challenges. Challenges because most of our agriculture research and development has been component focused. Agronomy for rice or agronomy for wheat or weed management for rice or scaling and the potential for impact of the scale. Because the trade-offs between and of course our regenerative agriculture practices. Because our farming system, the farmer got everything. There's a socio-economic dimension, there's a genetics dimension, there's ecological dimensions, so we cannot afford to work in isolation. We cannot afford to have the community-based approach. And I think we need to see the synergies and trade-offs. What is our objective? Up to what level we can increase the profitability, but not at the cost of the ecosystem services. We need to converge. We need to find out that point of convergence. So, with this background, I would propose 10-point agenda for scaling regenerative agriculture. The first one is, one size doesn't fit all, and I think that's what we've been doing, because we can have a common set of principles that can be identified, but the large diversity of the farms, or the farming systems, or the farmer circumstances, and the take-off points across the diversity, that means we need tailored approach, which is needed for implementation of the regenerative agriculture practices. And when we talk about that tailored approach, that means we have to integrate genetics, ecological, and socio-economic and information, and consider the farming household issues rather than the community or a component approach. So that's one. And to do that, we have tools and approaches. And our colleagues at the research have developed this toolbox for designing the sustainable farming systems that can be used, keeping in view the different dimensions of the sustainability, whether it's environmental or productivity or economics or the human well-being or the societal. I think we need to integrate it. So I will not go to the detail, but there's a toolbox available for designing our farming system to achieve all those. Now, the second one is mapping crop types and prioritize cropping and farming systems for deploying regenerative agriculture. We cannot do it everywhere, but I think if we don't know what crop types, what cropping systems, what farming system exist where, we cannot target. So I think we need to do that. There has been a significant advancement in geospatial technologies, which can help us in spatial and temporal mapping of the crop types and the cropping system for deploying regenerative agriculture. And I think we have colleagues, so our colleague Murli came up with this paper recently, on identification. There are approaches, tools, techniques available for identifying or mapping the crop types. And this can help in defining the regenerative agriculture input value chains, market linkages, and also the knowledge hubs for scaling of regenerative agriculture practices. Now, when we talk about the fertilizer crisis, for example, how legumes can help in addressing some of those issues. If you don't apply nitrogen, the crop looks like this is nitrogen, right? So the urea effect you can see here. Now, we came up with a synthesis paper recently in field crop research on the biological nitrogen fixes and prospects for the ecological intensification. I think there's a huge opportunity because we are using a lot of nitrogen fertilizer, but I think there's a huge potential. For example, grain legumes got to 35 teragrams of the nitrogen annually through biological nitrogen fixes. How to capitalize on that and address this issue? So there are opportunities. I think regenerative agriculture process includes rotations, cropping systems, diversification. All those elements can help us. The third one is targeted bundle system solutions, not the things in isolation. And when we talk about those, I think when we talk about the sustainability, there are three pillars: the planet, the people, and the profit. I think the planet part is bigger one, and I think we need to consider that not only the profits or not only the people. All three P's are very, very important to achieve the sustainability. And for that, we need science evidence-based consensus with context and farming systems specific adapted bundle regenerative agriculture practices with very well-defined recommendation domains and for their accelerated adoption. And for that, again, we have the whole farm biometric models to design those farming systems. Now, the fourth one is the phased build-on approach, because neither we have the full package of regenerative agriculture ready today, nor those can be developed overnight. At the same time, that doesn't mean that we should wait for long. So we can start doing something. And that's what I say, phased approach that would help us immediately taking what we have in ourselves and building the confidence with the farmers or the community. Like what we do with the builders, right? So somebody buy a plot, somebody buy a half constructed house, somebody buy a full constructed house, somebody buys a fully furnished house. Everybody got a domain, right? That's the approach we can use for regenerative agriculture. So, and we can make use of our success stories, learnings, constraints and opportunities for scaling regenerative agriculture. The fifth one, yesterday mention was made about the biologicals. I think when we talk about regenerative agriculture, it's just not regenerating soils, but that link to the whole human health. We need to have the biobanks for regenerative agriculture. There are a lot of biologicals involved and microorganisms involved. We need to have those biobanks because the soil crop microbiome interactions govern the management practices, the production potential and sustainability of the regenerative agriculture systems. And you can see this, if you got a positive side of the microbiome, then you got good health, and you got a negative side of the microbiome, you have a poor health. So I think that microbiome is linked to the human health. So we need to establish the biobanks. And I think for that we need comprehensive strategy, research that would be needed for ecological protection of the rhizosphere microbes and all those things. This is there are a lot of digital tools, and we have digital agriculture principle and this set. People, the digital agriculture tools for scaling regenerative agriculture. Artificial intelligence and computer-based systems for disease and all those forecasts, because those are needed for regenerative agriculture. The machine learning tools and techniques. The IoT-based sensors, how come 15 minutes is over? I'm already 15 minutes. Okay. Then the approaches, tools, protocols, processes, and ecosystem service. 5, okay. Thank you. Towards the environmental, social, and economic dimensions. And I think when we talk about the farmers, the potential of farmers to directly benefit from the soil carbon sequestration may be limited, but the life cycle analysis can provide larger carbon offsets, incentivizing farmers through carbon credits and ecosystem services from regenerative agriculture. But for that, we need approaches, tools, protocols for the tracking, verification, and enabling policies to mainstream those things and incentivize farmers for the carbon credits and create a pull factor for adoption of regenerative agriculture practices. And I will give just this example. We did an analysis. Take the example of Punjab, we can target 1.5 million hectare goes to the direct seeding of rice and 0 tillage of wheat, and 500,000 is going for diversification. From that 2 million hectare, we can reduce 10 million tons of the carbon dioxide equivalent in Punjab alone. That will generate 800 crore rupees in terms of the incentivization through carbon credits. That will also save 13 kilometer cubes of the water. That will also save 1,100 crore rupees on the electricity cost for the government, and also 150 plus crore rupees on the nitrogen fertilizer saving. So that's a win-win. That's a perfect business model. Government is benefited, farmer is benefited, society is benefited, and of course science is benefited. And for that we need business models. So we need to define the business models and market opportunities. And I think that's something very, very important for scaling. So when we talk about business model, starting from the market segmentation up to the implementation, but for that we need comprehensive assessment of the consumer perceptions and preferences in terms of the food coming from regenerative agriculture, the market size for those products, whether it's a local level or regional level or the international level, and also the entrepreneurship opportunities. For example, not only the agriculture produce, but also, for example, the carbon market through regenerative agriculture. There are a whole lot of potential opportunities for aligning these with the government's commitments and agenda towards sustainable development goals. There are, obligations of the people towards the carbon neutrality, so there is a buy-in, and the marketplace can provide this opportunity, and which can create a pull factor for adoption of regenerative agriculture. The market size for carbon credit is $300 billion a year, which is significant. I think how much we can take out of this in agriculture and help farmers for adoption of regenerative agriculture. Recently, Lok Sabha, the Indian Parliament have passed this bill to set up a nationwide carbon trading market. So there's a whole lot of opportunity around carbon trading. The 9th one is on capacity development certification courses. I think we need to have a new cadre of people, a whole lot of people, not only researchers, extension, farmers, and everyone. We need to have courses in our curriculum, certification courses and professional courses, very structured one. And I think we need to have a center of excellence on regenerative agriculture if we really talk about regenerative agriculture in this country. The last one is science, evidence-based policy and investments. And I think when we talk about regenerative agriculture, I put conservation agriculture of the regenerative agriculture. There are a whole lot of benefits of conservation agriculture. A mention was made yesterday by all our peers. But then, when we talk about that, I think optimization of the regenerative agriculture requires the attention to the location-specific performance. And that's why we came up with one of our paper just recently. But when we talk about regenerative agriculture or conservation agriculture, that directly contributes to 8 sustainable development goals. And indirectly through enabling policy contribute to all of those. But if we don't do that, we do the subsistence agriculture that negatively contribute to several sustainable development goals, but at the same time, the commercial farming or traditional farming, whatever we say, conventional, also contribute to negatively to several of those sustainable development goals. So with this, thank you so much for this opportunity. I would like to share with you, we at ICRISAT, in 50 years of our establishment, celebrating 50 years of ICRISAT, you all are welcome. We need your support, guidance, blessings for this celebration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruchak, for a very comprehensive presentation. Dr. Pandya, yes, we are running very, very late on time, and I think we'll have to apologize to the audience here that we will not be able to have a discussion at the end of this two very interesting talks, because I can see where the clock is going. We'll hear Dr. Pandya, but if there are any questions, I'm sure the organizers will be happy to take your questions and get them to the speakers offline. So, Dr. Pandya, over to you.
Thank you. Honorable Chair and Co-Chair and others on the dais, Dr. Paroda, Dr. Radhi Singh, and all the other eminent people in the audience. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And I will talk very briefly. I have only 4 slides. And I want to talk about protecting innovations, which is the topic given to me. What do we need for innovations in agri input industry? I'll talk more about input industry because that's what I represent. World research and innovation is critical for achieving nutritional security, food security, and SDGs. SDG number 2, 3, 12, they are directly related to this. Also, SDG number 9, which talks of industry, innovation, and infrastructure, is also directly related to this. I think 4 SDGs are related to this particular aspect. Protecting innovations through legal and administrative means is important. You know, we have had 75 years, we're just celebrating 75 years of independence, but the first 35 years went under a different economic model where we believed that everything is public good. And the importance of private investment started only after 1991, and TRIPS compliances started only from 1996. So our intellectual property regime is only 25 years old. And in 25 years, we are yet to overcome the old, what we call in philosophy as vasanas of the previous 50 years of the socialistic pattern that we had, where everything was considered to be public good. So protecting innovations through, we have legal and we have to have administrative measures. It is important to encourage investments, otherwise investments will not come. That is the first reason why we need protection. The second reason why we need protection is that the investor who has got protection will take care of the stewardship of the technology. If there is no protection and if there is no owner of the technology, there is no stewardship for the technology. And a technology without stewardship will not only cause disasters, but also it will be short-lived. So I think for us to extract full value from any technology and utilize its full life cycle, we must be able to actually protect such a technology. Whether it comes from public or private, it doesn't matter. Return on investment in private is calculated purely in terms of money, while return on investment in public might be calculated in different ways. But there has to be a return. You can't spend thousands of crores every year without calculating what the return. If you see the total research investment in India is still very low. As I have said here, for a 40 lakh crore GVA, agricultural GVA of the country, we don't even spend 40,000 crores on research. Our research expenditure in agriculture is even less than 20,000 crores. If you take, including ICAR's budget of 8,500 crores. So it's a very, very, very low investment. And private industry doesn't invest because of lack of protection or lack of enforcement of the laws. So I think I will talk a little more about that. But new crop protection products, plant nutrition products, biological products, seed varieties, biotech traits, planting materials, these are all digital algorithms. These are all examples of innovation that takes place in this space. There is an innovation market and there is a product market. Innovation is no use unless it finds a product market, because it is a product market which takes it through the commercial route to the ultimate user. If the ultimate user doesn't use it, it is of no use sitting in the laboratory. So unless an innovation is used by a large number of people and unless it creates a large impact on the end user level, that innovation is of no use. I think we must understand that point very clearly, that innovations must produce impact at the end user level. Innovation in products, processes, services, etc., are a result of huge investments manpower, intellectual manpower, and efforts, intellectual efforts and investments which are spent over many years. That's why they need protection. If you have to derive maximum benefit from the investments that are made there. It's are lost today. There's one stealing of products in the market. Okay. And seeds, I'll talk more about seeds here. Breeding material from the research programs is lost on a regular basis. Parent seed from production fields is lost. Bulk seed from production fields is lost. If you say, I will give you an example of cotton. Cotton market is a 4.5 crore packets market. There is a single product which sells 60 lakh packets, which are the market leader. And 60 lakh packets of the product is sold by illegal operators. Those are stolen the parent material. So you can say that stealing that happens in seed industry is phenomenal. It is very difficult. That's why industry doesn't invest in opium much, and that's one of the reasons why private investments in opium crops is very, very low. You can't planting materials, traits. We have a huge problem with protecting traits in the country, and we have seen the problem of HTBT, illegal HTBT, which is stolen and being used today, occupying almost 20% of the cotton area. So there is not only a loss for those who follow the rules, but also it's a loss for environment, it's a loss of revenue for the government, and we don't know what seed actually goes to the farmer. So I think it's very easy to show, and you see maize. If you go to markets at Bihar, more than the market is with stolen products. And this is a problem that in the country, if the enforcement is not there, then what can happen? And which actually causes collapse of the markets. Copying of products and nutrition products and biological products is also very, very rampant. Fake and spurious products is a very common phenomenon for us, not only in agri inputs, but in any industry we take, fake and spurious products really prevail in the markets, which is actually a violation of product and trademark intellectual property. Hacking of digital systems and algorithms is also being done today with so many apps operating at farmers level. We have come across cases where people have hacked those algorithms and increased, some of the companies have increased their dosages by hacking somebody else's algorithm, and farmers were made to use higher dosages and they lost crops. I think there are many examples where fundamentally, I would say that enforcement is on one side, law is on one side, but we have to look beyond law. What are our ethics? What is the way in which we want to run our businesses, and what is the way in which we want to really create an ecosystem, create an economy that we want to all enjoy together. So I think this propensity to actually take somebody's property is very high. I think it comes from the time of Ravan, who wanted to take the property of Rama. Right? From that time, we still follow the same principle today, that let us take the property of somebody else illegally. So I think that tendency has to stop, which is more cultural in nature than actually anything legal, right? So legal has certain limitations beyond which it cannot go, because it also depends on enforcement. But I think we have to create a lot of awareness, and we have to have intent. That is very important. Administrative focus is completely lacking when it comes to agricultural innovations, protecting them at the ground level, and political level is completely lacking. Because for politics, it suits very well to say that everything is available to everybody. So I think that is also another area we need to look at. So we move forward. Few suggestions, sir. First is that we have to create awareness. Mr. Commissioner, what is an agricultural innovation? Does the agricultural officer in the field, does he know what is an agricultural innovation? Does he know how to protect it? How to does he know? And there must be awareness creation among such people who are law enforcement agencies, but also among farmers, among consumers. The common perception among consumers is that any patent or any protection for intellectual property is undefined. Perception among people. So we have to educate the people that an intellectual property is good for the farmer. It's value to the farmer because it is farmer's choice to buy it or not. If he buys only because that's value out of it. And I think that must be actually propagated among people and must be explained to them that it was good for the society. Capacity building programs are needed. Government and police officers at the district level, they are completely unaware of intellectual property matters, whether it is agriculture or anything else. I think that capacity building programs have to take place, and how to identify infringements and how to take appropriate action under the law, they must know. IP matters go in courts for years together, but then the technology or that innovation has lost its value. And the best IP court in the country is Delhi High Court, but everything cannot come to Delhi High Court. So there has to be IP benches at the district level which dispose of IP cases on a quick basis, on a fast track basis. IP registrations should be provided in time-bound processes. I think there is an area where we have to improve substantially, and it has to be efficient and trust building. Keep IP applications pending for 5 years, 10 years. By then, the importance is lost. And how to assess the efficiency of an IP office, whether it is a patent office or PVP office. You have to assess it by the number of people who have filed applications. If you have confidence in the system, you will file applications. And then how many are approved, how many are sanctioned. That tracking has to be made that how efficiently they are operating in these offices. There is ambiguity between people and the Patents Act, Section 3J, went on to Supreme Court. This is not yet clarified. It is up to the government to clarify this and for the parliament to clarify this. Without this, I can assure you that there will not be much investment in biotechnology in the country from private sector. Because this is a very critical component of intellectual property protection of trades in the country. So that is also something which needs immediate. And on more positive note, I would say that we must promote research and innovation in agriculture, but we must promote market-driven innovation and research. There is no point in developing something and trying to then search for the market for that. You develop a solution and then search for the problem. That should not be the case. The problems must form the basis for creating research objectives, and they must be based on market needs. We have to recognize that high impact innovations, all innovations are not of the same level. Some innovations are much more higher impact innovations, some are lesser impact innovations. We must differentiate between the two, and we must actually reward and recognize high impact innovations which make a difference to multiple stakeholders. I ran companies, seed companies. I used to reward my breeders on the basis of how much market share his product has achieved. Right? If there is no such measurement, somebody whose product has achieved 1% market share and somebody whose product has achieved 50% market share, the same, like we're trading both in the same way. So you must differentiate between that. And those who are helping in conserving natural resources or sustainable agriculture practices, including grassroots level innovation, they must recognize these innovations. They must be method of doing it. Build that agriculture colleges at undergraduate level or graduate level, and appreciation of intellectual property. Where you should follow intellectual property protection, where you should respect others' intellectual property, and what does it do to you and to the society and to the farmers. This must be given at that stage itself so that they come into the market, they come into the jobs with a background of this into the mind. Because there are hundreds of people in the world who are activists, who are called activists, who are telling us every day that intellectual property protection is bad, right? So unless you have some kind of training in this at that stage in the college, you will not actually understand this conflict between that and this. So I think there is a need to develop a culture of creating respect and protecting IP. Political will at center and states to protect intellectual property is very important. It is sorely lacking in many states. It is sorely lacking in many of the places. I think there is something on which we need to have a definite debate in the country. There is an economist called Schumpeter, 1934. He formulated the theory of creative destruction. And this is where actually governments make mistakes with policies, that they don't understand this concept of creative destruction, which says that every innovation is followed by a brief period of monopoly because the innovator has an advantage over others. And we're all scared of that period of monopoly. And then we come down and clamp down on them. But that will be immediately followed by competition. And the competition leads to creation of more efficiency in the system. More efficiency creates more wealth in the system for everybody. This is a formula which he talked about as creative destruction. Every economist understand this, but the politicians don't understand that. And the administrators also don't understand that very well. So I think this is something we need to understand. This is good for the system. It is good to have innovations going through that cycle. And then prices automatically get controlled by competition. If you don't allow competition into the market, then you will allow monopolies. I think that is what has happened with Viticotta in the country. We have not allowed new technologies to come in. So the original person who came enjoyed this for 15 years. Otherwise, in a normal cycle, competition should come in within 3-4 years, and then that's the check on prices and other things. So this is a paper I just want to quote. I don't want to go into the details. There's a paper by David Spielman of IFPRA and Deepthi Kolade, Anthony, and M. Chandrasekhar Rao of our Institute of Economic Growth here, which talks of this relationship between innovation, market structure, and policy. What is the relation between these three, and how does it benefit the society? And if the policies are not proper, role of policy in influencing this relationship. The policy must measure R&D investment trends, firm sizes, industry concentration, barriers to market entry, strategic corporate behavior, cost efficiency and welfare outcomes. This is a completely different area in terms of innovation, and it's very important to understand this. I want to say that what is the role of industry, or what is the responsibility of industry in this? I would say number one is that stewardship of any technology, they must do properly, and it must be taken for a longer period of time for its utilization. We should do in such a way that it will be misused. Number two is to deliver quality products using the new technologies. And third is self-regulation. You know, the normal criticism which comes about high prices and exploitation of the customer, not just in agriculture, I'm saying in general it happens. If you buy a new iPhone for 1 lakh rupees, every year a new model comes. Now you call it exploitation, or you call it something else, you call it monopoly or whatever it is, but you are buying, right? There are people who buy. So what is the self-regulation we want in agriculture, particularly because the farmer cannot afford very high prices? There has to be self-regulation of pricing, there has to be self-regulation of broad licensing, there has to be self-regulation of making sure that the technology stewardship is properly done. This is the responsibility of the industry, and we are also educating the industry on many of these things, on how to make this happen. But I think ultimately all the stakeholders must sit together and discuss this. It's a very serious subject. I can tell you there's nothing more serious than this. And if we don't fix this, there is no way we can get innovations which will transform our agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Samithmia, for this. And we come to the end of this session. We've had two very interesting talks now and two earlier. And I think very clearly, the four speakers have brought out how innovations need to be identified not just for new technologies, new tools, new instruments, new governance models, new delivery systems, but how they need to be both top-down and a bottom-up approach in which you can see you look at a gap identification, look at a solution, the local problems, and then find solutions. I think a plethora of issues have been covered. And before I hand it over to Dr. Dhillon to summarize, I'd only like to say that we have covered all aspects in this session of innovation, from policy to investment, from democratizing innovations to scaling up innovations, from research to business models. But I think the key aspect is innovations are key and critical if we have to scale up agriculture. We have to find our own innovative models and how we take it forward. And every system has to find a way in which we harness the full potential of these innovations. Dr. Dhillon, I'll request you to kindly summarize. I can see hands up, but we are very badly away on time. And I'm looking at Dr. Paroda and Dr. Audrey Singh. If I allow one question, there'll be many other questions. So I can't be partial and allow only one question. All questions in the tea break, offline, separately to the speakers. Over you to Dr. Dhillon.
Sorry, Dr. Maurya, sorry. Thank you, co-chair. Thank you very much. Innovations are important. For that investment are needed, and for that IP are needed. It is very well understood. Let me start with positive. This is now, it is being taught, all laws, etc., at UG level. What you recommended, one recommendation you made about that. Nobody can also justify HTBT, but at the same time, as you said, there has to be self-regulation and some sort of balance. 87% of the farmers are small farmers, and someone growing 2, 3, 4 canals of maize cannot buy 8 kg bag of hybrid seed. So there has to be open pollinated varieties, and so that we have to have balance. Now, I will not summarize everything, just one more point, that starting from research to extension and then to policy, that has to be there, all the things. And when you talk about research, world is moving very fast, and we must keep pace with the world. Definitely, in some senses, some disciplines we are left behind, which was not so earlier, but it is so. We must admit that. For that, we have to be aggressive. The scientists have to be aggressive to learn new things, to get in touch with the leading scientists in India or outside India. About extension, now farm is different. 1960 farmer was different, now farmer is different. And there's the ICAR are doing a lot. State university are doing a lot. About KVK, that's your question, Dr. Yeah, I differ a little bit. They are overworked now. 7 scientists. But Dr. A.K. Singh said that they are linked to other department also, other agriculture also. I will say they are overworked. I know how much overworked they are, 7 scientists, and every work coming to them just one day ahead, please, this thing and that thing anyway. But KVK have really strengthened the linkages of scientists with the farmers, even in university like PAU. We are very proud of our linkage with the farmer, but it got further better than that. But now the extension is different. Simple example, he mentioned about nutritional garden. We usually trying, but nobody is listening, because farmer has also become easygoing, just like us. We want the facility. They are not part of the society. Green Revolution has one disadvantage. They have made the farmer aware of the society. They also want to have good life. Then policy is again very, very important. Without policy, EU, Punjab did everything. This diversification, I don't really use all diversification. I always say diversification for water conservation. Other diversification not important. And when the policy is there, yeah, when this problem came about paddy straw burning, we were being questioned. Why, if machines are good, why farmers not adopting? Then I had to write a paper. It was published in the newspaper, etc., because it was for the general public. That when Green Revolution came, policy was there, fertilizer was given, then irrigation system was developed, NSE came into existence, Food Corporation India came into existence. It was not simply, yeah, though it was technology driven. Technology is important, but policy is also important. But policy should also be in consultation with the scientists or with the researchers. Now I give you one example. Punjab government took very good 2 steps. Direct seeded rice, it has to be supported by rupees, I think 1,500. Then they said, okay, we'll purchase moongi, moong. Dr. A.K. Singh also mentioned 3 crops, maize, moong and mustard. They said we will have MSP, we will give MSP. They didn't do the analysis. And what has happened that moong area has increased during summer season. Because main moong crop during kharif season cannot compete even with MSP with rice. So instead of replacing the rice of early maturing variety, whether it is Pusa Basmati 1509 or it is a PR 126, both varieties are very, very common. 3 crop rotation will come into force and water demand will increase. So there is need of continued discussions, partnerships, integration. And when you come to partnership and integration, I will request here, that's one of the suggestions from my side. MOU signing with foreign labs should be easier. Private colleges in Punjab can admit the student directly, but not PAU. We have to sign MOU. It takes 2-3 years by the time those who are requesting for MOU with PAU or other universities. Same thing must be happening with other university. They just lose their interest. And secondly, I am proud of ACRIP. That is also partnership. Unique system of research in India. But that is also that need to be looked into. Some centers are not working, and those are creating wrong impression on the project. So maybe something we have to little restrict. Motivation has to be there, at the same time monitoring, and yeah. So with that, I will not go in detail. There are so many points because it's wonderful session, starting from gene editing to extension and everything. Of course, yes, natural sources have to be conserved. Otherwise, whatever happened in Punjab and northwestern India, we will all be facing troubles. With that, I thank co-chair. I thank my colleagues who made presentation and facilitator and all senior colleagues, and I will not name. I'm sorry, Dr. Maurya, I'm sorry, everybody. Discussion is very important. And Dr. Maurya, you know that I never.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
very much.
And I can announce to you.
Yeah, I just say thank you very much. We have already thanked everybody. Please join for the tea at the basement here, and quickly join back for the panel discussions. At what time? 15. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice.
Very good afternoon, delegates. We now move on to the next session, which is a panel discussion in the symposium entitled Agricultural Research and Innovation for Development. Already we have the co-chairs on the dais. Thank you, sir, and welcome. My job to introduce the co-chairs is easy because they are not requiring any particular introduction. Introducing them will be Suraj ko Chirag Dikhana. So, and I will save the time. As you know, we are running a little bit late in this session, and we have 13 panelists who will be joining us for this session, both online and offline. And due to this time constraint, I will kindly request each of you to speak for 5 to 7 minutes and primarily focus on the point that you want to make as per the title of the session. So I request the co-chairs to take over the session, please.
Thank you, Anuradha. Co-chair this morning with me, Professor R.B. Singh. I don't think he needs any introduction to this audience. It is a privilege to start this session, which is very important in the context of agriculture research and innovation for development. And our major focus for the discussion in this is that how do you really take the benefit of the research which is aimed at innovation and make it sure that they make an impact. The issue which came up before also. So, or in other words, how can they help the society for development, and sustainable development goals are our major focus. So in the context of sustainable development goal also for this symposium, we have highlighted the importance of food requirement, nutritional requirement, and environmental security. So relating to these, we would expect from our expert panelists, whom we had already requested in advance, to kindly tell us the way forward, rather than describing the problems relating to food, nutrition, and environmental security. But in the expertise of theirs, how do they think we can make an impact, and what is needed to be done so that SDGs are achieved before or by 2030, which means we have only 8 years left. So we have very distinguished panelists. Some are joining us online. Some have come here, and Dr. Renu Swarup, who had earlier chaired the session, former Secretary, Department of Biotechnology, and very keen for agricultural issues and agriculture development. So Renuji, we are very happy that you could make it, firstly, and you take real interest in all activities of TASC, and your support to our programs is appreciated. So kindly, can I request you, sorry, because the number of panelists is quite large, we couldn't accommodate them all on the stage, and therefore we are requesting them to come on a stage and make their viewpoints.
Thank you very much, Chair and the co-chair. And as I said in the morning, I think compliments for organizing such a wonderful symposium. And this session particularly is of great importance because, as Dr. Paroda rightly said, it's important for us to identify the way forward when we speak about innovations. So Dr. Paroda and Dr. R.B. Singh have been stalwarts in this, who have not only guided all of us, but the whole agricultural development, and looking at how agricultural research and innovation should move towards development. I think some of our recommendations would be important to take this ahead. The title of this whole symposium is towards achieving the SDGs. And the way that whether we're talking about zero hunger, we're talking about combating climate change, or conserving water, land, resources. It's important that there is a special focus when we look at new innovations, when we look at new technology deployment, new technology development, and how do we take it through this whole translational phase? Because unless and until we bring this through the translational phase into deployment, it's going to be very difficult for us to see how we harness this potential. Agriculture development, in whatever aspect we look at, how we work out the way forward in the next couple of years, it's very important that we keep science, technology, and innovation at the core of it. Unless and until science, technology, and innovation is at the core of this whole developmental policy, it's going to be difficult for us to have a very clear, well-articulated roadmap for ourselves to see how do we move forward. In these many years of independent India, and we've heard it since yesterday, there has been tremendous progress that we have made in the whole area of agricultural development. We have established excellent leadership, which is visible from this very conference itself, to large networks which exist within the laboratories, within the fields, whether it's the government networks of the ICR, the science ministries, or whether it's the state agricultural universities, the private sector, this extensive network that we already have, I think what we need to do moving forward is to make the most of this very network that today exists. But it's also important for us that we do a complete holistic development where we look at every aspect of it. When you look at all aspects of agriculture, from plants, from animals, to aquaculture, to water resources, natural resources, climate change. And I think what is imperative is that we just do not identify the innovative technologies and processes, but we also work on innovative models through which we deliver them. And we heard in the morning session, we heard very well how extension was important, how delivery systems were important. In the last couple of years, there has been a major emphasis on new technology development. Our first speaker this morning gave us a plethora of technologies. But it's important for us to just step back for a moment and see have all these technologies actually been utilized in terms of the full potential that we have. Whether they've been deployed in that manner, whether it's the gene technology, the transgenics, whether it's the marker-assisted selection, gene editing, the whole area of omics. The omics is a revolution, which we actually need to see how we can take forward. Whether we are looking at newer technologies like nanotechnology, precision farming, there is this whole area of data sciences, the whole area of smart agriculture that we talk about. I mean, there's a whole lot of them. How do we make the best of these technologies to be able to move ahead? How do we bring in that immediate attention to those gaps which need immediate focus for enhanced nutritional security, for combating the climate change, for looking at all aspects that we have for achieving those SDGs that we take on? The focus that we have to make is on having minimum inputs but maximum output. How do we do that? What is it that we need to achieve to take us forward? While we have this whole pool of technologies available, as I've said, and we find an articulated way of the roadmap to move ahead, I think there's a 3 P's principle that I'm going to make a recommendation on. And that is, how do we focus on the policies, on the programs, and the people? Unless and until we keep our focus on these 3 P's, there would be a lot that would still require our attention. Today, when I speak in this agriculture conference, I also speak with a lot of experience that I bring from the healthcare and the COVID scenario that we all just went through, where we had to see immediate deployment of technologies, immediate deployment of innovations for societal impact. And there, the gaps that were identified were then addressed through addressing these 3 P's. Coming to the first P, that is policy, which is imperative that we focus on the right policies which give us not only access to new technologies that we talk about, but an enabling ecosystem through which these technologies or these innovations can thrive, and more importantly, scale. A lot of effort has gone in by all stakeholders, by the government, by bodies such as STARS, by international organizations, to frame new guidelines for new technologies. We have standard operating procedures which have been developed for new technologies, but I think what is important is through proper enabling policies, these guidelines which get made are implemented in the full inventing spirit with which they are framed. We just have come out with the gene editing guidelines which were talked about, but unless and until these guidelines get implemented and practically the issues which the researchers face are addressed when we put them into implementation, that's really where the challenge is. And I think that is where we need to make sure that the regulatory framework that goes around this requires special attention to make sure that there is clarity in that regulatory pathway. We had a long discussion about IPR, and at tea time, again, Dr. Madhav was talking to me about the problem of how we are within the country today, not having sufficient IPR understanding. Yes, I do agree. What do we need? We need well-framed guidelines which allow not just an IPR management, but it also allows technology licensing, both acquisition and transfer, to happen from the laboratory onwards. We talk about many a times technology transfer. We say researchers have developed technologies, let the industry come take the technology and move forward. It doesn't work like this. We have to be co-development partners. There have to be seamless flow of technology licensing, and this could be in-licensing, out-licensing. I think today it's a global solution. We're all addressing SDGs, which are global problems. It's not an India-specific problem, or somebody spoke about the planet this morning. Very true. It's one planet. The planet just does not know any boundaries. Science really has no boundaries or barriers. So we must look at systems in which we can allow technologies to come in wherever they are, wherever they exist, so that there is complete in-licensing and out-licensing of technologies. So very well articulated frameworks, guidelines which allow the seamless flow of information between academia, industrial, and of course now the startups, which form a very, very central role within this whole ecosystem. We actually are a bridge which connects the academia to the industry. Because there is a lot of research which these startups can actually take forward in terms of tools, instruments, processes, platforms, which then gets deployed in large ways through translation by the industry. We have existing guidelines which are there within the government system. The Ministry of Science and Technology has adopted it. I think other networks also need to adopt it, where academic research institutes are encouraged to create this spin-off culture. Where they can create this spin-off culture of allowing industry and startups to work in co-developed laboratories to be able to take technology and laboratory to feed and take it forward. We spoke about the biodiversity guidelines. Somebody spoke about conserving biodiversity. I think one guideline which has been at the center of all research, whether it's for agriculture, biodiversity, conservation, climate change, is the biodiversity guideline. I know the government is looking at bringing certain modifications, but that needs special attention. And I would also say that that must go into the recommendations of this group, because that is something which more and more we will make a difference. Coming to the second P, and that's the programs. I think these right policies can only be effective if we have put in place a set of well-developed programs through which we can implement these policies. Now these, again, as I said, learning from the COVID experience, we need to bring all stakeholders together. But these programs need to be in terms of creating the ecosystem in terms of shared infrastructure, whether it is you're looking access to resources, whether it is setting up a large network programs, which could be priority crop-based programs, or if you look at creating these translational clusters. There are many institutes in the country today which have excellent translational clusters. At least that I know from years back, the DDT itself, etc. Ashwini Parekh is here from maybe one of our most well-recognized translational center today, which has taken a lot of technologies. Many of the agriculture universities, I know Punjab Agriculture University, Dr. Dhillon set up the advanced center for genomics research. So there are a large number of these which only need to be strengthened further, where you can interact between the universities, the state governments, the foundations. How do you look at cutting-edge research going through this translational field, identify the gaps, and then see how you can take it forward through this. But having put my full emphasis on translation, I would like to very clearly emphasize here that our focus on fundamental basic research should not be stepped back. It has to be a discovery-led innovation that takes us forward. If we do not put our focus on fundamental basic research, we will be left behind by many, many years. If today we are wanting the benefits of these new technologies, it is because we invested in this basic research for many years, which created the strong foundation of researchers. You cannot just have translational researchers without having the basic researchers who keep feeding into that pipeline. And I think that pipeline has to be very robust, and there has to be an institutes like the ICR institutes, the university ecosystem, they are the ones who are bringing in this whole pipeline of young researchers who look at fundamental basic research to make sure that we have the knowledge-driven innovation ecosystems that we focus on. For nutritional security, for probiotic stress, for many others, as I said, it will be important that we look at multi-institutional, countrywide networks which focus with maybe one technology, one product, but looking at addressing the immediate needs, which could be local, which could be global. But there are also areas which now require our immediate attention, and one area which requires special attention is the One Health approach. Unless and until we put our focus on the One Health approach, we spoke about the soil ecosystem, that whether we look at the soil, plant, animal health, the whole interaction between the environment, work mixes. I think we have invested recently in a lot of One Health centers. There has to be special emphasis to see how we create specialized programs for taking translation work forward. Lastly, in the programs, I would like to say there is a huge amount of data that we generate today. Whether it's our omics revolution, whether it's our gene technology, whether it's our discovery-related research, we haven't put sufficient emphasis on our computational aspects for it. Unless and until we analyze that data sufficiently, we will not be able to get the ultimate result. Last year, the Department of Biotechnology brought out the guidelines, the private guidelines as they're called, the policy for research innovation through data exchange. And we've set up the first Indian biological data center, which today is there to have to be able, and which is the NCBI's equivalent for India. We hope it will soon come up. Healthcare data, that we've already started focusing on it. A lot of healthcare data has come in. Agriculture data, I'm really sorry to say, so there is hardly any data that has gone into that system. I think let's wait for most of it. This open data is what is going to give us access to a whole lot of organizations, which will then be able to translate. And that brings me to the last point, and that is the third P, which is the people. When we spoke about these policies, we spoke about these extensive programs. How are you going to implement them if you don't have the right people who are going to be there to be able to implement them? While we've something this morning, and I think Anubhav spoke about the education aspect, and you asked what you're seeing, how important is education to take extension forward? I think training, capacity building for new technology, new innovation has to be inbuilt into every program of ours. Whether it is the ICR education system, whether it is our own university research system, or whether it is international partnerships. We have today a wonderful international network that we have as a country been able to establish. I think we must make sure that we build the quality skilled human resource that is not just in technologies in general, but targeted skill development for those areas which we find a gap and identify those specialized training initiatives that we take on. And here, I don't think we can draw a line and say this is a public research institute which is to be trained, or this is a private institute, or this is a startup. We need skilled human resource, teams of it, irrespective of from where they come. They need to get into each aspect of the ecosystem. And I think here, so my recommendation is organizations like TAS can play a very, very major role in building a specialized skilled capacity building initiative, because you have not just access to networks within the country, but you have access to international networks. And I think those specialized centers of excellence that we need to create, which we actually call them codes, the centers of new and emerging sciences, they would be for developing skilled human resource, not just for developing new technologies, but also adapting new technologies, making sure that they go through the translational phase.
I know we're running late on time. I can go on and on with these recommendations. As Dr. Feroda rightly said, this is an area which is very close to my heart. I would love to talk about how we can look at taking these 3 areas ahead, but I think I would just like to summarize what I did when I closed my session by saying we have huge potential in terms of harnessing how these innovations can respond. There is only one aspect that we lack currently, and that is, I started with the P's, but I'll close with the C's, sir. There are 3 C's that we will not focus on, and we need to focus on it. We need to connect more. Our message today is not connect. We need to connect on internet. We don't connect on anything else. We need to connect. There is a lot which is happening in different institutes, agencies. We need to converge all our leads together to bring them into one aspect. And lastly, but most importantly, the strength of all success is collaboration. Unless and until we collaborate nationally, internationally, we will not be able to take it forward. So we need to connect, we need to converge and collaborate. I am sure we'll sort of reap the benefits of this innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Enusru. Very comprehensive and very, encouraging comments from you as to what needed to be done. And I won't like to repeat for paucity of time, but I'm sure they will find the, consideration for the recommendations. With this, I now move to the next panelist, is Dr. Kadambodh Siddiq, a well-known agricultural scientist, doing exceedingly good work, heading the agriculture school in University of Western Australia in Perth, which is the highest ranking institution in agriculture in Australia today. So, Dr. Kadambodh, we are very happy that you are with us, and floor is yours now.
Thank you, Dr. Paroda, and also Dr. Abhi Singh and Dr. Anuradha Agrawal. I'll be very brief. I know that time is very short, so I'll be to the point. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the chance. And also I would like to wish Dr. Paroda happy birthday. I know it was yesterday, and you look young, and you will continue to lead Indian agriculture and globally. Look, basically, Dr. Renu Swaroop has really covered major points, but I'll just briefly mention some of them. I know that feeding growing population in India and nutritional security is going to be a daunting challenge. I think we have to acknowledge that, especially with the climate change and shift in socio-economic and geopolitical situations. And agricultural productivity in India is well below the potential. That is a positive thing, because then we can improve. So we need to look at the sector, advance from traditional system, that is the labor intensive, to modern agribusiness. I'm not asking Indian agriculture to be the same as Australian agriculture. Somewhere in between, we have to have a capital and technology intensive. But it is a challenge for smallholder farmers. Fragmented land. How do you bring a next wave of revolution in India when you have such a smallholders and nearly 250 million farmers? My number may be slightly out. So the main thing is that adoption and scaling of new technology and innovation through an enabling policy environment. I think it has come through a number of talks. I haven't been listening all the talks. I just heard ML Jat's talk a little bit and few other talks. I think that is very important. And inclusiveness of the stakeholders, and that will accelerate the agriculture growth in India. And we just heard from Dr. Swaroop, new and exciting opportunities exist for harnessing science for new gains with the precision agriculture, biotechnology, sensor technology, bioinformatics, climate smart agriculture, robotics, drones, big data, management, and artificial intelligence. More importantly, I think we will hear from Dr. Ratan Lal later, soil health and biology. But these are all good science. The problem is, how do we harness that and translate to smallholders of India? I don't have the answer. I'm asking questions. Then the next question is that what does sustainability mean in the agri-food system? I think this is a misused word a lot of times. Climate change and growing population are challenging the agri-food sectors to meet the society's food demand while preserving the environment and natural resources. One of the problems in Indian agriculture is that we do not combine social, economics, and environmental sustainability. They are closely intertwined. Pillars, silos operate in the universities and in ICR institutions. Many institutions doesn't talk each other. So the component of a truly sustainable system is social, economic, and environmental. Again, Dr. Swaroop has mentioned collaboration, collaboration, collaboration within the country, within the institution, between countries. So we need to work together towards more sustainable solution, oriented and innovative technologies, including capacity building. Again, I won't dwell about the state of agricultural universities in India, 70 universities. I think you have to do a lot of hard work there. How do we bring the policy? Policy not in books or in reports. You have to take the policy one step further into action. So we need to turn networks into communities of practices that share, multiply, expand, and scale knowledge. Again, I think Dr. Swaroop has mentioned that. The last point is we need to look at selected case studies in India. I am very fan of case studies to develop a model that can assist in decision-making about intervention design and investment in agriculture innovation. So interventions aimed at agriculture development through innovation would do well to consider two types of results. One is we need to look at the household impact scale. Absolutely important. Did we make a difference at the household scale? The second is an improved capacity to innovate. If the farmers doesn't have the capacity to innovate, who is going to innovate that? If the extension workers, the agronomists doesn't have the capacity to innovate, how are they going to innovate? So different processes which together determine the capacity to innovate need to be considered, both to realize the impact at a scale during the lifespan of agricultural development intervention and to improve the capacity to innovate. The last point is investment and market forces are accelerating our journey towards a sustainable future. It's just not about the farmers, but the consumers. The greatest dividend from sustainable practice will always be the creation of a resilient farming and agri-business. I underline the point agri-business. If the business is not right, the farmers are not going to plant the crop. However, there is an increasing opportunity to additional reward if the evidence of sustainability outcomes can be provided to stakeholders. We all talk about soil health, soil biology, but if the farmers doesn't get the benefit, how are they going to adopt that? Farmers need to be aware of the requirements of the sustainability reporting. It's a huge amount of reporting to be done to the government and develop the capacity to do so if that additional opportunity is to be captured. Some areas to focus, number one, improving food and nutritional security and protecting natural resources. Number two, increasing environmental sustainability and promote sustainable intensification technologies and practices. Number three, bringing circularity in agriculture value chain. This is so important. A lot of waste, a lot of resource inefficiencies. Tools and technologies for emission reduction. I think I'm a bit worried that we are spending too much time on emission reduction. It's important, we should do, but we must equally spend time on climate change adaptation strategies because climate change will happen. We will reduce the emission, but we have to adapt. We have to live today, tomorrow, and for the future. Then the decision support. Have we got the tools and technologies to guide the farm decision? The gender and generation balance in the agri-food sector, I'm really disappointed. We still haven't got the gender factor right in the Indian agriculture. Good to see few women here in the stage, but also the young generation scientists, young generation leaders, and young generation farmers. Innovation capacity building in the agriculture higher education. Again, I won't go into the details, but I'm disappointed with some of the plight of the Indian agricultural universities, and that needs to be urgently attended. vocational training sectors. I know Krishi Vidyan Kendras are there, but that needs also to be done. Thank you very much. Best wishes to you all.
Thank you, Dr. Siddiq. Appreciate again very specific suggestions which need to be taken care of to make a difference, and again highlighting many issues which Dr. Renu Swarup had earlier indicated. So we need policy involvement, capacity development, and also improving input use efficiency, etc., because these are very critical to make a difference, and addressing yield gaps and so on, an eco-region specific approach. So I hope you will be still with us for this session, unless you have some other pressing engagement. But we appreciate your joining us. And thank you for accepting.
Thank you. I'll stay for the session. Thank you. All the best.
Thanks. Next we have in our list Dr. S.K. Vassal, former distinguished principal scientist at CEMET, distinguished maize breeder and World Food Awardee for his work on quality protein maize, and would like to hear from him because that was one disruptive innovation that he had come with, and still it needs to be scaled. There are concerns. So maybe hearing from him what need to be done. Kindly, Dr. Saab, we have 5 to 7 minutes, so we'll appreciate. Sorry for such learned speakers and so short time is rather a constraint, but we want to hear from everyone. Right.
Yes, I think one of the things which as you mentioned again was reduced investment. So how deep the reduced investment, and still we want to do all the challenges which are much more difficult and complex. So I think this is one thing what we have to do is we want to learn to do more with less. So this is one lesson for kept this one in the forefront. That is one thing is very, very important. And this from the commercial planning, you can things with less resources. So this is one thing I like to stress is, which basically I like to call it like a strategy, you can inflate it as much as you can, and when the funds are good and deflate it when the funds are reduced, without affecting the activities. That is one thing. The second thing is everybody talks about diversity. I think this is, in my opinion, right from the German Bank, I think they should do their job to reduce the number of accessions which are duplicated, which is very important, catalog it and come up with the and also identify core collections or mini core collections so that users can have access to them and utilize them. That is one thing is very important. Utilization of journalism or accession from the bank, I think we need to have some innovative levels or journalism, many levels for every crop, which apparently don't exist. For instance, in case of my institution, that was the first job I did, through the germplasm management system, gene flow, and materials to populations, and then on top of that, hybrid technology. So that is, it's possible to do it. The other thing is also very important. We have to broaden the genetic base, which are present in my opinion sometimes is not very clear. What are the sources of germplasm working, especially in the case of hybrid crops? We need to be very clear what are our basic populations, what is our heterotic relationship, and that is what is missing right now. So I think on the top of this, at least in my own career, I have at least 20 heterotic groups. And I have made at least Then this one are totally good from the existing inward hybrid technology. So I think this is again another innovation. We should not continue with the retrofitting which are already existing, but we should create new retrofitting groups from the information we get from the underlying evolution materials and hybrid performance material. The other thing which I think is very, very important, we will talk about collaboration. In my opinion, this is again, we have to play the simple, cost-effective model, which will take money. All that we need is it can be done because every program, every goal, this kind of work like development of new populations. I think what we need is to get populations which could be combination sometimes of public debt in the lines, even with the hybrids of the private sector, and carry forward to S3 works, self-works, and this can be distributed to everybody. And I think I have said, in May's program, at least I am willing to support financially this kind of activity because it takes so little effort and money. Because creating one particular population takes only 12 rows, which doesn't cost. So if you create about 50 particular populations every year and distribute 20, it's a very small amount of money, but it will create a lot of benefits to a lot of people, and also this will encourage that is one thing there. I personally in difficult areas like waterlogging, suicide tolerance, or stresses of this kind. I think we need to have a group which can interact with each other and share each one's experience. In cross-pollinated crop, I have given lectures. What kind of experience we have in the cross-pollinated crop, which can be applicable in the self-pollinated crop. One things we can mention. We have a lot of experience from the cross-pollinated crop, which can be easily deployed in the self-pollinated crop. Now, another thing is, we have to have sustainable and some kind of strategy of unstoppable genetic gains. This is one thing is very important. And this will come through two ways. One is called incremental gains, which has to be accelerated. The other is we have to think about quantum gain strategies, which is also very important. It can be done here. So I think in my case is like populations. Now I think this is where we use more technology tools. We should have profiling of the parents and the only those lines which are sufficiently factorial needs. Only those kind of population which should create it. And then we use very forward in a more simple way that we can do it. Everything can be very simple. Done is, in my opinion, at least in the materials which are drying or water living or exercise tolerance or multiple efficiency, what has already been done, or materials are already available. I think instead of breaking materials, people should get these materials or try to adapt them, which will be much more easy. We have a lot of examples. What possible through 2 or 3 cycles of mass selection. So it's just a matter of changing a prototype sensitivity of the crop which can be for the utilize very effectively. Then I think the other thing was I think there are so many things in my opinion. This is where a lot of innovation is required. I think Dr. Prabhu has pushed from multi-parent to 2-parent, that's very good to go. But for the northern area, I think seed companies are not interested in. Public breeding program are not interested in. They don't use even the synthetic or open poly. Who's going to do it? So this is where, in my opinion, we can still create 2-parent hybrid, but which not involve inbred and some breeding or some non-inbred parent, which can be synthetic or 4-5 lines or cross in the line to the top cost type of hybrid, which will be very, very cheap in terms of seed production, which is very, very important. I think training skilled people is a big challenge in my opinion. And I think we are really still, when I was working in cement, when I like during lecture, I always become always presentation in the form of something that should be done for everyone. It's very important for all the work to do. So, methods, no one is working. So this is important to be very important. Personal experiences, there are several areas of research in biotechnology. One thing which is lacking is in my opinion is, see, nobody talks about conscious effort on developing testers. For every hectare population, we need to have the right kind of testers. Now, I think we don't need prediction. If we have a tester which is going to be as a parent of a hybrid, then we use this tester to cross the new lines of identify new hybrid. No, just in one step, we can identify new hybrid. This is very, very important in my opinion. And right now, I think the biggest problem is, especially at night, we're using testers which are 30 years old. So we should not do it. We should try to put more emphasis on this kind of work, which is very, very important. And last, what I would like to say is, we need to develop a single strategy, which is multi-purpose and multidisciplinary. And I think in these, at least I know there are strategies we can use it, which can provide gains in yield on constant basis, and also tackle all the problems, whether they are present now or which will be present in the future. We can solve this kind of problem very effectively. Thank you.
We appreciate your emphasis again on accelerating the use of genetic resources. And I think there is now disruptive innovation through CRISPR-Cas technology that should be taken full advantage of. I hope Dr. Ashwini Parikh will address this later, but Renu Swarup also earlier said. So we need to look for disruptive innovations, which is one important point, and we need to utilize the rich genetic resources that we have. And another point you mentioned was, again, capitalizing on hybrid technology for especially the biotic and abiotic stresses. And we do have the technology, but we need to have more area covered in a shorter time to achieve and have the required yield gains, which are otherwise hampering currently the yield potential and the yield gaps that are existing at eco-regional level. Thank you, Dr. I appreciate that very much. I wish really we had more time, but maybe can have your lecture organized, especially for genetic resource improvement and hybrid technology. And maybe your experience to also see as to how you could break the linkages which were otherwise unbreakable earlier for improving the lysine content in maize. We have the next speaker again, a known biotechnologist, Dr. Vibha Dhawanji, who is now Director General of TERI, and she had been working with us for considerable time, also as coordinator of Asia Pacific Consortium on Agricultural Biotechnology. So Vibhaji, floor is yours. You don't need introduction, and we wish you all the success in your new responsibility.
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to wish you a very happy birthday and pray to God that He keep you blessed with good health to guide all of us in future as well. Well, it's very difficult for me to speak now because whatever I wanted to say has more or less has already been said. But still, let me try to make an attempt. And I'd like to start with the seed itself. We have spoken about biodiversity. Because what is happening today, the need of future crops is changing. It's both our dietary requirements or shift which we are making. Like today, we want our food to contain less of carbohydrates and more of proteins. We are looking at varieties, and we do have the germplasm in the seed banks, which is more drought resistant, heat resistance, can take up extremes of temperatures and so on. So germplasm is available. Now we need to exploit it with using biotechnologies. So whether it is molecular breeding, whether it is gene editing, I'm not against GM, although we are more or less, we have stopped talking about GM technology, but it's a very powerful technology. And therefore, to develop new varieties, we have to use all the technologies which are available to do with us. The next point, we are talking of how to grow these crops. And we have come a long way because unlike many other things for agriculture, I would say every year is a challenging year. And every year we make a lot of progress in this particular field. We talk of precision agriculture. We say it is expensive because putting subsoil irrigation pipes and so on may be expensive, but then it is a trade-off. Because what you are taking care of important resource water, which you cannot generate. So once your area becomes water deficit, you will never be able to generate water, and therefore you must take care. The wrong, I won't call it wrong, but it is imbalanced water pricing that we have today. It's a sensitive subject. We want to support our farmers so that food remains available at an affordable price. But then it should not be at the cost of our future generations for whom we will not leave any water. So you irrigate your plant at the root zone when it is required along with the nutrients. So you are also controlling nutrients. It is only going to the plant. You are not making those nutrients available for the growth of weeds. So therefore, the technology, simple technology, technology remains expensive, but if you see the benefits, they are far greater. Very recently, nano urea has been released by IFCO, and I'd like to mention that there are many new products with TERI, which perhaps will come in the next 6 months. The beauty of nanoparticles, it starts from the production itself. The country gives so much money for subsidizing urea so that it becomes available to the farmer at an affordable price. But have we ever thought the GHG emissions that goes in the urea production, the urea transportation, because it has to go to every nook and corner of the country to the farmers. So there are lots of GHG emissions associated with that. The nano urea that IFCO has released, it is at the production stage, emissions are less. And more so in transportation because 50 kg bag is replaced by 500 ml of ml bottle. So you will require less. Third is, of course, we were facing problems. How will we apply nano fertilizer on such large scale? But today we have drone technology, and it's about 200 rupees per acre that you can spray the nano fertilizer, so which becomes affordable. And also look at the green jobs that will be simultaneously created because of these new technologies. So that's a very powerful technology, and then I'll come to biofertilizer. Mycorrhiza is one good example, and again, TERI is involved in a big way. We are also commercializing it on a very large scale with Jumbo this year. The beauty of mycorrhiza and the proper strain selection, it is region-wise. It's not so much crop-wise. And one is not saying that follow Sri Lanka and go 100% organic. It is replace as much of inorganic as you can do. And we have seen that you can replace even crops like wheat, about 45% in some soils by putting right strain of mycorrhiza. And cost-wise, it's very little. So that's something which should be exploited. Farm mechanization, we do talk about that the energy cost will go up, the cost of equipment will go up.
But let's look into that you are creating jobs, the entrepreneurship at the village level, and the equipment is not to be owned by the farmer, it should be custom hiring, so that it moves from one part of the country to the other, like we do for Ola, Uber and everything. So why not to do it in agriculture also? Because the agriculture residue which you will collect will become a wealth. And you can use, whether you are talking of parali burning, the moment you go for collecting every and burn it, then you will be able to use it effectively. And there are multiple uses. You talk of synthetic wood, you talk of even producing biofuel out of it, and otherwise also the direct burning effect to generate electricity and so on. Rather, the entire discussion today is that technologies are developing so fast. Will this be available? And calculation is that today it is up to 2 rupees. We are getting the rice stocks, and up to 5 rupees per kg, it will remain. The technology will remain viable. But beyond that, and we don't know, like the example of corn crop, which has gone so expensive today. So one will have to look into that. The other point I want to make is regarding the artificial intelligence tools. GIS maps, of course, one can use it at the first stage itself, how much area is sown under a particular crop. Because we don't want farmers to suffer with excess production or misproduction. And now there are tools available which are not very expensive. So you simply connect it to your smartphone and you can have the analysis of the soil, whether it is soil temperature, nutrients, and so on. Let's take it, what is the problem? Our farmer perhaps has more responsibility and has to face challenges more than any one of us. Once a friend told me, if you want to believe in God, become a farmer, because every day is a challenge, either it is raining or it is not raining. So therefore, you cannot expect him to take the soil to the testing lab, then after 3 days go again to collect the sample and so on. And he needs to take action immediately. So these tools are really going to help him a lot. The other point which was also mentioned, and that is that every grain that is produced, it must be saved. And here renewable energy will play a very important role. We are talking of solar energy, and there are technologies available depending on the need of the farmer, right from, I'll say, the building material, what should be used for storing vegetables till the time they go to the market. How do you control their temperature so that the heat is not produced while they are being sent to mandis? And also the cold storage facilities which are powered by solar energy. And that will actually boost the rural economy as a whole, because to some part it is not the producer, it's the processor, and availability of energy at the village level will make that change. The last point I'd like to make is that let's make the carbon credit facilities also available to the farmer. Why should farmer take all the risk? Because in technologies like conservation agriculture, it is demonstrated that for a couple of years, there is a yield drag. But then why should he take the risk if it's not compensated? Can we have another level in food as sustainably produced? We only have organic and other food. Let's talk of, and I'm sure today, because all of us are quite aware of the future needs, and therefore maybe we'll be willing to pay a little higher premium on food that is sustainably produced. And the other thing is, I find amongst us in agriculture scientists, we talk amongst ourselves. We really don't go to the policymakers. Why? In COP, it was only the last COP when agriculture was discussed. So we need to bring agriculture in the forefront. We need to make our policymakers aware that agriculture is as polluting as any other industry, and we can really improve our GHG emissions. And
food and nutritional security is as important as your national security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vibhaji. Again, very useful suggestions you have offered. And your last point on policy advocacy is well received. In fact, who would bell the cat in terms of making policy changes and provide enabling environment? And your other suggestion on carbon credit as incentive for environmental services to the farmers, if we have to accomplish our target of carbon sequestration to meet Paris Agreement through agriculture is very important. Thank you, and I'm sure you are with us. You are not leaving. And thank you, Renu ji. Aap ja rahi hain. Thank you for joining us. We look forward to it. Thank you. Next on our panelist list we have is Dr. Keegan Kochki, who is a Senior Director, Global Youth Program and Partnership at World Food Program Foundation in Iowa. We are very happy, and we would like to thank Barbara Stinson to have deputed you to be with us. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I'm going to reflect on the rich discussions of the last 2 days in my recommendations, and also try to share some of the priorities of the World Food Prize laureates that could not be with us here today for this rich conversation, these critical discussions. When we look at the last 50 years and the incredible gains in food production, hunger alleviation in India, the successes of not just the Green Revolution, but the White Revolution, the Yellow and the Blue Revolutions, we know that these extraordinary agricultural advances and achievements have been rooted in strong research for development, in enabling policies, and really in critical investments in healthy, sustainable, equitable, resilient food systems. But that has been the foundation of that success. The World Food Prize itself serves as that premier global award to recognize achievement in food, agriculture, sustainable development, nutrition, health, and humanitarian assistance that is enabling large groups of the global population to move out of hunger and poverty and to end food insecurity. Since its creation in 1986, there have been 51 World Food Prize laureates, and notably, 8 of those laureates are from India. When we look at the great innovations, the great achievements of the last 50 years, we know that India is one of those great epicenters of innovation in agricultural research and development. But COVID-19, climate, and conflict are certainly now turning back the clock on so much of the progress that's been made. And we had great discussions yesterday of so many of these complex dynamics. So for the sake of time, I'll simply say, when we look at the projections by IFPRI and others at declines in agricultural productivity, likely increases in food insecurity and hunger, we know that we are not on track to either achieve the sustainable development goals or to achieve zero hunger. And in response to this, the World Food Prize laureates came together earlier this year with a collective call to action, called on global leaders to tackle this triple threat, to collectively and comprehensively address COVID-19, climate change, and conflict in our efforts to end hunger and food insecurity. So in India, I want to focus on 10 areas for action and some recommendation areas that we know are rooted in not just the great progress, but potential that can provide a clear path forward. Firstly, scaling up sustainable agriculture systems and conservation agriculture practices, regenerative agriculture practices that enable higher crop yields and household incomes while requiring less agrochemicals, less land, less water, less energy, less labor. We know that the critical areas of innovation here in cover crops, in mulching, and partial tillage and no-till cropping systems, in agroforestry and crop rotation, In each of these areas, advances that are being led by so many of the individuals and organizations in this room, we know what works. We have proven the power and potential of these technologies, but we know we can't eat potential. Potential does not feed a family or nourish a child. So when an entire population will benefit from an improved practice or a better technology, these areas of work that you all are leading, we can't just accept a 5% or a 12% adoption rate. We had quite a bit of discussion yesterday about harmful practices, the burning of rice stover and biomass and residue after harvest, but it's not enough just to be concerned and criticize poor practices. We have to provide better alternatives that are economically viable, that are easily adopted. We need to understand the barriers and incentivize adoption and implementation of those practices, of those technologies. In this, we need to prioritize critical investments in carbon sequestration. The soil-centric solutions championed by Rattan Lal that we're going to be hearing more about later this afternoon to replenish soil nutrients and improve agricultural production while removing atmospheric carbon and mitigating the impacts of climate change. We know that climate resilient crops, which we've discussed extensively over the last 2 days, that can withstand our erratic weather conditions, emerging plant diseases, and pest threats are going to be critical. And we stand on the shoulders of giants, right? In plant breeding and genetics in India, MS Swaminathan, Gurdev Kush, Surinder Basul, Sanjaya Radram, all of the incredible innovations that we have advanced. And in the last 2 days, the discussions we've had about the way forward and the incredible new technologies in gene editing and gene pyramiding, all of this work that is already taking place is heartening to hear. It's so critical that we focus on improving the nutritional value of our crops. Something that in recent years has become a priority, but again, only in recent years have we made this a real focus. And we have to prioritize advancing breakthroughs in biofortification to address the macro and micronutrient deficiencies that are most critical to the health of our population. Again, advancing that great work by Surinder Basul, by our colleagues at Harvest Plus, and so many others that are leading this work. We need better seed technologies. And I want to recognize the great work of R.S. Baroda to preserve precious germplasm that was recognized yesterday in particular, and all of the advances that have been made. And the discussion of how we now take that further with crop-all relatives to preserve the precious genetic material and unlock its potential of those species that we haven't yet advanced. And in that way, making sure that we are preserving those indigenous plants and seeds that have oftentimes been overlooked. The promising new innovations in microbial seed coating and soil enhancement, the critical improvements in local and global seed trade that have been advanced not just by individuals like Bir Barwali, but by so many great organizations, Mahiko, East West Seed, Grow Indigo, and others in India. This work is so critical and must continue. In the discussion yesterday about the livestock sector, we were discussing the animal agriculture systems that promote sustainability and resilience and better climate resilience in particular. And it was fantastic to hear this work. And I want to say it's important that as we do this, we prioritize aquaculture and aquatic foods and fish farming, which is so often not the priority in this work. When we look at what we've learned from Shakuntala Tilsted, from Madhu Gupta and others, we know the potential not just for improving nutrition and health, but for empowering women and girls, developing more resilient ecosystems, promoting agrobiodiversity and dietary diversification at the same time. We know that water is life, and we have to continue to improve access and management of groundwater resources with farmer-focused solutions like those advanced by Aditi Mukherjee at ICIMAD and IWMI in West Bengal. And it was great to hear about the rainwater harvesting structures and the climate resilient villages that are being advanced by ICAR and the extension system earlier today. We know that we have to prioritize innovation in information and communication technologies, and the work of groups like Digital Green and Rick and Gandhi and others that are innovating the space also around education and extension and how we reach farmers with these new technologies is so very important. The last two I'll just mention are the foundation of this work being strong community-based agricultural research and development. building that local capacity of farmers and families and prioritizing those most vulnerable populations, especially tribal communities, the poor and women and girls. And we know that this work is modeled by the MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, the SM Segal Foundation, and so many others in powerful ways that provide us a way forward in working with local communities. And lastly, I'll say we have to remember the importance of empowering the next generation of young food and agricultural leaders, farmers, improving that talent pipeline and preparing the next generation of young entrepreneurs and leaders for the workforce of the future is so very critical. Arguably, it's the most important investment we can make in our long-term success in our future. Now, the success of each of these innovations that I outlined provide a clear pathway for progress based on, in many cases, what's already been proven, but maybe hasn't yet actually been demonstrated at scale, hasn't been invested in the ways that it needs to have the impact that it could. Dr. Borlaug reminded us that the most important thing is that we remain focused on the farmer with his last words when he said, "Take it to the farmer." It's one of the great lessons of the Green Revolution and the agricultural advances of the 20th century, but not just in plant breeding. Verghese Kurian, the father of the White Revolution in transforming India's dairy industry, did so by giving power to the food producers and involving them in the process. So I'd like to just close by saying we need to remember that smallholder farmers and all families along the food supply chain are the first and most important stakeholders, both in achieving zero hunger and advancing the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keegan. Appreciate again. And your drawing attention to the call given by many World Food Laureates should draw our attention relating to this discussion, particularly in the context of the poverty or the food access, which is now a major concern, especially after COVID. It seems 100 million people have been added, and local food systems should draw greater attention in that context. So, and your another point relating to improving nutrition through biofortification, and there again, incentive for value addition and crop improvement becomes important. So, how can we make them marketable, though these products are available, and the inventors get benefited, or other breeders or institutions get benefited, is also another important point. And capacity building, I think many have highlighted, so we appreciate that. So I would therefore request our other panelists to avoid what has already been said in the context of these suggestions. And our next panelist is Dr. Praveen Rao. He is actually currently in, is he online, Dr. Rao? He said that I will try to be online, and he's on vacation and to Singapore. So maybe he may not be available, but he has sent his comments, which we'll take into account in writing while finalizing the proceedings. So if he is not there, then we can proceed to the next presentation by Dr. Prabhu Pingali, who has sent his recorded, video for his intervention. So could we play Dr. Prabhu's? Yes, please. We are very happy, and Dr. Prabhu.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Ithaca, New York. Let me first wish Dr. Paroda a very happy 80th birthday. and thank him for the enormous contributions he has made to Indian agriculture and to enhancing food security in the country. It's a great privilege for me to participate in this national symposium on food, nutrition, and environment security. What I'd like to talk about in my few minutes today is on refocusing agriculture policy for better nutrition. We all know that the challenges for agriculture development and food security are as great today as they've been at the start of the Green Revolution in the 1960s. We've made tremendous progress in addressing calorie hunger through increased supplies and access to food grains, particularly rice, wheat, and maize. However, we've made much less progress in addressing the problem of micronutrient malnutrition, what's commonly known as hidden hunger, which is caused by inadequate access to protein and micronutrient-rich foods, fruits, vegetables, dairy products, livestock products, etc. So today, transforming food systems to enhance the supply and diversity and the nutrient quality is a major challenge that we face today. It's a major challenge for Indian food systems. And the way one reorganizes and refocuses agriculture and food policies is an important way in which we can address this challenge. So, how do we promote a more diverse food system? I think one of the puzzles that we face is that the demand for diversity is rising. The demand for increased consumption of fruits and vegetables, livestock products, etc. is rising. The demand for pulses is rising. But at the same time, we don't see that the supply of these commodities is matching demand. And because of that, we see high prices and we see significant volatility in prices and significant deficiencies in overall supplies. And that's the challenge we need to address, both from a policy point of view, but also from investments and also in terms of the research that needs to be done to enhance the overall productivity of these crops. First, on the policy side, I think we all know that agriculture and food policy was instrumental in the success of the Green Revolution. It was instrumental in enhancing the overall productivity of staple grains. But as we look forward, unless the agriculture and food policies are less biased towards the big three staples, it becomes difficult to promote a broader diversity of the food systems. So one of the issues that I argue for is for an agriculture policy that's crop neutral, a policy that does not promote one set of commodities, but rather promotes overall improvements in productivity across the entire food system and allows farmers to be able to respond to market signals and respond to price signals in the way they make crop choices and production choices, etc. So once we get to that more crop neutral agriculture policy, the better off in terms of promoting long-term diversity of the food system and promoting better nutrition quality of the food system. In addition to changing the policy environment and making the policy environment less focused on the big three staples. We should also be looking at massive investments in road, transport infrastructure, cold storage infrastructure, rural market infrastructure, etc., in order to promote the supply of perishable products. It's only through these investments that you'll find that supplies coming from remote rural environments into urban cities will be increased. And with investments in cold storage, temperature controlled transport systems, etc., it makes it possible to ensure better quality, better safety of these perishable products. I think investments in market information systems and in connecting farmers to markets is equally important. And with the cell phone revolution that's happening across the country, I think this gives us an enormous opportunity to reduce the transactions costs that farmers face in participating in markets and being able to identify good prices for their products and in being able to sell into the markets. So I think that's a big area one should be thinking about. In this context, we should also be very closely paying close attention to the gender gap in technology access, especially when you think about information technology, cell phone technology, etc. It's only by reducing the gender gap that we're able to not only enhance the productivity of the non-staple food groups, but also at the same time enhance women's empowerment. And enhancing women's empowerment is absolutely crucial for better nutrition outcomes at the household level, especially for children and young girls and women in the household. Policies that promote food safety are equally important. As we look ahead and as much of the perishable products are transported to urban areas, being able to provide high safety standards is crucial for human health point of view and for ensuring good markets for these products. And promoting capacity in rural markets for monitoring food safety and for being able to implement safety standards is very important as we look ahead. These are all issues that are crucial as we make this transition from a staple grain-based food system to a much more diversified food system that focuses on improved nutrition and nutrient quality. And as we look forward, we should also be looking at what's needed from the research system. The research system, the ICAR and IARI and the state universities across the country have played an enormously important role in improving the productivity of the big three staples. Without those investments, India would not be where it is today in being not only self-sufficient in food, but also being a major exporter of food across the world. And I think as we look ahead, we need to be continuing investments in the staple grains as populations increase and as overall demand increases. We obviously need to continue investments, the historical investments that we've been making in staple grains. But it's also important to look beyond the big three staples, to look at ways in which one can improve the productivity of much more traditional crops, millets, sorghum, pulses, etc., and the productivity of fruits, vegetables, and livestock products. The levels of investments for these groups of foods has been much more limited relative to the big staples. And I think a much more balanced R&D portfolio is extremely important in order to bring about a more balanced food system, a more nutritious food system in the country. It's also important for us to realize that much of the areas where the production of millets and sorghum and pulses happen are very marginal production environments in the country. Semi-arid tropics, low soil fertility areas, etc. And by promoting these commodities, by promoting research on these more marginal commodities, we're also able to provide new opportunities for productivity growth in these marginal production areas, in these less favored production areas. And that can be a big new growth opportunity for improving incomes of farmers in these areas and for improving overall food security in these areas. Biofortification is also an important area for investments. There's significant investment in biofortification research already in place. I think the gap is getting biofortified crops into the field and to be grown more widely across the country. There ought to be ways in which one can look at farmer producer organizations and other producer groups being able to have access to the best quality biofortified material, to be able to promote biofortified crops through these producer organizations and connect them to markets so that one can enhance the overall supply of these commodities and address very directly the micronutrient malnutrition that we are facing and particular deficiencies that can be addressed through these biofortified crops. And I think that's an area where significant effort needs to happen, not just on the side of breeding and crop improvement, but looking across the entire value chain of getting from the lab to the field and to the consumer with biofortified crops. My final comment is on intersectoral convergence of policies. Quite often we see that agriculture policies are made in the agriculture ministry, food policies are made in another ministry, environmental policies are made in another ministry, nutrition and health issues are dealt with in another ministry, and there's very little convergence of policies across these ministries and across these sectors. And I think having a common goal of reducing hunger while minimizing environmental impacts, improving overall nutrition, and having a common goal that cuts across ministries, cuts across sectors, is absolutely crucial. The SDGs can play an important role here, but even the SDGs are siloed. So having a way in which one can look across SDGs to create synergies and to create policy convergence that improvements in one sector don't result in costs to the other sectors and result in complementarities across sectors is absolutely crucial. And this convergence is not just at the central level. Convergence would also be required for policies between the center and the state level policies that impact agriculture, food, and nutrition. Let me stop here. I thank you very much for inviting me to talk to all of you, to be present at this workshop. and I look forward to further discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, we must thank Dr. Prabhu Pingali for again very comprehensive coverage of various important issues. He is currently occupying a Tata chair at Cornell and also overseeing a program on nutrition security in India. Therefore, his various comments on biofortified crop, convergence of policies, value chain, and also in terms of diversification are relatively quite based on his findings at the ground level, which we appreciate. We now go to Dr. H.S. Gupta, the chairman currently of Assam Agriculture Commission, formerly director of Premier Indian Agriculture Research Institute, and also Director General of Borlaug Institute for South Asia. Dr. Gupta is one of our very, eminent plant breeder, and we would look forward to have his considered views as well.
Thank you, Chairman sir, Co-Chair Professor RBCG, fellow panelists, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to begin by extending my greetings and best wishes to Professor R.S. Paroda, our rather ever young Dr. R.S. Paroda, on his 80th birthday. I'm doing this because yesterday I missed it, I wasn't there. So I thought it would be the right opportunity to congratulate you today, sir, and give me my best wishes. Friends, we have done pretty well so far in Indian agriculture. And because of that, we are able to not only feed our people, but also we are able to export quite a lot of food grains. You must have seen rice and wheat export during this year. Now, this has become possible because our growth rate in agriculture has been around 3.46%, which Dr. R.B. Singh showed it yesterday, and our which is almost double of our population growth rate. That means we are very secure. But this food security is very fragile. And I would like to remind you that this year we have a drought in Eastern India, and we find that the rice acreage has been reduced by 3 million hectares. And that will have an impact on the production of rice. Similarly, in the last season, because of the terminal heat, there has been a loss in heat production. So there are uncertainties which is coming. Although we have done pretty well, we should be satisfied, but then we should not become complacent, and we should continue to explore all the possibility, all the technology available at our disposal to make sure that we not only are able to meet the caloric need of the people, but also the other nutrition like protein, lipids, vitamins, minerals, all that. That means we should be able to feed nutritious food to our people. Now, if you see the current production and consumption, we find today around there are around 25 million tons of surplus grains we have, and which may go up to 40 million tons by 2030. Now, whether we should continue with this, or what are the other measures we can take so that we can diversify more and reduce the production and consumption of cereals which provide caloric value. I would like to flag 4 issues in very short, very short, which is holding us back and which is capable of holding us back in future also. Number 1 is biotech crops. Dr. The DG, Dr. Vibha Dhawan mentioned about briefly, but let me elaborate it a little. See, biotech crops are cultivated almost in 190 million hectare area by 17 million farmers, and its value is $225 billion. India had a taste of it, but with only 1 crop, that is cotton. And we have tremendous success. We have increase in production 3 times, increase in productivity 3 times, great reduction in application of chemical fertilizer, which led to environmental security, and also the profitability of the farmers increased, and thereby India became a net exporter of cotton rather than an importer. So that is with 1 crop. But yesterday we have been talking about science-based solution, disruptive innovations. So if we really take a science-based solution and disruptive innovations as well as research technology, then we will be able to provide and meet the SDG 1 and 2, especially which is concerned with agriculture, zero hunger and no poverty. Then we will be able to do. I would like to give an example again. See, with the enormous potential of GM crops, we have not been able, as a country, we have not been able to take a science-based decision. Rather, we have been emotional and we are holding it back. I would like to give one examples. So if you see one scenario, 78% of the soybean area is covered by biotech soybean. 76% of the cotton area is covered by biotech cotton. 34% or 35% of oilseed like canola covers around 29%. And the maize covers around 30% of the world area is in biotech crops. So you see, the future is, all other countries are adopting, but we are holding it back. So I would appeal to the chair and co-chair and this symposium that we must make a renewed effort to convince our policy makers to release, remove the regulatory measures so that the country can have a benefit of GM crops. Although it is heartening to see that, SDN1 and SDN2 and gene editing have been removed, but it will take some time for us to get to a new product. Whereas in GM crops, they are living on shelf. We can immediately introduce and start getting benefit. Second point which I wanted to raise is reducing consumption of chemical fertilizers. You all know that prices have shot up because of current war also, and otherwise also prices of petroleum is going up. Now there is a need to reduce 50% consumption of chemical fertilizers. Now there are 2 ways how to do that. One is stop application. Other one is to increase nutrient use efficiency. nitrogen use efficiency, phosphorus use efficiency, potassium base use efficiency, micronutrient efficiency and all that, it can be done. So to me, it looks like the second option is more science-based rather than the first one that hold it and don't apply. And I'm afraid that is the way country is taking in terms of natural, promoting natural farming. You know, yesterday I was appalled to hear from one of the presenters who said 40% of the funding in animal sciences had been reduced during the last couple of years. I'm sure same thing would have happened in other division of ICR also. Now you can imagine if you don't have money to do research, how are you going to increase the, nutrient use efficiency and various other things, It can be done, but unless you have fun, you will not be able to do. Therefore, it's time that we reinforce and say to the policy makers that the problem will not be solved by withholding, application of chemical fertilizer, blowing it. In fact, these days chemical fertilizer is being blown rather than application of imbalanced fertilizer. That is the real culprit. But we bring chemical fertilizer. So that we should try to see that we increase the nutrient use efficiency so that we can reduce the consumption of chemical fertilizer, produce healthier food, and provide safe food to the people. Third one is post-harvest losses. Ranges from 10% in food grains to around 30% in horticulture crops. This huge loss. 10% in food grains means if we are producing around 310 million tons, 30 million tons is being lost. So therefore, all efforts should be made to reduce this loss. And as again, Professor RB Singh said yesterday, each grain saved, each grain produced. So we should try to see this and try to reduce pressure on the land for producing more and more. The last point, which is I would like to submit it to you, is investment in agriculture. Investment in R&D, is less than 0.5%. Dr. Kundania told this morning that 20,000 crore total investment out of 40 lakh crore of GDP of agricultural produce. So if we just invest in 0.5%, that too 0.4% out of that goes in research, whereas 0.19% only goes for extension. This morning you saw in the presentation by Dr. A.K. Singh, DDG, that whatever we innovate, we got a disruptive technology, unless it reaches to farmer, it doesn't serve the purpose. Therefore, we need to increase our investment in the extension also, as well as in research. So with these two words, if we adopt a science-based solution, if we adopt disruptive innovations and technology available at our disposal, I'm very sure that although we have covered almost 8 years from 15 to 22, 7 years, 8 years are still left, and we will be able, I'm very confident that India will be able to achieve SDG goals, provided all these things are done. And remember yesterday Dr. Paroda said that if India does not achieve SDG, it's very difficult for the world to achieve SDG. Therefore, my appeal to you, sirs, that we should try to concentrate on science-based solutions. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. Again, very important points you have highlighted. and which are additional ones. So that is the benefit of your experience in the field. Next is Dr. Mrityunjay. He is joining us online from Bangalore. He was supposed to be with us, but due to health reason could not make it. So Dr. Mrityunjay, floor is yours, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected Dr. Paroda, Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. Anuradha, and my co-panelists and esteemed friends. Are you hearing, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I'm cautious of your remark that don't repeat much. And therefore, I would be trying my best to not to repeat, but if it becomes inevitable, you have to excuse me, in case of dealing with what I wanted to talk about. Now, I think we are increasingly becoming clear that, we need to address more complex problems and becoming more complex day after day. And therefore, they need complex solutions. So therefore, solving complex solutions require business unusual. And therefore, business unusual means a lot of site level innovations at every level, even in administration, has to take place. Otherwise, these unusual problems, unconventional problems cannot be solved. And that's what is our experience is. And therefore, I would like to recollect in the inaugural session, a point was made by Dr. Ramesh Chand. He was referring to first 50 years of achievement as compared to next 25 years of achievement of our in food front, in per capita food consumption. He says next 25 years, we achieved more than what we achieved for 50 years earlier. So that means we have progressed much. But suddenly he comes with an observation, but it is not the output achievement which is important, but outcome achievement is more important. Now, I think we are moving more towards more complex measurement of our performance. And therefore, we need to be much more careful in looking at sources of growth for this unconventional, ways of handling things. But, your point, in the inaugural session itself, in your opening remarks, you made a mention that we have achieved food production, to an extent that, we are now one of the major exporters, agricultural exports in the world. And, government of India, for obvious reasons, came with a announcement that, we are now ready to export to the needy countries outside. But within a week, we retraced, and then we said, no, we are not in a position to send it, as we talked about, because internal food security is a major issue for us, and therefore we cannot export as we talked about or we announced about. So the fragility of our progress makes us much more cautious in exploring unconventional, business unusual opportunities for growth. Having said this, while exploring unconventional sources of growth, we need to look at the areas in which we are, in other words, the softer options are already explored. The harder options are only available now in terms of exploring sources of growth. Now, as a social scientist, I would look at the options in those areas where it is harder to make. For example, just now Dr. Gupta was making a mention that the stop applying chemical fertilizer is one option. Another option is increase the use efficiency of inputs. Now, stop applying fertilizers is the soft option that the government can explore. But increasing the use efficiency of inputs is a harder option. No, it is very difficult to translate it at the ground level, site level, to see that use efficiency increases, because there are so many other factors that come and play and influence use efficiency of inputs on which we have no control or very less control. So therefore, similarly, I would explore an area which we are talking about from day one of this symposium, partnership. We are talking about harnessing partnership as a source of growth for overcoming the addressing the complex issue of food, nutrition, environmental security towards achieving sustainable development goals. Now, here, my after seeing the partnership exploration so far, because partnership is not new to us. It is historical. We have been using it. Now, one of the time-tested formula or mantra to achieve speed and quality of addressing the issue is through partnership. But the results of success of partnership is mixed. We are not successful everywhere in partnerships. I have seen, now I'm a member of Academic Council of 2 agricultural universities in the state. They enter into MOUs, not even 10% of the MOUs are not functional and therefore delivering. So in other words, this partnership is a big challenge to us in terms of making it functional, deliver what it is supposed to. So therefore, my suggestion, having seen, I would be telling about it, how partnership delivered output in a project which I was involved for my latter part of my career, National Agricultural Innovation Project, which was nothing but partnership among people, the like-minded people who had resources and then came, and therefore I would be describing about what kind of that partnership that delivered output. I call it as structured partnership is the one that we should aim at. What is that structured partnership means? Like-minded people trusting each other with common and clear objectives, unique skills and talents, ready to share resources and benefits as per the transparent rules of the game, like project planning, implementation, monitoring and evaluation together to build ownership in the project, effectiveness and sustainability, and entry and exit as per the need of the project, clear IPR rules, contractual arrangements, adequate capacity development opportunities while working in the project, decentralization of governance, direct flow of funds to the functioning points, and decentralized procurement. I think these are all parts of this game we need to play if procurement has to be made successful. And we have shown it in NAIP because it is a very tough exercise. It can be easily said, these rules of the game can be easily said than done. But rarely we walk the talk. And it requires 24/7 attention and alertness to see that each one of these looks very simple on paper, but implementing it on the ground to see that the project ownership is built during the period and therefore delivery of expected outputs happens is a big challenge, where it is business unusual should take place, where we have to work before 10 and after 5 also. It is not 10 and 5 confinement of work that would deliver this output, whatever in such cases, which I am talking about. No, so, I would say that all said and done, as every speaker has said, throughout this symposium, partnership is a reality and it is a compulsion for achieving all such complex problems. I think this is, is the lifeline of this whole conference, that partnership, without partnership, it cannot happen. We cannot solve this problem. No, I would be telling, as I told you earlier, some experience of my association with National Agricultural Innovation Project, which the overall objective was to accelerate sustainable transformation of Indian agriculture so that it can support poverty alleviation and income generation through collaborative development and application of agricultural innovations by the public organizations in partnership with farmers groups, private sector, and other stakeholders. And this, playing this partnership is with all those rules in place. So, I should say that, in the two components which are important to be important to be explained in terms of the partnership success is the production to consumption research, where we promote commerce in agriculture, and sustainable rural livelihood security, where we are promoting inclusivity, because we selected small, medium farmers and tribal farmers in most disadvantaged regions of the country, 91 districts. So where we try to demonstrate the usefulness of technological interventions along with this kind of a innovative partnership that work and deliver results. Now in terms of how we did it in production to consumption research, 51 sub-consortia was formed, where 28 ICR institutions joined hand with 22 state agricultural universities, 38 private industries, 29 NGOs. We worked together to execute this particular component. And the output was from this 51 projects or consortia, 305 technologies came, 58 small and medium enterprises were established, made a business of 158 million during the project period, 34 patents filed, and the project benefit cost ratio was 2.05. So therefore, it was a success in this sense. Even with all these partners, we worked together and delivered what was expected. Now, in the Sustainable Rural Livelihood Project, there were 39 ICR institutes, 43 state agricultural universities, 66 NGOs, and 35 other organizations, state level and central level institutes, even in Indian Institute of Management and several others participated on the basis of their interest and their the skills, their talents. So I think all of them worked in small and medium farmers and in the disadvantaged regions in the world. I mean, in India. So therefore, I would now like to conclude by telling now these business unusual solutions are harder options. They are not easy to execute. As I said, they require 24/7 attention by everyone who is involved. Otherwise, it is not possible. Otherwise, we get a picture of 10% success in partnership in overall. So therefore, if you want to increase this percent to a respectable level, possibly we need to work like this, commitment and dedication to see that the connectivity, convergence, coordination, ownership builds in any project that we do, and therefore we could be able to deliver the projects. I think this is the key thing that I would like to recommend. And then for this, prioritization, monitoring, evaluation, learning, follow-up, and all that has to happen very, very meticulously. And this should be made mandatory. But we always talk about this, important, but we never care for giving it some kind of a mandatory need for executing projects, and therefore we fail because we would be bogged down by some new project coming up. We forget, and therefore we will end up with submitting a project report. That's all end of it, and therefore we say that we are where we were. So thanks for giving me this opportunity, and therefore I would say that this is what I wanted to tell. Thanks a lot for you, sir. And therefore, I also want to wish you for your 80th birthday, which I wanted to physically attend, but somehow I couldn't do that.
Thank you, Dr. Mrityunjay. Very, again, valuable input based on your experience of an important World Bank project on innovation and how innovations can have impact through partnership and privatization, which you highlighted. And we need not look at softer options, but think of hard problems that have to be solved to achieve something. With this, I would now like to move and request Dr. Arvind Kumar, the Deputy Director General Research at ICRISAT. Dr. Arvind Kumar is a well-known plant breeder and had been rice breeder at we hope to have some new suggestions from him as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Dr. R.S. Paroda, sir. Respected Dr. R.V. Singh, sir. Distinguished panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting me to this panel discussion. And how much I contribute, but I learned a lot from all this discussion. We all know the achievements of the Indian agriculture, from being a food deficit country to a food surplus country. And in fact, nothing could be more convincing that when you have the Ukraine crisis, number of countries looks towards India for the food security of the world. What a transformation. We also know what we have achieved, but also what we haven't achieved. We know that we have food security, but we know that 14% of our population still have the nutritional deficiency. So we haven't achieved that. And probably whether this is circumstantial or this is strategic, but government has recognized it, that millet become important, pulses are important, oilseed, we have to do a lot of work. So that is another angle to Indian agriculture. But we also know that the food self-sufficiency that we have achieved over years has been achieved at promoting 3 crops, rice, wheat, maize, and tremendous use of the water resources and the soil, which is not sustainable for long. And that is probably we are thinking about. But then I have my own view. Whatever we have done in the past was probably needed. We needed food security. And whatever we are planning for the future is equally important. So I put forth 2 points. Some of this could be repetition, but I do want to say it in a different way. Agriculture research in India need to invest more on cutting edge science. Probably this is one area where we haven't done what we should have been doing. I have no reason in saying that we have introduced a number of technology, but we haven't developed our own research-based technology. And probably it is time that we do it, especially when we are going into IPR era, where we benefit a lot from developing these cutting-edge technologies. Whether this is towards the CRISPR technology, whether this is towards the gene identification, whether this is towards the translational research, whether this is towards the new breeding approaches, it is high time that the country start thinking about moving towards putting more efforts towards cutting-edge research and science. And this will need a lot of investment, not investment with the budget, but investment with the capacity development, new generation scientists. So that we all have to see. There is another area, we know the challenges. The water resources, the soil health are the 2 areas which country has to, in fact, give more importance in time to come. Now, I propose 3 points on this. As I started working with the ICRISAT, I know the importance of water more in the drylands. And I can tell you in the well-fed area, which we have probably not given the same importance that we gave to the irrigated area over the last 60 years, and probably more or less be left to the drylands unattended. Water is the road to success. And probably we need to give more importance to water conservation measures. And I have seen this miracle happening with concentrated efforts that you can take in these dryland areas 3 crops where 1 crop is not possible. You can increase the groundwater table where there was no water available. So that is another area. And to compensate this, I propose that country goes towards water budget-based cropping system. As of now, we have been working towards that how much water this crop needs, and we provide that amount of water. I say how much water we have availability, we use that crop, which is suitable to the water that we have. We can't go on using the underground water enormously forever. That is not possible. The soil health is equally important. How much we have used the soil health and how much we have given to the soil is something to retrospect. Somebody was talking about One Health. It is time that India invests to One Health. The soil microorganism, the soil microbiomes, the plant health, the animal health, and the human health goes hand in hand. If we are not investing in soil health, we are not investing in our own health. Capacity development will determine where India invests and where India moves for the future research. And in fact, it is necessary that we produce next generation scientists looking into what India wants to achieve in next 10 to 15 years. Capacity development, not in a hazardous way, but I would say in a very planned way. If we want to invest in, for an example, CRISPR technology, what is the mass? How many genes we have? When the CRISPR technology was approved, we were very happy. And when we went back on our books, how many genes we have at our hand? How many transformation or how many crops we have the transformation technology available that we can start. And we saw the drawback. Another point that I want to bring, which many people have said about the greater public-private partnership in research. Both need to complement each other. Knowledge as well as facility use with the agreed terms and conditions. With all the faith, not without faith, this partnership, the faith is lacking in between the public and private partnership. And I think we have to work towards achieving that, having that faith, and we have to promote more and more public-private partnership. Last 2 points that I want to say is one is promote scientific excellence. One of these speakers named 3 scientists here: Dr. Gurdev Khus, Dr. Borlaug, Dr. Rajaram. None of them became administrator. They enjoy their science. Probably this country has to promote science, has to promote scientific excellence. And I request that this point be taken forward and included. How do we promote that people who are doing excellent science, they enjoy, continue doing the science. Sometimes I feel that why did I turn into an administrator? Now I was enjoying my science, and probably this is where the realization comes that how we can promote people, how the system can promote people, that you feel empowered being a scientist, you feel respected being a scientist. Probably there is some deficiency in that. And to promote that, I do wish that we bring also some scheme to bring back the brain drain. I haven't seen any scheme from Government of India or anywhere that how do we bring the brain drain back. Dr. Prodha said when he went to UK, he was pre-decided that he will come back to India. But we are losing every year number of talents who are not returning to India. And we have to think out of box that how do we do that. I will again repeat, sir, promote gender balance, which is needed in Indian agriculture a lot. And I tell you with all the conviction that the few of the best scientists who have worked with me have been the women. And I think this is one area where we we talk more. Agriculture education needs revamping change in India. We don't speak, but we know what is the status of education in our country under the changing scenario where we say that we produce more entrepreneurs. Is our education system fit to do that? Do we have this conviction that agriculture education is as good as it was when Dr. Paroda was a student or Dr. Kirti Singh was a student? Just think over, I don't want to speak more about that. But that is, if we invest in agriculture education, we will invest for the future of the agriculture research. And I suggest that we include investment on the agriculture education at the same level that we request for investment in the agriculture research. With this, once again, thank you very much for this opportunity and bringing me here. Thank you.
Thank you, Arvind Kumar. Very practical and relevant suggestions based on your own experience, and also something more to stress on gender balance, education, improved standards, and public-private partnership. I think they are well received. Next, we have Dr. Ashwini Parikh, now Executive Director of National Agro Biotechnology Institute at NABI under Department of Biotechnology. He is a well-known plant physiologist, professor of plant physiology at Jawaharlal Nehru University earlier, and has many accomplishments and contemporary to Dr. Kadambodh Siddique and many biotechnologists abroad. Dr. Ashwini Parikh, please.
Thank you, sir. Very good afternoon to all of you. Respected Dr. Paroda and listening chair of the session. First of all, I would like to put on record my sincere thanks to the task, because I think the kind of discussions which are going on over here are extremely relevant and very useful for agricultural science in India. So my own sincere thanks to TAS and the chair for giving me this opportunity to be able to speak in front of you. I think enough has been said about SDG, the problem, and a lot of suggestions have already been made. I would like to draw your attention towards something very concrete, which I'm going to take a deep dive into the ocean and bring out some pearls for all of you to be able to discuss over here. Before that, I would like to share with you that I believe that in India, agriculture is not a profession. It's a culture. It's a religion for most of us, for the masses. And the religion and the culture in India changes every kilometer, every district, and so is the practices being used for agriculture. The seed changes, the agroclimatic condition changes, a lot of things changes for that. And that brings us to a situation when we can say that the problems of agriculture also changes when we keep on moving from one place to another one within India. So India is a special country, all of us know about it. We have shown in our own country that the coordinated and orchestrated action of all the stakeholders who are engaged in agriculture, research, extension, all the activities have yielded to a situation which has brought us to a situation when we are talking about India being food surplus rather than food deficient. We all respect all our contributors to that. But while we're discussing these SDG and the challenges as on today, what is forcing us to discuss these challenges again and to sit together and plan out for the next 8 years as we are discussing it today. My friend, we are at a stage when we are realizing that what we have achieved is good. We could do that, but now we need to address the challenges which are going to be available, which the farmers are going to be facing in the years to come. When it comes to the challenges for the farmers, I think there are 3 things which I would like to highlight over here. The farmer would need a good quality of seed, as all of us know, and I will just define what good quality of seed would be. Farmer would need plenty of water and good quality of water. All of us agree on that. Enough has been shared over this podium. And the third thing, most of my previous speakers have also said that the good quality of soil is also needed. For the layman's language, good seed, good water, and good soil are something which is required for good agriculture. And if you give these three things to the farmer, I'm sure he is or she is going to make sure that we have enough food available, not only from, not for the year 2030, but 2050 as well, within the resources available. Now, how to address these challenges? Are we ready to handle these challenges? Do we have enough technologies to handle these challenges? Okay, I would like to draw your attention to the first requirement, that is a good quality seed. When it comes to handling the good quality seed, what farmers need is the seed which can give you enough productivity despite all the challenges he or she is anticipating in the farm which he or she is actually growing the seed. Now, if I request you to close your eyes and dream of a farmer from India, all of us will agree that the image which comes to our mind is a farmer with a folded hand and praying to the God for a good monsoon. Good monsoon, good agriculture, good water are very synonymous on that. So, how do we ensure that good quality of seed is available for the farmer, which can ensure good productivity under changing climatic conditions? Most of the speakers have already said that. Last year we have seen the terminal heat, which we said, and just to draw your attention, I was talking to my driver while coming from Mohali yesterday. I just spoke to him and I said that when you're able to harvest good quality seed from the wheat field of your farm, he has a small farm with him. He said, sir, last year we harvested 70 tons from my farm, and this year only 36 tons we could harvest. From 70 tons to 36 tons, less than a half. This is the reality I'm talking about. So I said, is it the problem with your variety, your field? He said, no, most of the people in my village have faced this issue. And this year we're already witnessing a poor monsoon. So how do we deal with that? We have been dealing with it by commercial breeding because we have been able to give rise to law of new genotype in the past. Success stories are available. But why are we discussing it again? Why are we not ready to believe that plant breeding can actually help us in doing what we have done in the past, we can continue doing in the future? The reason is that the challenges are different now. We need to produce seed which can continue giving high productivity under changing climatic conditions with less water, high temperature, and so on and so forth. Now, why can't we rely on plant breeding? Because plant breeding is a technique which is more reliable, which is more successful, provided you have the germplasm available of the parent. But do we have alternatives to that? The alternatives are, we are discussing about the disruptive technology. Genetic engineering has been shown to be very useful. As one of my previous speakers said, that we have the products available lying on the shelf, available within our country with our own gene, own genotype, own cultivar, but we are not able to make use of that. We have burned our hand with the technology just because we could not convince the consumer. Now, we are again talking about a new technology, which is gene editing. So do we believe that the same situation is going to happen with gene-edited product as well? If not, are we ready to handle this challenge? How do we ensure that gene-edited products are able to see the light of the day? So my suggestion to you would be, I think I would like to convey it through this podium, since I'm being given this opportunity. Let's first understand why did we not accept genetically modified food? Because people believe that something is modified in that. The word itself, modified, actually could not convince the consumer. So let's not call gene-edited crop a GE crop. That's my request to all of you. All of us are going to be the ambassador of the technology whenever you go to a student and family member. Let's not call it gene edited. Let's not call it GE, because when you say GE, people tend to believe that they are genetically engineered. Let's try to think something novel about gene edited product, and that has to be putting into the common man understanding, common man belief and religion we are talking about. Second thing, we need to understand that we need to bring in these technologies because these technologies have a real potential which conventional breeding do not have. Just to give you an example, when we talk about breeding for plant for high temperature resilience or drought, we need to see that where do we get the gene pool associated with that? We can get the gene pool from the wild relatives. But the problem is that the wild relatives may not be compatible when it comes to breeding. And this is where the need of those technologies, disruptive technologies, which are independent of the genotype, which are independent of the sexual compatibility, comes into play. We need to embrace these technologies with open arms, because these wild relatives, we need to use them as a source of new alleles, and this is where the gene editing technology can help us. So my suggestion, my request to all of you, through this podium, I would like to say that we need to invest more in such technologies. And how do we do that? We need to train the next generation. We need to open new centers of training of gene editing. That's one example I'm giving as a case study. We need to open new centers for training of gene editing. We need to convince people these centers should not only act as a center for development of product, but also for the training of the next generation, because once they practice, they will understand the science. And once they understand the science, I think all the myths will go away. The problem with genetically engineered product was that because not many people were aware of the science behind it. Once you know the science behind it, the genetic engineering is not different from classical plant breeding. It is only to speed up, it is only precision that you are doing. I'm sure the problem is going to be taken care of that. And I would like to say that National Agri-Food Biotechnology Institute, which is from the Department of Biotechnology at Mohali, you are most welcome to visit us. And Government of India has given a mandate to set up the first training center, National Training Center on Gene Editing Technology, where we have enlisted the big program, regular training, and this center is going to work for dissemination of information as well. We need to convince people, we need to talk to people, we need to talk to press, we need to talk to media, that what we are doing is not different from what has been done earlier. Communication about the new technology, convincing the masses about the new technology is very important, and our center is going to do that. Another disruptive technology is speed breeding. We are going to set up national speed breeding at various places. For cereals, NABI has been identified. For legumes, NIPGR has been identified, and so on and so forth. 6 centers are going to be established for speed breeding. So we need to not only invest in new R&D center, but we need to go beyond that and embrace this technology with open arms. The second thing I would like to say that water has already been discussed. Good quality of water we need to ensure. Good quality of soil we need to ensure. We are going to hear the next talk after the lunch from Dr. Tarapan about it. And the third thing I would like to say is that we need to understand that these new technologies are going to generate a lot of data, and we need to have not only tools and technologies to save this data for IP reasons, but we need to understand that we need to develop capacity to analyze that. And again, I would like to say the Department of Biotechnology established supercomputing facility at National Agri-Food Biotechnology, Param Smriti, which is to the capacity of 650 teraflop. It is available to anyone who want to do any kind of genome analysis, bioinformatic analysis. You're most welcome to do that. So I would like to say that we are all geared up to handle these challenges for SDG2, provided we are moving in a coordinated and orchestrated direction. We are well prepared to handle the question. We anticipate the question and try to find the answer to these questions so that we can address these challenges. With these words, I would like to thank once again TAS for this wonderful discussion. And thank you very much, Dr. Paroda and Dr. RB Singh, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Parekh, again for your very forceful, suggestions relating to GM crops, GE crops need not be treated separately, and the emphasis on good water and soil health as well as training. I think again important suggestions which have come up. And NABI is already initiating some of these, which we look forward that to make an impact in future. We have now 2 more panelists, and we have to also quickly end this session and meet again, if not 3 o'clock, which is stationed for a special session, at least 3:15, which means we must finish in next 10 or 15 minutes. So may I request our both speakers, Dr. Hariharan and Dr. Anna, to kindly take. We really appreciate that you are able to join us. Through you, we would like to convey good wishes from entire house for good health of our great leader, Dr. Swaminathan.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Respected dignitaries.
I'm coming from MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, and the fag end chair also allowed me only 5 minutes. Especially all the statistics, data, where exactly we need to focus, all these things are now very clear to us. I don't need to repeat all these things. But one strong point I wanted to place before this August audience is whatever technology or, when we develop technologies and disseminate them, we need to have one focus in mind that it should be pro-poor, pro-nature, pro-woman, and job-led kind of a orientation. This is the vision and mission of the foundation. Having said that, then how to decode all these things? Issues of climate change, issues of raising levels of malnutrition are looming. There are several uncertainties, scarcity of many things. Still then, we can, the whole model of foundation I wish to bring here, focus on anticipatory research areas so that we will not be complacent right now. We will focus on issues coming through the issue, climate change challenges, especially abiotic stress. The Navi director spoke about it. Fine, gene editing technologies are one, but we also have enormous resources in our country, including the wild relatives of the agriculturally important crops. Second one, we strongly believe in bottom-up approach. We sit with the people, understand what is the problem there, so that we bring solutions instantaneously using the various facets of modern science. Let it be artificial intelligence, or remote sensing, or technology, cell phone technology. We have very beautiful examples from the foundation. We have the connect, we have the fisher friend mobile application. Almost all state governments on the coastal areas have taken up this as a very important tool for the safety, security, as well as useful catch by the fisher folk of our country. The focus of our foundation is small and marginal farmers, fishers, tribal and landless poor of the country. The third important dimension is the strategic research. Instead of, at the national platform, yes, we need to have a larger canvas to address research programs, but India is diverse and the problems are also highly local specific and related when it comes to nutrition, the food systems and other things we spoke about. We need to provide the, I come from a region where certain food items are very, very unique. We have wonderful institutions like CFTRI, National Institute of Nutrition and so on. We have done so much. So we need to connect the dots now to see how best we can bring the available technologies right to the use of the people. That is the hour. In this means, yes, I also agree we need to keep continuing our wonderful research on one dimension, but whatever technologies that are available within our shelves must reach to the people. And thank you very much. I don't want to take much time before you and the lunch, as well as the voiceful words from the chair. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We will convey our best, the sentiments to Professor as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much again. I think we need not only be looking at the current problems, but we have to be anticipatory. Therefore, foresight issue highlighted is again important. And agrobiodiversity resources which are rich will help us in meeting many of these challenges. And India being diverse, we need again to have partnership and what we always call convergence and coordination. So that is the issue. Empire building process has to be somehow dismantled. And connect between the institutions is important so that we can achieve much more than what we are able to and add strength to our national system rather than ICR system or biotechnology department system, which was earlier mentioned, or DST system. They are all for the government, for the farmers, for the nation. The last one, Dr. J.C. Rana, is our, in fact, co-organizer. Biodiversity International is country representative, had been earlier head of the division at NBPGR. Again, expert in agrobiodiversity and currently with Biodiversity International and CRT Alliance. Dr. Rana, please.
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon to all coaches. I think I'm the last person and I don't know what to speak. Because everything has been cleared very well. And as surplus stage now. And while reaching the surplus stage, we say that we lost a lot of biodiversity. So we have lost. The reason we have not the right time to go back. So the kind of one issue that I was flat search, we have done a lot of CO2 conservation. So one form conservation of properties, land races, whatever we call them. We have those things under some projects, but really not a kind of institutionalization of this program. So the one form conservation of resources, everything is even we say that falls under this domain. It falls under man's land. So this should be an instrumentation of the soil farm programs of all native varieties of lands. Seed system, because they are not available. So the 85% farmers, which we say that they are working on the formal seed system. So how that informal seed system can connect with the formal seed system? We do not have any program for that. How material that is preserved in gene banks, how it can be reconnected with the farm, how it can be repurposed in the farms. There are many land races, varieties which are nutritionally much better than other biofortified foods. That will be adapted, locally acceptable. So how to promote all those varieties and land races? Same is the case of nutrition. Are we going to address nutrition only through minutes? Or there are some other crops, living vegetables, fruits. Better placed. So should we have to consider all those what we call most sort of this? What is when we say awareness and this? The kind of program awareness. What is the word that we are very good speakers. We are good at finding good audience. We must learn the political leaders. If you have the political leaders, you can have conversation and unless you can audience. So I think right of the audience by organizing this kind of events, so what are the political way? Awareness. Also good. So I think right kind of speakers are there, the right of audience need to be chosen in that. And I will call MDGs or SDGs. 20 years have been passed. So we have fall internationally. Environment 1 and 2, hunger 1 and 2. After 20 years, we are there. We do that. When we have to reach another way, something towards so we should be we should be prepared. We should be ourselves. And that is from like ties and all this platform. There are some people that actually afraid of telling those things, but this platform can convey very easily. They should go now. For example, families. At least the Supreme Court has taken note of that. So those kind of voices need to be the why we are not able with this SDGs and investment. Are we trying to invest in high research or there are agriculture? Farmers are maintaining land races, varieties, crops. Who is going to pay for them? We have given a fair authority.
How to exploit those uses. I think those kind of things require to be modified, like so you can modify those as a determination how you can do it. So this thank you very much. And I stop it.
Thank you, Dr. Rana. Again, important issues you have brought, the on-farm conservation, farmer seed system to be improved, and the public awareness, I think is very important. How to conserve, how to, what was said, more from less for more, MLM. Dr. Mashelkar often talks about it, and disruptive innovations are needed for that. And in agriculture, actually, we have been practicing it with little seed produced, put in the soil, you multiply it. And it is for more than individual farmer himself. So more from less for more is already there. But we need such innovations now also to be adopted to attain the targets of Sustainable Development Goals. My RB Bhai is already having crystallized suggestions, but we are keeping ourselves reserved to the last session so that there is no repetition again. So most of the suggestions have come, and therefore we would not want to be in between you and the lunch, so that we can reassemble on time. We have a special session, and since Dr.
Just one response on innovation. Dr. Mrityunjay's presentation that brought into focus this NAIP. So, and the importance of collaboration. And it was a consortia-based approach research.
Mrityunjay mentioned about that.
Yes, sir. And incidentally, none else than Dr. Paroda himself was there to see the final presentation of the basic and strategic research there. So meticulously done. He said only 34 patent applications, it was 85. There were 900 plus research papers, in which 134 plus was 9 out of 10 in the international journals. The point is about sustainability. We had 3 phases in the seed project under World Bank project, but we could not have even second phase for projects like NAIP because our system, they were to be transformed. And in the transformation process, so much of independence given to PIs and CPIs, so that could not be sustained because we didn't have enough resources for that. So that resources is a crunch. And that is why this sustainability aspect needs to be seen, sir. And second, response to Dr. Arvind's point that, of course, as scientists, we respect and honor all those scientists who have excelled only as scientists. Like we had example of Dr. Jain also here in IIR director, but and of course Dr. R.V. Singh is sitting here who has not gone to Krishi Bhavan, but he has gone to FAO. Point is that the scientists who have taken the responsibility to go to the administrative side, they are our mouthpieces for the policy support to be gained from government. And that is the channel that has been so meticulously developed by trust. And these are some of the points in achieving SDGs and sustainability and all that we should not overlook, because it is an intangible part that we have generated out of the presence in 2 days sessions. That is important to us. The tangible is what we will discuss what we will grade individually, and that is what Dr. Rana very clearly told, that good audience was needed so that our minds could have interacted more on that. So that is my only submission, sir. Thank you.
And we can be here by 3:15. Half an hour should be enough, I suppose. We will be late by 15 minutes, but I still will be able to pay. Someone will join us online from the wire, so it will be too early. We have to hold it down to the do this. But they want to find out, they want to join us. Where we have got routine physical checkup today. So we hope to have participation of both business and there is one that we after well, I am told that Dr. Pathak has been asked by Minister for some important meeting. This is always expected, in that position. I know myself how difficult it had been. So we have a contingency plan. We will try to make some adjustments and meet again at 3:15. Okay.
So on behalf of the organizers, both the co-chairs as well as all the esteemed panelists, as well as the audience for their presence in this session. See you after lunch. Thank you very much.
Thank her also for well, dear participants, we can start with this very special session, which was supposed to be chaired by Dr. Himanshu Pathak, Director General ICR. Somehow, Minister has called him for some urgent discussion. So he may possibly join us little later if he is free. And myself and Professor R.B. Singh, we are here and as co-chair of the previous session, so we will continue with this session as well. And before we have our special lecture, there is one very special announcement of the Borlaug Field Award. And we will be circulating this widely through our networks of National Academy, of TAS, and all our co-organizers, the CG centers, etc. And this announcement is to be made by Dr. Keegan Kochki, who is Senior Director, Global Youth Program and Partnership, World Food Award Foundation. We are really grateful to the World Food Award Foundation to agree to not only participate in our symposium, but also send Dr. Keegan as a panelist to share his views, which he so ably did in the previous session. And also it was agreed that this announcement will be made during this special session. So we are really happy, and I would now therefore request him to make the announcement and maybe make some introductory comments, whatever he would like to. And then we will request Professor Ratanlal. I hope Dr. Ratanlal is already there.
Yes.
Doctor, welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Perota, Dr. Singh, Dr. Mall, all the organizers of this conference, distinguished guests. It is my pleasure to share this wonderful news today with you. The World Food Prize Foundation, our mission is to elevate innovation and inspire action to increase the quality, quantity, and availability of food for all. One of the main ways we do this is by recognizing individuals who have made great strides towards achieving this goal, Borlaug-like achievements. And today I'm going to tell you about a person who has done just that early in his career. The scientist is following in Dr. Borlaug's footsteps. In 2011, the World Food Prize Foundation created the Normandy Borlaug Award for Field Research and Application with a generous endowment by the Rockefeller Foundation. This $10,000 award recognizes exceptional science-based achievement in international agriculture and food systems by an individual under the age of 40. The awardees emulate the same intellectual courage, stamina, and determination that Dr. Borlaug demonstrated as a young scientist working in the fields of Mexico to develop miracle wheat. Over the last decade, the World Food Prize Foundation has had the privilege of giving this award. We've come to realize that these young researchers and field practitioners are not only walking in Dr. Borlaug's footsteps, they are taking the gains of the Green Revolution to the next level. Over the past 10 years, the Borlaug Field Award has recognized distinguished honorees and acknowledged a diverse array of achievements and disciplines across a broad geographic and cultural landscape. The first winner there we go. The first winner of the Borlaug Field Award was Dr. D.T. Mukherjee of India, recognized for her social science research in groundwater resources in West Bengal, which led to major policy changes benefiting thousands of farmers in the region. Over the subsequent years, we've recognized 10 recipients of this award: Dr. Charity Mutegi of Kenya, Dr. Bram Goberts of Belgium and Mexico, Eric Pullman of the United States, Dr. Andrew Mude of Kenya, Dr. Zheng Chui of China, Dr. Matthew Rouse of the United States, Dr. Halian Tufan of Turkey, Dr. Salma Sultana of Bangladesh, and Dr. Elliot Dasayovu of Benin. Today, I am pleased to announce the 11th recipient of this distinguished award. An Indian citizen, the 2022 awardee is recognized for his outstanding leadership in mainstreaming biofortified crops, particularly pearl millet, in India and in Africa. For more than a decade, he has directed the development and dissemination of high-yielding, high-iron, and high-zinc pearl millet varieties, which have contributed to better nutrition for thousands of farmers and their communities. As a scientist at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics, starting in 2011, he defined a strategy for biofortification of pearl millet with high iron and high zinc content and developed plans to disseminate these high-yielding, drought-tolerant varieties to farmers. As many of you know, biofortification is the process of increasing the micronutrient content of a crop through selective breeding and has become a keystone strategy for reducing vitamin and mineral deficiencies in low and middle-income countries. Pearl millet is a climate-resilient staple food crop that grows in dry regions on marginally productive land, and as such, is most often cultivated by smallholder farmers and accessible to those with lower incomes. Having come from a farming background himself, our awardee saw that biofortification of pearl millet could have a strong positive impact on the nutrition, the health, and the livelihoods of rural communities. In 2014, he released Dana Shakti, the world's first biofortified pearl millet. 200 grams of Dana Shakti provided women with more than 80% of their recommended daily allowance of iron, compared to only 20% in regular pearl millet varieties. Now, more than 120,000 farming households in India grow Dana Shakti. Estimates say that by 2024, 10 years after Dana Shakti's release, more than 9 million people in India will be consuming iron and zinc-rich pearl millet and reaping the health benefits of better nutrition. He's been directly involved in the development of more than 10 significant high iron, high zinc pearl millet cultivars in India and Africa, positively impacting thousands of farmers, seed producers, processors, and consumers. He released the first biofortified millet in West Africa in 2019, which quickly became the predominant variety grown in the region, with over 20,000 hectares planted. He did not stop at breeding new crop varieties. His active collaboration with the Indian Council of Agricultural Research led to India becoming the first country in the world to commit to iron and zinc standards as core traits in their national cultivar release policy. Pearl millet became the first crop in which minimum levels of these essential micronutrients were mandated in 2018. And this was an important policy milestone in advancing the nutrition-sensitive food system. This was backed by his diligent research and effective collaboration with partners. He created hundreds of plant breeding materials that were used not only in India, but in biofortification projects throughout the world. He facilitated public-private partnerships to produce and disseminate improved seed. And his commitment to communication has made pearl millet a flagship crop in Harvest Plus biofortification strategy. His research and advocacy have been fundamental in creating the cheapest source of dietary iron and zinc for low-income households in the dryland tropics. His tireless work across disciplines, geographies, and communities has resulted in improved nutrition for thousands of families and enhanced livelihoods for smallholder farmers across India and Africa who rely on pearl millet for food and nutrition security. I am thrilled to announce that the 2022 Borlaug Field Award recipient is Dr. Mahalingam Govindaraj of India. Dr. Govindaraj is currently senior scientist for crop development at Harvest Plus and the Alliance of Biodiversity International in SIAT. He'll receive the Borlaug Field Award formally on October 19th at a ceremony during the 2022 Borlaug Dialogue. This year, the Borlaug Dialogue is going to take place from October 17th to the 20th in Des Moines, Iowa, in the United States, and will also include a virtual component if that's the best way for you to participate. Now, this year's theme, Feeding a Fragile World, is going to focus on overcoming pervasive shocks to the global food system by the triple threat of COVID, conflict, and climate. This event will address scalable solutions for adaptation and mitigation to limit planetary warming and achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Hope to see you all in Des Moines or online this October. Thank you all, and congratulations, Dr. Govindaraj.
Let us, from our side, also congratulate Mahalingam Govindaraj for getting this prestigious award, and we also convey our best wishes to him. And through you, Dr. Keegan, we would like to also convey appreciation to Dr. Barbara Stinson for having offered to have this announcement made here in this symposium, which is quite special for us, and we do appreciate this kind of initiative. Perhaps it is the beginning of partnership between World Food Foundation and also with Indian organizations like TAS, NAS, ICR, and other CG centers based here, including APSAT. I think I must also congratulate you, Dr. Arvind Kumar, that a scientist from your institute is receiving this. It's a great honor, and great honor for India as well, that an Indian scientist gets it, which is indeed appreciable. So with this, friends, Professor Ratanlal, we are now, we will convey. Now we are here for a special lecture from a very distinguished scientist who is from us, but has been making impact globally and is known for carbon sequestration and also for conservation agriculture. He doesn't need any introduction. I would only like to say that he is presently at Ohio State University, working for more than, I think, now 3.5 decades. And recently, a center there for carbon management and sequestration has been named after him, which is a unique distinction in itself. And you may be all aware that he was the recipient of World Food Prize 2 years ago. So, Dr. Atanlal, we are very grateful to you. We apologize for this delay. It was inevitable, and Dr. Himanshu Pathak, who was supposed to chair it, was looking forward, but then all of a sudden he had to go for some important meeting with the minister. So these unexpected, happenings are always expected. With that, myself and Professor R.B. Singh, we are here to co-chair this session. And I would now not take more time, but while thanking you, request you to address us on way forward to achieve food, nutrition, and environmental security through better soil health care. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Can you see? Thank you. Can you see my screen? Can you see the screen? Yes? Okay. Well, first of all, I want to congratulate you, Raj, on a very, very auspicious occasion of your 80th birthday. This has been a very befitting symposium in your honor. I also want to thank your co-chair, Dr. R.B. Singh, a very, very distinguished scientist in his own right. I heard yesterday somebody make comment about his contribution to FAO also. I also want to thank Dr. Keegan Kowski for making the announcement, and congratulations to Dr. Mahalingam Govindaraj for winning the Borlaug Field Award. The topic assigned to me today is in a way very pertinent to the Borlaug Field Award, because some of my comments will be on nutritional security. So biofortification of pearl millet is a very befitting award for this very important contribution. India agriculture between 47 and 2021 is the world's greatest success story. In fact, a very unique and iconic contribution that makes us all very proud. For example, in 1947, when the population was 330 million, the food grain production was 50 million ton. And in 2021, when the population is 1,400 million, 1.4 billion, the food grain production was 314.5 million tons. Therefore, while the population increased by a factor of 4.2, the food grain production increased by a factor of 6.3. This is contrary to what Malthus had predicted. This is a very, very unique success story that we are all very proud of at Dr. Paroda, Dr. R.B. Singh, Dr. Swaminathan, Dr. Mahapatra, many others are responsible for this great success story. However, the potential to produce grains in India is about double than what it is now, 550 to 600 million tons. And hopefully this can happen within the next 2 to 3 decades, that India will double its food grain production. In another way to look, India's progress is the food supply, kilocalorie per capita per day. So in 1961, population was 440 million, and the per capita calorie was 2,000. And in 2020, when the population is 1.4 billion, the per capita calorie supply is 2,450. That's a remarkable success story, very commendable, and a note of congratulations to all, including Dr. Paroda. This is a great tribute on your birthday anniversary symposium, what India has achieved. Not only food grain production, India also has achieved a horticulture revolution, where the horticulture production went up 10 times, milk 9 times, fish production, the blue revolution, white revolution, fish production went up 13 times. India's export of 20 million tons of grains for $40 billion worth is a very tremendous contribution to global food security contribution. And in addition to that, of course, the poverty reduction has happened from 70 to 20%, yet we have a long way to go to eliminate the poverty of 20% population. So I will talk about the future, posterity. So far, the past has been glorious contributions in agriculture, so where the future lies. And the future is reconciling agriculture production with improving the environment quality. Therefore, food and nutritional security must be achieved along with restoration and improvement of environment quality. And environment quality is a trinity of 3 parameters: soil, water, and air. Therefore, when we talk about environment quality, we are talking about the health of soil, water, and air. And that's where the future focus of agricultural productivity must lie, both food security, nutritional security, and environment quality. Another part which is important for future is the resource use in agriculture. And of course, 57% of the land area of the country is allocated to food production. And hopefully this can be reduced by intensification, sustainable intensification. That means the vertical growth. But more important is water consumption, fresh water consumption, 253 kilometer cube per year, which is 87% of the total water use is for agriculture, compared with the global average of 70%. So we must save water. We must improve water use efficiency. So saving land and saving water, improving water quality, improving air quality are very important priority for the future focus of agriculture. Greenhouse gas emission contributed by agriculture, 16% of the national average, which is the same as global average, which is about 12 to 14%. India is 16%. In spite of success story in total productivity and per capita calorie supply, undernutrition is still a problem. 190 million people out of 1.4 billion, 14%, have low access to adequate food supply. And then there is a problem of malnutrition. Some estimates indicate that perhaps over 80% of the adolescent population suffer from hidden hunger. That's about 1 billion people. That's about half of the world population that is prone to malnutrition, estimated at global 2 billion people. So half of those, and these are micronutrient deficiency, mostly 17 micronutrients. Therefore, the pearl millet fortification, the award given to Dr. Mahalingam Govindaraj, is a step in the right direction to address this issue of malnutrition. So agriculture and food system should be considered in proper context. Our focus has been on agriculture, which is the first step in the food system. And we have achieved great success in that. But we should think about not only agriculture, but the focus has now to be shifted to food system, which means not only production, but it also means distribution, packaging, value addition, cooking, the food quality, and of course the disposal of the food waste after the consumption part is a very important part of the food system. So the current food systems in India, while the agriculture has been a great success, the food systems have had some limitations. And those limitations are they have not eliminated hunger and malnutrition. They have degraded the environment, soil, water, and air. They have depleted the natural resource base. I mentioned 87% water, 57% the land resources, and some other component. And of course, the important part is Sustainable Development Goals. These are not on track. Millennium Development Goal, tremendous progress was made in India. Sustainable Development Goals, tremendous progress has been made in India, but they are not on track, and especially those which are not on track by 2030, 8 years from now, include the following. And hunger, climate action, and life on land. Land degradation neutrality. Prime Minister Modi in 2019 made an announcement of restoring 6 million hectares of degraded lands. We are not on track to accomplishing that. There are other goals which are not being on track, and poverty, 20%, already poverty by 2030, it will probably not be achieved. Good health, clean water, number 6, and of course, renewable energy, number 7. Renewable energy. India is making tremendous progress in solar and other part, but still a long way to go in terms of those. So those sustainable development goals are also need to be focused, and hopefully most of those could be achieved. Some other precautionary measures in agriculture which require attention for future use: over fertilization and unbalanced fertilization. I was kind of surprised when I heard the report the other day. The rate of fertilizer use in Punjab is 250 kilogram per hectare, compared with the world average of 135, compared with the United States of 100. Of course, China is 400, but the fertilizer efficiency need to be improved. The focus should be on efficiency, not on rate. Indiscriminate use of pesticides, excessive and flood-based irrigation, unnecessary plowing, in-field burning of crop residues, uncontrolled grazing, excessive post-harvest losses, 30 to 40, 50%, too much of the food waste, brick making of the topsoil, especially in Indo-Gangetic plains. Those are some of the things which we have to take note of and address in future agricultural issue. That brings me to the question of very, very, very rapid urbanization in India. The same thing is in Africa, and same thing is in Asia, but India, especially with a population of 1.4 billion. Examples of cities such as New Delhi, population was 1 million in 1950. It will be 28.9 million in 2025, another 2-3 years, and 36 million by 2030, increasing by a factor of 30 since 1950, 8-year period. Calcutta increased by a factor of 4, Bombay by 9, Pune by 10, Hyderabad by 12, Bangalore by 21, Chennai also by a factor of 10. So these mega cities, feeding them is a special consideration. 15 to 20% of the food consumed within the city limit must be produced by recycling the nutrients brought into the city with the food. So urban agriculture and a different types of urban agriculture, I'll come back to that in a moment, is a high priority for future. Brick making, number of brick kilns, which are obviously all those growing city, especially in the Indo-Gangetic area, no stones, no timber. So brick is the construction material. There are 140,000 brick kilns in India, and number is increasing. This was in 2010. So the current number might be 150,000 or more. Average land area under each brick kiln is 5 hectares. Growth rate is 2 to 5% per year. Land area affected is already more than 1 million hectares. The total number of bricks produced every year is 250 billion per year. and the number is increasing. The soil organic carbon burnt in brick making, when you fire the bricks, 6 million tons of carbon, 6 teragram of carbon per year, and increasing. The total CO2 emitted is about 12 because of both organic and inorganic carbon which is released. And 2/3 of all those bricks, 250 billion, are produced in the fertile soils of the Indo-Gangetic plains, which remove the top 1 meter of soil. That's like decapitating an individual or an animal. The top soil, which took millions and millions of years to produce, in a matter of days is removed to 1 meter depth for brick making. Hopefully, there will be a legal measures taken where the fertile topsoil is protected against the urbanization expansion as well as brick making and other purposes. When I was talking about food production within the city limit, I was not thinking about traditional agriculture. I was thinking of soil-less agriculture, such as aquaculture, aquaponics, hydroponics, aeroponics, aerofarm, and tall skyscraper made of glass, sky farming. That's called vertical farming, sky farming and vertical farming, specifically designed to grow green grocery, vegetables, and other supplies which can be consumed within the city limits by recycling nutrients. So those type of soil-less culture might be very important, especially in the area which have limited supplies of land resources. Then there's a question, carbon neutral cities. We always talk about carbon neutral agriculture. I'm not sure I agree with the term, but carbon neutral cities make a sense. And here is an example of Greensburg, Kansas, which has declared to be a carbon neutral city. So solar panel on the roof, wind, hydro, geo, many other parts. So we must plan on having these mega cities, which I gave you example of producing quite a lot of energy so that hopefully dependence on fossil fuel decreases. Burning of biomass. You know, when I look at pictures, something like this, what something come to my immediate thought is soil, the topsoil have 25% of global biodiversity in the top few centimeters, especially top 6 inches, 15 centimeters. So when you are burning intensely crop residue, of course, the smoke and the loss of very precious resource, it also reminds me of alive, cremation of all those organisms in the topsoil layer. And that is a crime against nature, more than in one way. This must stop. I make a plea, appeal, request to all my farmer colleagues, friends, families, please stop it. Please do something different. Then there is a puddling, transforming dry, semi-arid, arid climate of Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, Western UP. The dry landscape transformed into flooded rice. And that brings about very, very drastic change in the ecosphere. You got an environment, even in Egypt, same thing, other parts of the region. You got a landscape like this, which is useful for kind of sparse vegetation, and you are converting that dramatically into puddled rice paddies, which leads to drastic ecological transformation of desert environment, semi-desert environment, semi-arid environment, with the flooded waters, with tremendous change in soil, microbial, chemical, physical processes. And then, of course, broadcasting fertilizer in the standing water at a hot climate. This must stop. Rice puddling must be replaced by direct seeding. Dry direct seeding, DDS, dry direct seeding of rice. I know the yield will be less, maybe 10%, maybe 15%, but saving in water, saving in natural resources, tremendous gain. So I think this is where farmers should be rewarded. If they take a loss in yield production, reward them for producing through environment-friendly method. Some options for India's rice wheat belt: diversify farming system, focus on traditional neglected crops, chickpeas, millet, sorghum, millets. I was very glad about the biofortification award. This very important. Sorghum, of course, establish horticultural crops, citrus, grapes, almonds. Why not grapes? Almond, pistachio, vegetables, develop industry for value addition, direct seeded rice, obviously as an option. And this is where the policy can intervene tremendously. Saving irrigation water, not only for flood irrigation, but for other crop, restoring soil health, specifically through organic matter improvement, which will save the water resource because it will increase available water capacity. So soil health restoration, improving organic matter content, is also a powerful strategy to saving water resources and improving the water quality. The organic matter content in soils of India, especially the northwestern Indo-Gangetic Plain region, the organic matter content of 0.5% organic matter. Organic carbon would be less than half of that. And that needs to be restored to about 2% organic matter to 1 to 1.5% organic carbon. That is what is required. So for soil health for posterity, the title that was suggested, I'm going to suggest, discuss, present for your consideration. Few things: carbon farming. By the way, I just got a project approved, $15 million, announced last week. It's still available online. The title is carbon farming, which we are doing throughout the United States, as well as some countries in South America. Climate resilient agriculture, urban agriculture, soil-less food production, soil-less food production. Nature positive agriculture, nutrition sensitive agriculture. Again, going back to Dr. Mahalingam's award today, dry direct seeding rice, restoring degraded soil. Those are the issue. So coming back to terminology of climate smart agriculture, some people call it climate wise, climate informed, climate resilient, climate smart. They are all the same thing. It's a matter of wordings, matter of semantics. Climate resilient is what I prefer. So what is climate resilient agriculture? CRA is an approach for transforming and reorienting agricultural system to support food security and the new realities of climate change. Climate-related threats can be reduced by increasing the adaptive capacity of the farmer, as well as increasing the resilience and resource use efficiency in agriculture production system. It emphasizes the capacity to implement flexible, context-specific solutions and supported by innovative policy and financing action. Innovative policy. I wish Dr. Pathak was here today, but this is a part which I would strongly urge ICAR to consider in discussion with the government. What are the objectives of climate resilient agriculture? Enhancing agriculture productivity to support equitable increase in income, food security, and sustainable development goals, increase adaptive capacity and resilience to shocks at multiple levels from farm to national, and reducing greenhouse gas emission and increasing carbon sequestration. And those are the objectives of climate resilient agriculture system. Some examples of this include conservation agriculture, integrated crop, livestock, forestry agriculture system, improved grazing management, innovative water and nutrient management. I talked to you about puddling and compared with dry direct seeding rice, diverse plant animal species, varieties and breeds, and practices which restore soil health and enhance soil organic carbon content. And of course, nanotechnology, fertilizer, especially food storage, many other parts, agricultural nanotechnology is very important. Then in coming back to the policy rewarding farmers in India, and farmers should be rewarded for what? For sequestering carbon in soil, for eliminating burning of crop residue, using conservation agriculture, adopting micro irrigation rather than flood irrigation, growing aerobic direct seeded rice, implying balanced nutrients rather than nitrogen only because it's subsidized, reducing post-harvest losses, recycling bio-waste, and of course, carbon farming. Carbon farming, as I said, I just got a project started. I'm very proud of it. I really feel honored that USDA FAR provided us a total amount of $15 million for next 5-year period. So what is carbon farming? It involves management of carbon pools, flows, and greenhouse gas fluxes at farm level with the purpose of mitigating climate change. Carbon farming includes management of both materials and vegetation, plus fluxes of carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. What are the carbon farming options? Direct seeded rice, I already mentioned in the Indian context, conservation agriculture, livestock grazing, properly agroforestry, soil carbon sequestration, both organic and inorganic, and of course, sustainable nutrient management, integrated nutrient management, balanced nutrient management. Those are some of the options very much relevant to India. Expected deliverables of carbon farming include carbon removal from the atmosphere and storage in soil and vegetation, avoidance of future CO2 and other greenhouse gas emission, reduction of existing CO2 and greenhouse gas emission. There are many expected deliverables, of course, improvement of soil health. Carbon farming is a new business model for farmers. It consists of incentive for farmers to take up farming practices that deliver a climate benefit at farm level. These incentives to pay farmer can come from public funds, private payments, industry, or combination of both. So we are thinking payments to farmer by private sector might be a very important mechanism for India and elsewhere, where the transfer of fund can happen through the supply chain systems. And carbon market can be set up as a public or private initiatives. Now, market-based payments to farmer for carbon sequestration, there are two broad structure of payment. One is called voluntary markets, which is offset and insets, and the other is payment for ecosystem services. And all of these can be adopted. Now, the offset markets, these carbon offsets are generated by land managers who can reduce emissions or sequester carbon in soil and vegetation. These offsets are then verified and sold to emitters, which may be the industry, as a means of offsetting their carbon emission. And these offsets can be sold through voluntary offset programs, Climate Trust, UNFCCC, Clean Development Mechanism, many other, and which can be regulated through carbon cap and trade program. Then we have offset markets for the detail. A number of emerging programs support offset production from agricultural soil carbon sequestration. And some of those like Indigo Carbon, True Terra's Turbo Carbon Program, Soil and Water Outcome Fund. These are some of the ecosystem service market consortium. I'm a member of the board of this organization that pays farmers for adopting those practices. These emerging programs work with the farmers to implement practices that sequester carbon, provide measurement and verification of carbon offset, and sell these offset to buyers interested in offsetting carbon emission. Then there is a carbon inset market, offset and inset. Insetting involves an initiative taken by a company to combat emissions within its own supply chain. And internalizing these efforts ensures the entity seeking to reduce its emission is actively engages in collaboratively providing education, technical assistance, and sometimes the financial assistance as well. Examples of inset market include Nestle, Bayer. Bayer is very actively involved, field to market alliances and others. So industry, I'll come back in a minute, as an important role to play in it. Models for embodying farmer land use and management payment, corporate payment, voluntary carbon market. Voluntary carbon market has probably a long way to go. Current prices are low, and there are many reasons for it because there is no actual scarcity of carbon offsets. This is all 100% voluntary. Different offsets represent different communities, and those are also very different. The cooperation with private sector, as I mentioned, is something that India should really promote. Private sector, especially in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is a part of the symposium as well. And I mentioned those very specific ones, where private sector, policymakers, academicians, national institutions, land managers can all work together to reward farmers for doing better agriculture. So the role of private sector can never be overemphasized, especially in promoting nature positive agriculture, in increasing access to input, in improving investment in agriculture research, and in education. That brings me to some of the last few slides, which I have conclusion. How should India be fed by 2050? First of all, I already said India has made tremendous progress in the first step in food system. It produces tremendous amount of grain, 315 million tons of it. Unfortunately, quite a lot of it is wasted, 30 to 40%. Fresh supply food is wasted even more, perhaps 50%. So reducing waste should be a high priority. Increasing access to food is another one by addressing poverty, inequality, civil strife, political instability, improving distribution of food, and of course, increasing the pulses. Pulses are a very important part of Indian diet. We are not food self-sufficient in pulses. A tremendous amount of it is imported from Australia and elsewhere. I think increasing pulse production is very important. And of course, accepting personal responsibility. The food waste should not happen. Increasing agronomic productivity, narrowing the yield gap, rate of yield gap improvement from 0.9% to perhaps 2% per year, so that by 2030, we are very close to achieving the yield which is obtained at a research level. And of course, saving some resources through eco-intensification is really the key. Sustainable soil management is few other parts of it which I have not addressed. Soil health must include ethical relation, ethical. Remember, I was talking about your burning crop residue, it's a live cremation in a way. Taking topsoil for brick making, 1 meter of it, that took millions of years to make. Non-human relationship with a living organism, non-human living organism, giving them protection and respect biodiversity. That's our ethical consideration of soil health. Soil health approaches may not always yield the highest. You may have to sacrifice some yield. And that's where the saving in waste food is very important. For example, direct seeded rice may not produce as much, but its benefits are much greater. So the focus is not always highest yield. The focus is on sustained yield and better quality, nutritional quality yield. Soil health management must connect science with business leader, science with policymaker, and science with general public. And this is where India can make tremendous progress. Finally, two more things which are generally important, especially relevant, pertinent to this symposium in honor of Dr. Paroda. Being the source of critical ecosystem services for human well-being and nature, it is essential to make judicious management of soil integral to addressing global issues beyond food and fuel. It's critical to objectively consider how we produce, store, process, transport, and consume our food. This is, by the way, the food system: produce, store, process, transport, and consume, and dispose the byproducts. This is the system. Focus from agriculture, which is the first part, produce, to this entire system, in ways that spare the land for nature, maximize the use efficiency of input, and minimize the environment footprint. The importance of soil beyond food and fuel, all other ethical issues that are discussed. And finally, there's an urgent need for a paradigm shift. Paradigm shift in India, especially. India, the most populous country very soon, and the world. To answer the question, what would I suggest to make land management a solution to environmental issues? The logical response from my side would be to objectively and critically consider, how do we take land resources for granted and use them as a personal property? Simply because you have piece of paper from Patwari doesn't mean you can do anything you want to do with the land. Land is a very precious resource. It must have rights. Land must have rights just like rivers have rights, mountain have rights, vegetation have rights, wildlife has rights, biota has rights, land has rights. A prudent strategy would imply making land and agriculture an integral part of the solution and empowering farmers and land managers to restore degraded land, to afforest the denuded land, and return some hitherto marginal land back to nature. It would be impossible to keep global temperature at safe level unless there is a radical transformation in the ways by which we produce and consume our food and manage the Earth's finite and fragile land resources. Raj, congratulations once again. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you. It has been a great honor to know you and to know your work, and a great honor to be a speaker at this symposium today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Professor Atalal. I'm sure everyone will agree in the house that it had been very enlightening talk for all of us, which is highly relevant to the discussion on sustainable development goals. Professor Atalal, would it be possible to take one or two questions? If
Sure, I'm here. Yes, sure, certainly.
Dr. Gupta, I'm sure you have some. H.S. Gupta and Arvind Kumar. Okay, Dr. Arvind Kumar from ICRISAT, Deputy Director General.
Okay, hi sir. This is Arvind Kumar. As you compare India with other countries, and especially with the China, when you said they use 400 kg of the fertilizers, how do you see other countries, major those who are based on agriculture, they are placed with use of the natural resources, especially the soil?
Soil resources in China, they made a very rapid and very prudent decision in 1980s. And I had several students, for example, at that time, they switched from using crop residue and animal waste as household cooking fuel to gas and electric stove, and so that the crop residue was returned and biomass from animal byproducts were returned back to the land. So the organic matter content soils of China has changed strongly from 1980s to now. And I think that is a success story. There are a lot of documents, North China Plain, which is similar to the Northwestern India, Punjab, Haryana, UP, part of Rajasthan. That has been very dramatic. So that's a great success story. I would not like India to go the route of 400 kilogram fertilizer. I'm concerned about even 250 being used in Punjab. The fertilizer use efficiency in India is low. I know the Indian Fertilizer Association, they are really taking pride that they are focusing on efficiency, but still nitrogen use efficiency is about 30%. Can you imagine any business can be successful where their capital investment brings only 30% return? Water use efficiency of flood-based irrigation is very, very low. And that's when drier climate, having flood irrigation makes absolute no sense. It should be banned indeed, just like crop residue should be banned. India has made tremendous progress in increasing productivity, but our dry land agriculture is still almost the same as agriculture in sub-Saharan Africa. The crop yields in dryland farming are way behind. And we have to really focus on dryland agriculture and improve the productivity. So we have made tremendous success, full achievement, but we also have to focus on the environment. Agriculture must be a solution to environment. That part is something which is neglected. While I'm answering that question to compare, people are mirror image of the land they live on. When soil is degraded, And you can see that driving through Midwest United States, and then drive to Sub-Saharan Africa, and drive to South Asia. You can see the people and the soil they live on and the way their life is. So unfortunately, I believe very strongly in this philosophy that when people are suffering, miserable, starving, they pass their suffering to the soil. And soil reciprocates. And this vicious cycle must be stopped through policy intervention. India is a great example of that interconnectivity between the way the people are and the way the soil is. And yet there is no reason for that. It requires education. It requires policy intervention. Policy, we know the science. Translating science into action is a problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Ratan Lal. It has been a truly outstanding lecture. So many new things to learn and some guidance in which direction we have to move. In fact, some of these ideas were actually proposed by a committee under the chairmanship of Dr. R.S. Paroda to the government of India. And I hope at some stage they will take note of these recommendations, how to promote the carbon neutral agriculture. But my question to you is very specific, because what you suggested that the central to moving towards the climate resilient agriculture, carbon neutral agriculture is look at the payment of ecosystem services and develop the market for carbon trading. So can you share with us how these things are happening in the US or maybe Europe? So that, because now in India, we look at the market, even the markets for commodities, they are not perfect. So these are mostly intangible things. So how we can take these concepts forward, and what are the lessons from US and the European countries? Because there are some examples, I think there are some examples. So we'd like to hear from you how we can move forward in that direction. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. This is a very important question, and the US is on the right path, but it's not there yet. We had a very good discussion with the Undersecretary of Agriculture. He and I were both panelists, and it was the same question came up, what can be done? US did pass in 2020 the Growing Climate Solution Act, in which carbon market issue did come up. Secretary of Agriculture, Mr. Vilsack, has many times said 90% of the farmers in the US have to work off farm to make both ends meet because the income is not enough. And he has many times said he wants to address that issue. The question address that issue through making carbon as a commodity. That's why the project that I mentioned, we are starting now here at national level, is focused on that. The question is how much you pay farmers. So $6, $8, $10 per credit is not the fair price. And the market, unless there is a control on demand and supply, which means if the people can burn, industry can burn as much coal and oil as they wish, then of course there is no solution. The price of carbon market will not be fair. So this is where the payment for ecosystem services becomes very important. I have been suggesting $30 to $35 per credit. Credit is 1 ton of CO2. Now, that is the price that the Green Deal in Europe also pays. They pay about 25 euro. Right now, 1 euro, $1. But a few years ago, it was 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So it was about $30, $35. But the things have changed in terms of euro versus dollar prices. The question is, are we going to have a farm bill, 23 or 24 coming up, where this payment for ecosystem services at a fair price can be included? In that direction, I've been proposing, just talking. I was very glad to hear Mr. Gore the other day say the same thing. We have a Clean Air Act, 67, Clean Water Act, 72. There is no Healthy Soil Act. I hope there'll be Healthy Soil Act in which there'll be payment for ecosystem services as a part of promoting carbon farming. So US has a long way to go. And I think India and US could work together in accomplishing policy matter which are pro-nature, pro-agriculture, and pro-farmer. And I hope that will happen. I'm sure the committee that Dr. Paroda chair had addressed that issue. I, in fact, read the report. And with his guidance and with his communication through the news Director General of ICR, Dr. Pathak, this thing hopefully will happen. India could serve as a role model. If India did achieve this with 1.4 billion people, that would be certainly an example to follow. And I hope it will do so.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Professor Ratan Lal, my compliments to you for a wonderful talk. I just wanted to know if you are anywhere in the world, there's such situation. See, Punjab and Haryana has water for practicing agriculture for just 20 more years. So from 20 years onwards, they would not have. Now, this water they can use for 100 years, they can use for 50 years, and they can finish in 20 years. Now, is there any such example where water has become so scarce and still, agriculture has survived in the world anywhere?
Going back to the Punjab, remember, I do not know the exact time when it happened, when they said, if you vote up for us, the water will be free. I think that was the most serious ecological mistake. Undervaluing a very precious resource in an arid, semi-arid climate and saying it is free, so you can turn on your pump before you go home in the evening and come back in the morning. And I have seen it, the whole neighborhood is flooded because the water is free. So undervaluing any precious resource lead to the tragedy of the common. And this kind of recommendation should never happen. You must pay the price. Only then you have a value for that. We are going through the same crisis now, undervaluing carbon. So just as we undervalued the water and we kind of overused it, overpolluted it, we did the same thing for carbon. We exhausted from the soil, we burnt it out, we taken it away, did not return it back to land because it was a common resource. The same problem with the air. We dumped into it anything we want to dump. Same thing with the ocean. We can dump whatever we want to dump. I think this practice, this policy, this kind of encouraging farmer to abuse a resource must stop. And it has no place in modern society. All resources must be valued properly, carefully. They should not be taken for granted. They should not be used as a political tool.
I must say that it has been very useful presentation by Dr. Lal. As far as our concern for soil health is in country, especially in the rice wheat belt, green revolution area, and that's where the major concern of organic matter content is, which you have been highlighting. Rather, you have been also mentioning sometimes that if we don't take care, possibly the soils of Punjab and Haryana would be dead soils in future. And this is the high time, as you rightly said, we have to think beyond food and fuel. And for that, obviously, maximum use of inputs. And as you also again highlighted, that there is no need to increase further the quantity of fertilizer, but to improve the efficiency. And to improve efficiency would require, as was mentioned, climate resilient agriculture. So we will have to give high priority to that. And other point about environment footprint,
to have minimized environment footprint would require again innovative approaches. And to meet climate change from agriculture side, you also highlighted that we need to think of diversification, rice wheat system, and especially to even go for practices like direct seeded rice, or think of other crops, legumes you talked about. So I think there are options, but effort need to be now more aggressive than what we have been talking in the past. And Haryana has recently come forward with this kind of incentive approach, that if you adopt in place of rice, maize cultivation, they will give you 7,000 rupees per acre. In our policy report, in which Suresh Pal also was member, we have also recommended that all these subsidies in agriculture be converted into that of incentives for efficient agronomic practices, and linked with the incentives, whether you would like to have proper cover of the crop, or you would like to use the nutrient according to soil health test, or you would like to go in for adoption of biofertilizers and biopesticides approach. So there are options available, and there are initiatives recently, Dr. that there is carbon trading option likely to take place. And that's for smallholder farmers. Our challenge is it's not carbon trading like in US, where you have large farms and it is easy to estimate and also go in for conservation agriculture using big machinery. What we have here is you need to have a system for mechanization of small farms. Farmers themselves cannot afford for mechanization because it's costly, and the requirement time for those implements is very narrow. So in that context, custom hire centers are being now talked about. So there are, and then new options of happy seeder to be used, or baling the straw before going for zero till planting, are the options which will require a different mode of extension.
Yes.
To work with the farmer and convince them. And convincing them, Dr. Dillo is here as our expert on Punjab. Farmers once convinced are adopting, but it takes little longer time. In case of natural resource management, it's not like miracle wheat or rices. The farmer will adopt by looking at the advantage in yield in the next season. Here, one has to wait and then see the impact in a long term. So we see that there are challenges, but for achieving sustainable development goal, as you rightly said, we will have to take care of soil health for posterity. Also, your suggestion is well received, that area which was bypassed by green revolution, the dryland area, is still far behind.
Yes.
And much is required to be done. And the only approach there is conservation agriculture, by which you can go in for faster, adoption of more coverage of soil by crops, and you can use conservation agriculture to make these gray areas green. But there is a challenge. The technologies are there, but we need policy support, which is lacking. We also need investment, which is lacking. And we need also better extension, which is lacking. So these challenges will have to be addressed, and maybe we'll have to involve youth and private extension for that approach, rather than depending on government machinery for extension, for adoption of conservation agriculture. Because once you take a technology and you are not able to convince the farmer, he will never adopt it. So you have to be very perfect while making any change. And our major problem is that we have been really not taking care of our soil well in dryland areas. I come from arid region, as you are. And the first thing we do after harvest is clean cultivation. Go for immediate, tilling of the soil, which otherwise scientifically is not desired or required. So there are challenges. We need to change the perception of the farmers. And for changing that perception, it will require, and also for meeting the challenge for climate, agreement. There are only two options, as you said. One is agroforestry. Agroforestry has to be now taken up in a very big scale for carbon sequestration and to achieve our goal for forest cover, because we won't have land for further coverage of forest, or increasing forest cover. So it has to be agroforestry. In agricultural land, the agroforestry. And there is a lot of research result, but those are not being taken up by the farmer. And second is, as you indicated, that we would require to go for what you said is the climate resilient agriculture. So we really are very grateful to you. And these are also going to be important recommendations. Dr. Mahapatra has joined us now recently. He was away earlier. So maybe he has also a few comments to make relating to. You have already summarized something. Okay. So with this then, Dr. Atal, I would request the audience to give a big hand for.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
So thank you for sparing your time and to be with us. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Well, I think we are coming to the concluding section. So I want to request Dr. Abhishek
Make his comments. Rather, he said that most of the things have been discussed, but still he would just like to summarize for a few minutes some of his thoughts based on whatever we heard.
Mr. Chairman, sir, Dr. Mahapatra, Keegan, Bhagmal, distinguished friends, colleagues, Professor Kirti Singh. As a matter of fact, I told our chairman that in the morning that we had the interventions from so many participants and we had their views, and he asked me if I can see that what were those points so that they are considered for adoption and we should be able to frame up our policy on these issues. So as a matter of fact, 14, 15 remarks were made, and the points which came, I just list them. I don't have to say much about it. You all know that. And permit me to say that it was very much emphasized by all that science, technology, and innovation for people, planet, and prosperity is absolutely essential. We also were told that STI, when I say STI, I mean science, technology, and innovation, should be taken for impact for SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. And keeping that in mind, do the science. So the relevance of science, excellence of science is able to impact sustainable development goal, which is the main theme of this seminar that we are having. We were also told that it's extremely important that we must be able to see the relationship and maximize the plus points, benefits, which may arise from input-output management. How to reduce the input cost, how to optimize, if not maximize, optimize the output value. I think these were the other important messages. And to do that, we must have to concentrate on policy, program formulation, in that we should also see the basic sciences and the translational sciences are differentiated. And both have their own importance, and we should give the due value to basic as well as the translational sciences in place. Another thing which came out, the 3 Ps, as it was mentioned, policy, program, and people. People means the human resources value. This is extremely important, and therefore the educational component for training to generate the people who will be able, are the human resources who will face the future, who will be preparing for meeting the many challenges that you are foreseeing, as it was just mentioned by Professor Ratan Lalji, also in many ways. So for doing that, we should be able to converge, connect, and collaborate. So I have mentioned 3 Ps, 3 Cs, and these were more or less the views expressed in the morning by those various presentations. If you look at the individual aspects of this congruence of the 3 things that we mentioned, it was highlighted that we must keep this, if people have to be kept in mind, please, if people have to be kept in mind, keep in mind, first and foremost, a smallholder farmer, resource poor farmers. They are farmers who contribute 70% of the total food grain production, but they are the ones who are the hungriest, the largest proportion of poor as well as the hungry people who feed us are hungry. I think that kind of a situation should be completely eliminated, and this is where the human face comes into picture. And for that purpose, the productivity of those smallholder farmers, how would you do that? Whether you will do through the farmer producer organizations, the build-up of cooperatives, and so on and so forth. There are various ways to do that. You can, there are different ways which can be done. But then this point was kept in mind that always keep the 3 things together. The convergence of the social, economic, and environmental considerations must be there. Whenever we decide how to go about, never allow any of these 3 things to be missed. Social, you see the high inequity that we see, the farmer, non-farmer income diversity, I mean the variation, the asymmetry in the economic system is the greatest hurdle for progress. It doesn't allow you to move forward the way you like to move forward. So we have to keep in mind the equity considerations when we bring into the youth and gender in mind. So a lot was said about gender, and I don't have to repeat it. You all know the inequity and with the increasing feminization of agriculture, and that feminization of agriculture is not that the increasing number of women led farming households are increasing. No, it is the labor, the landless labor as a woman is increasing. So we can see how the change is occurring today in a different way than we would have liked to see it happen. So that is something to be kept in mind. Although we have been talking about human resource development, but then youth today, if he's not aware of what is going to be tomorrow, so the generation to generation, and as very often we mention about the epigenetic fixation of the malnutrition, undernutrition, or starvation will continue. So we have to be very careful about that and bring the equity as much as possible in that process. Well, then some points were very specifically made about the building systems, and particularly Vasu Saab, I don't want to repeat many of those things, but the entire population-based development, heterotic groups, the testers designing and so on, all those components, biodiversity conservation, and the valuation of the population build-up that you have, we should be seen as a treasure, and those populations and a treasure should be distributed, should be shared as much as possible with the humanity at large, because the diversity is not owned by any one individual, it is the nature's gift. And we should be able to have the programs. When we talk of the accelerated genetic advancement, which was referred to, we should be able to keep in mind what kind of genetic enhancements will be able to make us keep it retainable. So all those approaches to be kept in mind for regular biodiversity in a multidisciplinary way and a multi-purpose use of the biodiversity, which was highlighted. So along with soil, water, and air, of course, the biodiversity and its management and genetic resources were seen to be very important. Also, point was highlighted that as much as possible, we should be able to use the new discoveries in artificial, let us say, intelligence. We should be able to see that the digitalization, the way we are able to assess the carbon credit and ecosystem valuations, all those are extremely important to give the right merit to incentive to those people and populations who are involved in this. It was also that those who are leading the field in their respective capacities, the World Food Laureates, as we had Dr. Ratan Lal and other colleagues like, and we had Vasu Saab, people like him should be able to be more actively encouraged to really reach out to the people who need to be really sensitized. And the value that you will be adding to it will be listened to by the people at the ground level. The community education will be very helpful if people like you and others get involved in this. The point was very much highlighted by our colleagues that when we go for diversification, we should be always able to keep in mind the nutritional security. And biofortification should go hand in hand. The adoption and implementation should go hand in hand. Implementation is very often faulty, and we should be able to see the implementation ultimately in terms of targets you fix, how it is achieved, and what are the differentiated accountability of the people who are stakeholders in the value chain management. in the value chain management. So it has to be seen all together. We should be able to see that the farmers' market linkage is promoted strongly to also promote food safety, balanced research and development ecosystems, marginal commodities to be given importance, and very often several times it was mentioned, pearl millet, sorghum, and this and that, and of course pulses and all seeds were mentioned because of their importance in import, and particularly the oil seeds, which I had also emphasized yesterday, that we should have a very special program to meet our gaps in our demand and supply. The convergence among the various ministries, partnership when it has to be built up, also the convergence between the state and the central policies and implementation should be a part of it. In that process, when we move, diversification will become extremely important. And a point was made particularly about the fertilizer use, the excessive fertilizer use. Even Ratan Lalji mentioned in some parts of our country, we have to rationalize that without hurting the production and productivity, still there is a way to make more nutrient efficient use based fertilizer application, and without losing any productivity or production, you will still be able to save a lot of fertilizers, chemical fertilizers used. And so the total soil, water, and the biodiversity management will be interlinked together in this process. So these were some of the points which came up in our morning highlights of the points which were raised, and strategic interventions with anticipatory developments with a differentiated approach, because India is too large to be taken as one size does not fit all. This was also utilized. So one has to look into those and the role of the farmers. Ultimately, Rana Sahab, the mention that you made, I think is important. We should be able to always look into the farmer welfare from the point of view of even the conservation, at what cost the biodiversity conservation, and how the farmers are earning the farmers' rights, the realization of the farmers' rights. And there are variations from different disciplines to discipline in really realizing that right in the right way. So it is not happening properly. It has to be done properly. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, chairman, sir, these were the things which emerged in the morning in our discussions, and which probably will find place in our recommendations highlighted with the kind of impact. And I have all those details. I will be able to smoothen the wordings and so on and so forth, and increase the connectivity among the various recommendations which have come up, so it will become holistic approach for saving water, for saving land, for saving soil, for protecting air, and so on and so forth, and biodiversity. Thank you very much for
Thank you. I think now now that we are coming to close of this session, much has been very nicely synthesized by Professor R.B. Singh, and we do have the abstract of various presentations and comments from most of the panelists also, which you have in your folders as well. So the suggestions given there, those which were presented, and what we had all discussed, and what Professor R.B. Singh has just now summarized, we would also take into account the proceedings of earlier meeting which we had organized on almost similar subject, Sustainable Development Goals, India's preparedness and the role of agriculture. That was in 2017. It also has some very useful suggestions and recommendations relating to revisiting the current level of poverty, hunger, and malnutrition, because
base should be understood, where we were and where we are today, and whether achievements are there or not, and what has to be targeted. And in that respect, we need to look at various government schemes that are in operation. And Ramesh Chand had also highlighted one point which I always been telling, that why do we cover 2/3 of population under National Food Security Act? Why should not we revisit? This need to be linked only to real poverty and zero hunger if we have to achieve relating to poverty, not that you have to feed 67% of your population, which is not under poverty line. So why cheap food to be provided, which is also costing the government, is one point which also has to be looked at. Similarly, other schemes which are now there would require a review. There are missions of various kinds, and they need to be revisited. I mean, they have become like a scheme of the government. Now, the missions should not be schemes of the government. They should be time bound and target oriented. So what was said, output and outcome oriented. So that has to be done by Niti Aayog. Who else can do it? And that's what in our report to the government we have said, that evaluation monitoring unit of all these schemes which need to be revisited. I was reviewing some projects of Department of Biotechnology, I think 2 years back, and I found that all schemes which were started 50 years ago are also continuing. So it means we don't want to close anything. And we don't want to also have a relook at. And many of the projects are not relevant in today's context. So I need not go into more detail. Then there is technologies to accomplish SDGs. Now it came out very clearly that you have to scale the innovations. And which innovations? So if you have to make gray areas green, then is conservation agriculture an innovation on which we have good knowledge, and can we go to the farmer and start scaling it? So the time has to be now, action oriented rather than, so if it is micro irrigation, so far we have covered 10 million hectare out of 70 million hectare irrigation potential which we have created. The micro irrigation is covered under 10 million. So when we will make it 20 million, another generation. So is it, if the water has to be saved, then it has to be saved quickly. So what are the efforts on that? Similarly, I mean, on organic matter content, the matter came, which was discussed. So there are issues. There is also innovation. We started protected cultivation. Area covered is still 50,000 hectare only. China has 2 million hectare. So from 50,000, we want to go to 1 lakh hectare, we will take another 20 years. Because we started protected cultivation under NATP 25 years ago. And coverage is only 50,000 hectares. And it is a technology which can provide income to the youth by 5 to 10 times higher. Then why, what is stopping? Where is the problem? So innovation, hybrid technology, if we could increase or double the production just in 1 decade after single cross maize hybrid, we have now also doubled again another decade. So from 10 million ton, it came to 20 million ton by 2010, and by 2022, it is more than 35 million hectare ton flowering. So which means, but the coverage under hybrid is still 60%. Why it cannot be 90%, 100%? Something is lacking somewhere. So you can increase the production gap very easily by available technologies, but perhaps something is lacking. Maybe you need better environment for private sector to go in a big way.
Why hybrid rice only 3 million hectares? 20 years have gone. So some of these innovations would require relook and which can be taken up faster and with a greater speed. Then policies to accomplish SDGs also need a revisit. And in that context, again, there were institutions for accomplishing SDGs. And we talked about, Dr. Sab also mentioned, everyone said that interinstitutional, interdisciplinary, interdepartmental cooperation, coordination, convergence is a big issue. So how we will achieve it? And for that, we have suggested also like GST Council, there should be an agriculture council for agricultural development because the water is a state subject. Fertilizer is also a state subject. Sometimes central government controls, sometimes state government controls. Procurement is also a state subject. So then how there can be coordination? So this is another big important issue which would require to have accelerated growth and progress. Then there were also some key action points, higher investment in agriculture R&D. It came out very clearly that we need more investment. It also improved land management because land laws, most of the land is tilled by tenants. And tenant laws are not in favor of tenants or in favor of landlords. Landlord doesn't want to give for long-term tenancy, and tenant will never like to spend money on the land for its improvement because it is only for 1 year or 2 years. So there are issues. If we need to think of the land improvement, then either one should be farmer himself, or if he is getting it tilled through tenants, then the law should be more favorable to tenant as well. Then subsidy to be converted into incentives, we have also mentioned in our report. So there are recommendations. For 2 years, government asked us to give recommendation. Some actions have been taken, but not all. So there is time now of urgency that should be also emphasized. Also, it has been mentioned that reform policies and interventions and strengthen agri-marketing system. So we will revisit some of these as well. And also a paper was prepared earlier by me on Indian agriculture for achieving SDGs. So this is also available from the TAS website. Some of those action points are there. The current status where we stand. Actually, we thought that there will be some document which will be presented for our information when we invited Professor Ramesh Chand, because Niti Aayog is monitoring SDGs. So where we stand now and where we were before and where we should be going. So we would like to get that information because that information must be available. And we'd like to see that where is still slow progress and where more is to be done. And obviously, we know the gaps are there and those gaps need to be bridged. So with this, I would like to say how grateful I am to all of you. And I would now pass on to Dr. Maybe my colleague Bhagbal for vote of thanks, because if I start thanking, then he will say, what will I do? So from my side, thank you everyone who participated in this conference. Thank you to Keegan also.
Former Secretary there and Director General ICR and Chairman TAS. Professor R.B. Singh, former President NAS. Dr. T. Mahapatra, currently President NAS and former Secretary there and DG ICR. Dr. Keegan Kochji. Professor Ratan Lal, if he is online still. Senior Economics Professor Kirti Singh, Dr. S.K. Vasa, Dr. H.S. Gupta, Dr. B.S. Dillon, Dr. Nalagani, Dr. Suresh Chand, and other senior experts, participants, ladies and gentlemen. And we have now come to an end.
Anything that is not discussed cannot come on record. But since this award has been given on Pearl Millet today for a matter of record, sir, in this National Symposium, please include the contribution of HB1, Hybrid Bajra 1, which transformed Rajasthan agriculture, arid agriculture in India prior to Green Revolution era, and also the contribution of Chaudhary Ramdhan Singh for his variety C594 in 1934, as early as in 1934, and the derivative variety C306, which is still prevalent and good for drought conditions. So these are our sustainable efforts that as crop improvement have been made in the country. So just matter of record, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sudhir Kochar. We'll take note of it. National Symposium on Food Nutrition and Environmental Security, which have indeed been very successfully completed. You have seen the deliberations. The papers presented were very nice, and in fact, we have touched many important points which we were earlier only not covering in that much detail. It is now my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the organizers and on my own behalf. As you all have witnessed, the deliberations in the National Symposium went on very well and covered various important aspects related to food nutrition and environmental security, and also achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Excellent thematic presentations were made by eminent speakers in various sessions. Critical gaps in yield enhancement have been identified. To bridge those gaps have been suggested as way forward. Each experience is presented their views and specific recommendations are being requested for achieving SDGs by 2030. Recommendations have emerged as a result of deliberations which need to be implemented in priority. Show the stakeholders, including policy planners, researchers, development departments, extension agencies, will make best efforts to implement the recommendations emerged from this symposium in their respective programs and activities. We are grateful to Professor Ramesh Chand, Agriculture Niti Aayog, for sparing his most valuable time out of his busy schedule and seeing the appeal of chief guest and delivering and thought-provoking address, which was indeed a great inspiration and guidance to all of us. Sincere thanks to Dr. T. Mahapatra, President of the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences and former Secretary there and DGICR, for the special invitee in the inaugural session and also co-chairing the session well. You know, in fact, in the program from the beginning, which is very highly appreciated. I prefer to thank Dr. Patak, Secretary and DGICR, for sparing his valuable time and giving thought-provoking remarks in the inaugural session. Unfortunately, he could not co-chair the special session here because of the urgent meeting, as Dr. Purva has already mentioned. We are extremely grateful to Padam Bhushan Dr. R.S. Paroda, Chairman TAS and former Secretary DARE, and Director General ICR for his welcome remarks and setting the context in the beginning, and also for co-chairing the panel discussion very ably and very smoothly, and for his words of advice in concluding session. In fact, Dr. Paroda had been crusader and main force behind the meticulous planning of the symposium and monitoring the progress at every step. Our grateful thanks to you, sir. I also profusely thank DG Senate, Dr. Jacob Hughes, DG Kishan, Dr. G. DG Stephen Weiss, Director Asia, and Health Diversity and CET, and for the kind participation virtually and giving a special remarks in the inaugural session. It is my proud privilege to profusely thank Professor R.B. Singh for his illuminating lecture and for co-chairing the panel discussion with Dr. R.S. Paroda and also his thought-provoking remarks summarizing the presentations and the future recommendations in a crisp manner. Thanks to you, sir. So, this opportunity to extend my sincere thanks to all the co-chairs, Dr. P. Agarwal, former chairperson, PPV and FRA, and former chairperson, NDU, Dr. A.K. Srivastava, Vice Chancellor, Mathura University, Dr. V.K. Fisheries, ICR, Dr. Venu Soni, former Secretary, DBT, Dr. B.S. Dre, former Vice Chancellor, P. Ludhiana, for nicely steering the deliberations in the respective sessions. I would also like to extend my special thanks to Professor Ratan Lal, distinguished professor at Ohio State University, USA, for his excellent lecture on sustaining soil health and prosperity. Also, my very special thanks to Dr. Keegan Coatsji, Senior Director, World Food Award Foundation, for making a special announcement about the World Field Award. Excellent presentations and interventions were made by all the plenary speakers, invited speakers, panelists, and discussants. To all of them.